Central Park is a beautiful little garden that you can walk into anytime that you wish. You can just press the play button to feel inspired, relaxed, be closer to Mother Nature and think about things a bit differently. Central Park is an exclusive series of random musings and open thoughts which are spoken after doing hours of research and sometimes just from the top of my head. It's my years of experience in counseling, training, and content creation coupled with decades of research put together into one amazing series. I live an inspired life, and I'm not saying this just to amuse you. I truly believe that I live a life that's inspired by the positive forces of nature around me. The forces of nature exist all around us. They are right here inside my bedroom and your home. My bedroom itself is my Central Park. It is the center of my life and my work. I am at my personal best when I am seated on my comfortable chair in front of my computer by the window. A beautiful moment unfolds before my very eyes. The mist enveloping the surrounding forest are quickly disappearing into thin air. The goats are grazing in the grass. The sea in the distance is putting me into a trance, and it's merely the early minutes on this heavenly journey inside Central Park. The most beautiful life awaits us when we step into the garden of nature and enjoy the beauty that exists all around us while laying here in silence as the world slowly passes us by. Slowing down our movements is an ideal way to capture the true sense of living a wonderful moment. Much of the world is in a great hurry today. Not much time it seems to stop and reflect. Slowing down isn't our cup of tea, for we already missed our breakfast in the process of getting to our workspaces on time. Sitting here pondering about which way the breeze will take me today. It's pushing me gently in the forward direction. Waiting right here isn't doing me any good. Falling asleep while the slowness of the surroundings makes my heart beat a bit slower than it normally does. Just allowing the moment to show me the way. Leisure, my middle name. Relaxation, my surname. Doesn't quite make that much sense to you right now, I know. But that's the beauty of truly relaxing in the now while pleasantly moving forward in the direction of where you'd like to be. You don't need inspiration to come up with some magic. This moment right here in front of you is your motivation to churn up a trick or two. The nothingness of this blissfully calm environment of my bedroom haunts me as I listen to the soft sounds of the birds chirping in the background. Central Park is a beautiful compilation of thoughts and feelings shared with you through an easy-to-listen-to format. I predict that the time that you spend inside Central Park with me will be remembered by you for a long time to come. The music is playing on my stereo. It's the soft instrumental sounds of the piano getting keyed at the same speed as the slow pace of the world around me. Perhaps the artist who created the leisurely piece knew exactly what I would be feeling at this very moment. God doesn't want us to compete. He created an abundance of everything when He made the world for all of us. There are zillions of plants and trees, animals and birds, insects and reptiles, men and women, boys and girls, acres of lands and ponds of water all around us. Beauty everywhere, in every way. This is an island of titanic proportion, except that this one ain't sinking anytime soon. Life is an assortment of experiences and moments lived breath by breath every single day. It's a jungle full of ups and downs. I am here sipping my cup of fine Darjeeling tea. It's a beautiful moment. The sun set an hour ago. Watched it as it hid behind the trees and slid below the ocean. It shall be a new day for the people down under, and yet another night for us in other parts of the world. The cycle of life goes on. Moments pass us by, some pleasurable and some not so. It's a wonderful design set into motion since the creation of this world by the gods above. There is so much that every individual wants to do during their lifespan. Some want to see the world, others want to make loads of money, Many want to be as happy as they can be, and it's more or less the constant pursuit of most human beings. Some of us move through this journey by living in a concrete jungle, while many others live in open spaces called the suburbs and the countryside. Few others choose to continue living in the forest and remote villages. At no point of time can a single satellite capture the entire events happening all over our beautiful world. The world is so large that even a billion cameras won't be able to cover the length and breadth of the globe. A round ball for sure, but large enough for few billion people to call it their home. Other creatures occupy this planet as well. Animals, birds, fish, reptiles, insects, plants, trees and flowers too. Together, there may be over 250 billion living things on the face of the earth at any given point of time. A true jungle, though not full of greenery, more than 70% is covered by water, and the rest is the portion where all the land animals, birds, reptiles and insects live. Central Park is a sacred space where I share things that I feel like talking about with you. No fixed topics, no deadlines, no rigid publishing schedule. Just me speaking about things that matter or happen to run through my mind right now. There is a connection that I have with my soul, and sharing bits and pieces of the messages that come out from within is an important aspect of my communication model in place inside this Central Park. This is my little temple in the jungle of life, and it's where I retreat to whenever I wish to connect with the rest of the world through a common dialect and varied messages. No sure path shows me the way forward, and I'm unsure about exactly who I share my seat on the park bench with. It's more like a daily random journal for me where I type out whatever splashes across the surface area of my brain. Thoughts reign supreme here, and the deep connection with my soul produces itself once every while. You shall be entertained and kept interested with the words that are randomly shared inside Central Park, and you will find that you forge a connection between us once you are able to sit down or lay down and listen to what I say with a clear and open mind. Welcome to Central Park. Central Park is your time and place for inspiration, meditation, wisdom, mindfulness and relaxation. You press play and you feel the difference within the coming moments. The random musings shared inside the coming moments are designed to help you feel better about life and are programmed to open your mind to new ways of understanding common things. Feeling a bit forlorn and a tad lonely right now. The solitude that has gripped me today makes me feel like I'm all alone in this park of luxury. My listener gives me companionship when she drops by to listen to what I speak about right now. Is loneliness a blessing or a curse? Only time will tell. Being a primate that loves to befriend other beings is what tickles my fancy. Offline social networking is my favorite hobby. But right now, just the gentleness of Mother Nature and the nothingness of the world around me fills me up with humble emptiness and a tinge of loneliness as I come towards the end of this fascinating moment in Central Park. I love being alone. Loneliness is my cup of tea just as much as being in the presence of others that I care about is probably my cup of coffee. Not too worried about feeling blue on this solitary day that lays before me. More concerned that the world has become so fast and hurried that we've forgotten what it feels like to do nothing much on a beautiful day such as today. The still lakes, the blue skies, the lush greenery and the colorful flowers, the scenic mountains, the denseness of the forest, the virgin waterfalls and everything else that exists in Mother Nature is merely a pure reflection of who we are inside. From birth to death, we move through similar phases as the trees, the plants, the flowers, and many other living things. Before we are born, we are like little grains inside our mother's womb. Then we flower out once we are born into vibrant individuals holding our own uniqueness in a natural world. When we are about to die, we return to the ground just like dying flowers, tilting backwards and downwards to touch the earth when our time has come. Our unison and alignment with nature helps us live thrilling and fascinating lives nevertheless. No two clouds in the sky above are the same. Some differences in shape and size do exist. Similarly, no two human beings are made the same. Our uniqueness is our identity that's been gifted to us by God. Taint this uniqueness and we take our entire identity away. When we imitate and copy the actions of others in anything that we do, we are destroying our own uniqueness and showing tainted and misinterpreted images of ourselves to the world. Forge your own path, and the glory of nature shall gather around you to make your life more blissful instantly. Oneness with Mother Nature is our soul's cry. It's our heart's passion and our mind's fantasy. However, peer pressure and the whimsical orders of society force us to live the same mundane lives that many others who passed this way before us lived like. Great poets have shared the immense wisdom between the lines of their finest works. One such poet talked about coming to two different paths in the woods. One path was walked on a great many times, while the other seemed fresh and green like no other human had ever set foot on it before. The poet chose to take the new road on his journey ahead, thus forging his strong alignment with Mother Nature and the world around him, and creating his own path ahead. It's not surprising that we feel so pleasant and relaxed when we are in the midst of nature, inside our Central Park. A walk in the community park near our home or sitting by the sea on a spring evening is what makes us feel so wonderful inside. Our soul finds a partner in Mother Nature, and the lesser the amount of time that we spend in the openness and beauty of the natural world around us, the more our soul shall end up crying. There is a glowing sense of deep relief and utter satisfaction when we simply rest on a park's bench and stare at the trees and plants around. Technology and modern day inventions have helped us live a more comfortable and much easier life, but the pronounced use of gadgets, gizmos and other such devices beyond what's necessary causes great problems in our everyday lives. Often we fail to recognize the pressing signals that show us where we might be going horribly wrong. Emotional issues, family tensions, worries and stress are indeed caused most often by the gaping imbalance in our daily routine. There is an easy way to end the pain inside. Live a life that's close to Mother Nature. Take a step inside your Central Park. Spend time in the natural world around you. Don't spend hours in front of technological devices. And if you do, then take a break ever so often. Life is not supposed to be lived by caving yourself inside concrete jungles and the four walls of your homes and offices. Breathe some life into your day by living in harmony with nature. Life will be so beautiful that you'll wonder why you lived it before today in the same way as everyone else did before. Break the peer pressure code. Do not be bullied by others into submission and live your life in a much better way from today. Massage the soldiers of imitation away. Rest in the nothingness of Mother Nature and find your true self once again. The clear blue skies above my window, the vast openness of the ocean, the soft sounds of the roaring waves in the distance, the hiss of the gentle summer breeze. The hottest season of the year might have merely begun. However, inside my little home, the weather is cool, the environment is serene, the atmosphere is hypnotic, and the only thing on my mind right now is to close my eyes and daydream away till the afternoon has subsided. It's for you to decide what you can take away from this one. What do you plan to do on a beautiful day such as today? There are plenty of gems hidden inside this Central Park. Perhaps another listen or two shall help you find a few of them. Till then, I'm off to do what I want to do. Daydream away till the afternoon is over. Our Central Park is a personal and private space inside our homes that helps us feel one with the world around us. We are at our utmost best when we are spending time in our private parks at home. We can lay down on the bed and daydream away to glory, or we can sit down or stand beside the window and watch the world go aimlessly by. For me, my bedroom is more than anything that I could have asked God for. It is my world, and when I'm inside this 12 by 12 bedroom, I am what I am. It is rare to see a purple animal, since the only country on earth where you can possibly see one is South Africa. The animal in question is the South African blesbok. There is a saying that if a snake is born with two heads, then one of those heads shall kill the other during a fight for food and survival. Sadly, what the head that survives does not know is that when the other head dies, it ends up killing the entire snake. Survival of the fittest is a farce. Living together in unison and joy is the path towards a brighter future. In fact, it's the path to a great present moment. Smiling away to glory does no one no harm, and it's common for the smiles that you broadcast to be reflected back to you as others smile back at you. Be careful not to smile on sad occasions though. Occasions such as funerals. Keep those smiles hidden deep inside, even if you badly want to smile, since the person that died was your deadliest foe. Reading is a wonderful habit to have, but reading all the time will cause you to become a boring person to be around. Don't overdo anything that's good, since in doing so you are actually causing it to be an unhealthy habit, not just for you, but for those around you as well. I've been spending my time by my large bedroom window for most of today, and I've thoroughly enjoyed watching the world go by. On this pleasantly lazy day, a bird has been building a nest in the banyan tree to the left of my window. She has been building the future home of her little ones, twig by twig by twig, over the last few hours. It's amazing how patiently this mother builds a nest bit by bit with 300 twigs or more carried by her inside her mouth, one at a time. A shining example of patience, determination, and doing one's task little at a time. We can achieve so much when we work in the same manner as the mother bird does. Almost any task can be completed if we patiently go about completing it bit by bit by bit. It is super amazing how much we can achieve if we don't care how long it takes to complete that task and who gets the credit for completing it. Most of us tend to ignore the great value that such moments teach us. A powerful lesson comes your way when you least expect it. Now you know exactly what you need to do. Go forth and do what you want to do in your life, since there's no telling when you shall be picked up by the hand in the sky, and you surely don't want to pass this way without living the life that you've dreamed about. A great life lies ahead for all of us, and a lot can be achieved in our lifespan if only we move forward in the present moment and don't waste time in reflecting too much on the past or daydreaming too much about the future. It has been wonderful sitting here sharing the past few moments inside Central Park with you while I sip my cup of fine Darjeeling tea, my third for today already. It's awesome how communication can happen across the borders without us traveling the distance. May the internet live forever. The problem in our world is those problematic people who try solving a problem by creating another one. It's often better to light a fire to warm you up on a chilly evening than to start one to burn a house down. It's never easy to convince someone to lend you some money or to fall in love with you. We lose many friends when we attempt to do either of the above. Falling in love and breaking your own heart is worse than falling down the stairs and breaking your leg. Yes, love is such a crazy emotion that we are always trying our best to break hearts ever so often. A jug full of water will always carry its contents for as long as someone gulps down the water within or until the hand of the jug breaks off. Most people die before the age of 5 than at any other time period during their lives. Fortunate are those that are 6 years old, since that is the age where the least people may have died. We are often money blind since we take the words uttered by a fairly wealthy person as if it was full of wisdom that came out from his or her mouth. People would say that the millionaire ate a spider just because he was wise. You can kill a rat with the poison added to its favorite food, since these rodents don't vomit. Throwing up isn't possible for a rat. Human beings receive a significant amount of vomit from the mass media every single day. The vomiting of useless information, pointless news, repeated posts, retweeted rubbish, shared pictures that are viewed 1,000 times before someone in your friend or followers list likes it, and sometimes I think this has become a pretty serious issue. I am not going to create another problem out of one that's already there. My aim is to inform you about what's happening, and it's purely your choice what you do with this information. take my suggestions with a smile. Summer's here in all her glory, bringing in blue skies and longer days. Hobbies and recreation to the fore. Work and education are put on the back burner for now. Beautiful paintings shall be painted. Street artists will be out showing off their arts. Musicians will be rehearsing, and everyone will be drinking more glasses of lemonade and iced tea over the next few months. It feels good to sit here next to my large bedroom window with the birds chirping outside. Can't wait to turn on the volume and shake a leg or two tonight. A few close friends are expected to come over, and we will be enjoying a great evening of conversation, dancing, eating, drinking, and music. Summer is here and the whole world must know. Just looking up at the clear blue skies fills me up with joy. Not a cloud in sight, it's the perfect summer. And inside our Central Park, summer is every day of the year. It's simply your choice. Close your eyes right now and summer is inside your dream theater. All the coconut trees are gently swaying as the sea breeze passes through their branches and hits us right on our faces as we laze around next to our open windows or by the beach. I feel blessed today. How privileged I am to live the life of my dreams while being mesmerized by the beautiful natural world around me. There are a few kids cycling on the empty roads below my window, while many of them are playing in the community park opposite where I stay. Their mothers chat away while sitting on the warm benches, and a rickshaw or two pass by so slowly on this hot summer's day. Many sips of cold water, a few glasses of fresh lemonade, a chilled fruit salad, slices of watermelon, vanilla ice cream with chocolate syrup poured on top, the social gatherings at the many barbecue parties planned, and the days full of nothing to do, all measure up to be what will be another great summer for most of us around the world inside our Central Park. Just close your eyes and think about the perfect summer inside your mind's eye, and it shall be true inside your mind, and the feeling shall rupture and spread itself inside your soul. Fortunate we are to have our freedom and be granted the supreme right to live the life of our dreams. A few months of laziness, relaxation, and nothingness unfolds before my very eyes. Tears of joy and a huge smile lights up my face as I share this with you. I love feeling the deep sense of joy that comes with having absolutely nothing to do when I wake up each morning. It's like being on vacation even though I'm still working at home. The summer holidays are here, and I pray that every single soul inside Central Park gets to enjoy this moment with me as much as I am doing so right now. It's sad that most people don't know what's actually happening in the world we live in today. There are so many things to learn, so much to experience, thousands of topics to know about, but yet most of us choose to stick to a tiny little corner of the web where not much new, useful, or relevant information passes by your front door. A bird in the hand is usually better than one sitting on the roof of your home on a warm sunny afternoon like the one we are experiencing right now, together you and I, inside our Central Park. Cell phones and smartphones are the birds inside our hands in the modern world, and they are certainly better than not having any gadget to hold on to. However, the careless, hurried, and not so passionate usage of these devices often leads to a hasty decay of one's underused brain cells and a growing lack of useful knowledge about the world around us. Lazy people don't want to work hard and build their own homes from scratch since they would rather have it ready-made. Don't take what I said literally. It's just a way for me to drive home a point here. Not many who listen to these particular musings will get down to the heart of things and become wiser once again. I know this for a fact, but still speak my mind, especially for that teenager over there who sits down at her desktop computer or bending over a smartphone with earphones inside her ears, looking to live a better life from today. She knows what I say can help her, and that is all that matters to me right now. The lethargic ways of our minds will steer us away from such messages so that we can always bask in the lousy barns of pathetically irrelevant and pointlessly repetitive information fed to us by our friends and peers. I am certain that the few potentially smart ones will hope that I cite an example of their lack of knowledge or awareness in the modern technological world. After all, not many would like to admit that they are slaves to the system, society, and technology all rolled into one. Well, here are a few examples then. I'm certain that dozens of fans of the Beatles wouldn't know that they started experimenting with marijuana only when the acclaimed musician Bob Dylan introduced them to it. Neither will most consumers of the substance know that it stands for Mary Jane in Spanish. Another example coming your way. Not a single one of you might know what's the biggest news story that happened in the northeastern part of your country today. How would you know it when all you have been fed is whatever the system wants to feed you? Ocean lovers will probably not know the simple fact that when there is no wind blowing around the waters, then there are no waves that roll across the seas. Dog lovers in America will probably have no clue that the poodle is the most common dog breed that's registered in the country during the past 3 decades. Ghost and horror movies scare us like anything. Going out for a walk on a dark night on an empty street outside your home might not be something you can do without some fear creeping into your soul. But I am willing to bet a few dollars that you would not know what the term for someone scared of the darkness is. The habit of looking up words and phrases on a search engine or dictionary isn't something we do a lot these days. In fact, we have lost so many things along the way that we don't even know how much of it we've lost. When was the last time you looked up at the moon on a wonderfully bright and clear night like the one we are expected to have later tonight? When was the last time you watched a sunset at the beach? The fact is that you and me are both slowly decaying and rotting inside. We are the living dead, a species of human beings who have become or are becoming so ignorant and dumb that the smart ones out there are trampling all over us as we speak. The sad thing is that we hardly speak these days. Lost is the art of conversation, and forgotten is the art of actively listening to a friend or family member talk about their experiences or interests with us for more than 10 minutes. Most of the people I know cannot even carry a proper conversation with me for more than 15 minutes at a time. A focus on the self results in deep introspection. In fact, introspection is deep by itself. So let me remove the word deep and just focus on introspection. We tend to sit in our private corners inside our Central Park and brood for hours about our lives and everything else that happens to come inside our thoughts. Some of us are fortunate enough to make a strong connection with our inner beings during the state of contemplation and meditation. Today is a blessed day that God has gifted to us. Most people will go to school or work on this day if it is a working day for you. But part of today must be kept aside to spend with family, close friends, and yourself. The act of laying down is not just one of utmost comfort and relaxation, but also a phase in our day that helps us unite in mind, body, heart, and soul. We become yoga experts and gurus during these still periods since it means union. Yoga means union of a heart, mind, body, and soul. Our beings unite and we feel wonderful inside, a joyous moment that stays and lingers for a few minutes henceforth. The smile on your face that might last till the moon creeps out tonight. It's easy to wander into a fantasy world when you enter a paranormal state. Life is lived in the present moments and nothing else matters. Though the paranormal aspect of things might be pretty down to earth. Some of us fail to understand what the rest of us can see so clearly when we enter our fantasy worlds. The moment we take a walk inside the Central Park is the moment that we enter a world of nothingness, mindfulness, and serenity. The ones who fail to break the code end up getting lost in the routine activities that follow. They say that sorrow is to our soul what a white ant can be for wood. Our state of chaotic melancholy leads us to feel a gaping emptiness inside us with the passage of time while our souls are eaten away ever so slowly. This might not be a fantasy moment for you, but it still can be one if you just find yourself right now. Searching for answers to life's pressing questions is not something you look for in the crazy world outside, but take a look deep inside your soul while you close your eyes and relax in the now, and perhaps one or two of life's most difficult questions shall throw you the answer in the moments that follow. Basking in the sunshine of today's silent moments will lead you to a place where the answers to your questions are scribbled on the walls of your thoughts. Do you realize that when we are socializing in a karaoke bar, the ones that are singing are usually the ones who consider themselves good singers, even though at most times they are not? When we try to decode reason and debate on scientific theory, then you will find that your heart and soul stays hidden as you let go the ability to feel. It is often difficult to climb till the mountaintop with a heavy bag on your shoulders, but it is usually done by those who have the right guide to show them the way by leading from the front. Being coached by our souls inside our Central Park is not something that is astonishing or remarkable to any of us once we gain the insight of our soul. We can gain immense insight into our true identities when we allow our souls to lead the way forward. I shall see you in a moment on the other side. Thanks for listening. Richness in health is more important than an abundance of wealth. Our plans are often designed thinking only about the money that will be dropped into our hands at the end of time. We lose out on the thousands of joyous moments because we choose to wander away into the wilderness where the ultimate destination is a bag full of $1 million. We usually don't even reach that destination when we chase a golden horse because we aren't even wearing our running shoes. We see crocodiles with open mouths instead of a herd of deers on the path towards material junction. Meditation and complete serenity are handsome solutions for a mind that dwells on the future possibilities. Our inability to perceive that we are lamely changing into docile sheep and worthless rats causes us to throw ourselves off the edge as we pursue the crowded paths that end in the middle of nowhere. Dwell not on the moments vanquished in the past, nor should we let our materialistic minds pass away the days in worthless adventures that yield no joy and give no satisfaction. The one that stands on top of the mountain isn't standing but chooses to sit in a comfortable position so that the bottoms are not feeling the pain and the wind blowing has a far lesser volume to hit against. It's indeed ironic that we can gift ourselves knowledge, but we cannot buy ourselves wisdom. It's but surprising that most of us roam the four corners of the world in search of ourselves when the real self lies right inside our souls. Build this day into a purposeful one by living in the present moment and jumping into the windows of our souls. Even a bird that is set free can return to the cage where it shall sit in captivity, but time that has passed us now will never return to our abodes. Running after things that we so desperately want is ruining the opportunities to fulfill our basic needs. The modern world has made lasting joy a need, but unfortunately we work really hard to get what we want and neglect our most important needs. Peace in the world is a lofty ideal. Peace within our homes is possible and not too far-fetched. Ideally, the day of rest and introspection must be lived in the elusive world of nothingness that is easy to find when you stop looking and just meditate. You can bet your last dollar that where you find a bee, there is bound to be some honey nearby. Similarly, you can safely invest your time into taking a refreshing look at the conscience that is manifested when the forces within us unite. To practice most forms of meditation, we do not need to spend any money to practice it, and the flexibility of our body is not important. By far, it's the most natural, easy, simplest and cheapest way to achieve so many benefits in our lives. Daily or regular practice of meditation helps us release stress, achieves calmness, provides deep rest to our brain and body, develops consciousness, brings maturity, refreshes and energizes our body, etc. An individual can get enlightened in several ways through daily practice of transcendental meditation. Some benefits of meditation are in reducing anxiety and depression, lowering stress, increasing our physical energy, mental freshness, slowing down our aging process, experiencing bliss in the now, and complete relaxation. You do not have to be a yogi to attain complete union of mind, body, heart and soul. The oneness of nothingness is found in the stillness of our present moments. Your fantasy is not a day full of passion and socializing. Instead, it is something that's so easy to find that you will be kicking yourself that you didn't realize it until you let yourself flow into a simple stream of the forces within you. If the shoe fits, then you should put it on for good. Long walks into greener pastures don't need your limbs to move, but to stay still in complete silence and non-movement. For most of you listening to Central Park for the first time, this might not make for interesting listening all the time, since you may not have found your own private space inside your home. And even if you found it, you might not consider it a space worth its square footage in diamonds. I will tell you why my bedroom is so important right away. I don't want to lose you right now. It has taken you a lot of effort to listen. To most people, their bedrooms are their own private space. They spend more than 1/3 of their lives in their bedroom. That's a lot of time. In fact, most human beings sleep for 30% of their entire lives, and most of the time they end up sleeping in their own bedrooms. But for few people, their bedrooms are more than just a sleeping space. It is their holy place, their space for inspiration, and the area for meditation. It is a region of our worlds where we find our souls unifying with the universe around us. Life seems beautiful and attains a spectacular perfection that one would not have attained had they not let themselves be one with their body, heart, mind, and soul. My Central Park has that effect on me every single day. I enter my bedroom many times during the day just to lose myself in the moment and unify all forces of my being with the world around me. Even the barking dog outside and the noises coming from rickshaw horns don't disturb the serene oneness I relish during those gorgeous moments. It is said that stillness speaks and we can listen. Truly, the silence and serenity present in this room is speaking to me right now. My words being spoken are actually this stillness speaking to you using my relaxed mind and my peaceful soul as a medium to communicate specific messages to you. I feel blessed that I am able to use this unique force to connect with thousands of people from around the world. Sometimes I listen to music while I sit here by the window. The instruments make my day by giving me a tune to pass the moments by. Whatever I share here may or may not make much sense to you, and that's just the beauty of what I'm talking about. Life has a purpose, but that purpose might not be understood to you till a much later moment or period of your time spent on earth. Not everyone likes to take time off from their daily chores to spend some time with themselves. The habit of spending time with oneself is often considered to be boring. Many even look at it as an activity that lonely people spend time in. After all, how can one spend time with others when they have no one to spend time with? I am lonely. There, I said it. I am the loneliest guy on the planet. And if there's someone else out there who's as lonely as I am, then you should probably introduce me to them as soon as you deem fit. Loneliness comes naturally to me. After all, I sit here for so many hours trying my best to communicate with total strangers and then end up calling them my close friends. You probably will think that I'm insane. How can I call you a close friend when I haven't even met you in person? That's why I decided to come clean inside my Central Park. I am the loneliest guy alive. Maybe saying this will help you see me for what I really am. A lonely soul in a land full of busy people. Yes, you are busy. Very busy. You love so much. You have so much to do. You have to do your daily chores, odd jobs, go to work or your school, college, and then come back to spend time with your friends on your smartphone. Life's rather hectic and there's not even enough time for you to eat your meals properly. You are busy, you have loads to do, and by some chance or luck, you managed to find my Central Park. Maybe one of your friends told you about me. Now you find yourself listening and wondering what's so damn special about Savio DSilva for your friends to send you here in the first place. It's hard for me to explain myself because it's hard for me to dance when both my legs are chained together. The dance that I'm talking about here are the twists and turns such as this one. I twist, then I turn, then I twist some more and more, then I turn around and hit you with a crazy dance move that's so weird and different that you have never ever seen something quite like it before. Welcome to Central Park once again. You will be finding all this quite amusing right now. After all, you like being entertained. Who doesn't? There's always room for another joker in the land full of clowns. Want to know something that will make almost anyone laugh at you? Well, then just tell them about your future goals. Making my own decisions has always helped me along the way. It's rather ignorant or foolish for anyone to make up their minds based purely on what others decide for them. Cherries, strawberries, and other similar berries are wonderful fruits to relish during the spring and summer months. It is amazing how nice it feels just biting into those tiny little fruits a few times during the day. Another set of musings coming your way. You didn't quite expect it so soon, did you? Especially since I've been speaking from the top of my head for a long time now. It's pointless making 10-year goals in your personal life since most people cannot see 10 days into the future. So how on earth can we manage to see 10 whole years ahead? Living a life without close friends and loved ones is like having a huge barn without a single horse or any other animal living inside it. Friends and those that we care about are the people that help complete us. Of course, let's not forget the most important person of all, your best friend, you. A person who really wants to know more and more in this lifetime travels the world as much as possible while the ignorant ones sit tight in one place for far too long. It amuses people like me how millions of ignorant fools spend so much of their daily time on social apps since almost every single one of them is someone who is restricting himself or herself by sticking to a tiny little corner of the World Wide Web. Yes, I'm sure that you can learn a lot on one particular app, but wasting your life away on just sticking to one corner of the web where on most days you don't actually learn anything new or interesting is very much like a sin in my mind. A fish has scales, and almost anything that has scales and lives in water is considered a sea creature. People who spend almost all their free time on social apps are those who are fast becoming creatures that are close to extinction. The whole world lies in front of us, but yet most of us choose to sit tight in front of our gadget screens, our TVs, our computer, our smartphones, and while away our lives without truly enjoying it. A life lived inside a cave is like being a fish stuck inside a little tank of water. You can exit the cave and roam around the world, but you still choose to be stuck inside. You can see what happens in such cases just by trapping a few flies inside a glass jar. What happens to the flies trapped inside? They hit their heads against the walls of the jar a few times and then just give up and die inside the jar a few moments later. The living dead is a race of human beings who account to almost 90% of the human race. These are people who just wander aimlessly through life without seeing much, doing much, or living their lives purposefully. A purposeful life is one where we are happy, comfortable, relaxed, and truly satisfied with the way we live each day. Unfortunately, we stop ourselves from living a great life by forcing our bodies and minds to stay put in front of gadget screens. You can easily see the results of social media influence in today's world by visiting a neighborhood coffee shop. You just look around inside and you will find that hardly anyone there is carrying on a long conversation with each other because they are so damn busy with doing other things at that time. Checking your email, reading your news feeds, or browsing the walls of the social app you frequent becomes more important than carrying on a real-life conversation with people in the real world offline. It amazes me how shallow and restricted the minds are of those people who are addicts to social apps and certain forms of mass media. It's almost impossible for these guys to carry on a normal conversation with you for over 15 minutes without being disturbed by a gadget or gizmo that they carry along. The knowledge of the world and information about things happening around us is fairly limited today. We seem to know practically nothing about the world we live in. Ask people questions about the news today and they don't really know how to express themselves well in words, even if they heard about that particular news story. It's quite pathetic, really. 10,000 people put together could build another Taj Mahal in any country of the world, but only one woman is required to start a home and a family. The importance of a mother in our lives cannot be ignored. The selling of art requires the artist to know the art of selling. Most artists are unable to make a decent living because they have not mastered the art of selling their art to others. What use is a beautiful painting that lies solely in the home of the painter, never to reach the walls of an art lover? Just thinking about something does not mean that you know about that something. A good understanding of what you've been thinking about makes a lot more sense. It's wise to go on a long journey along with a talkative friend and a good listener, since experiences mean a lot more when discussed or spoken about along with someone who can listen to what you have to say and contribute their own side of things as well. An equation that is unbalanced forever remains a problem until someone comes along and figures out how to balance it. Life is a true blessing in disguise. Just being alive right now is truly a miracle, since millions die inside their mother's womb and several more die during the first few years of their lives on this planet. Life is not something to be taken lightly, even though most people do take it lightly. One should make the most of life. Who is the one? What happened to you and me? The music plays hauntingly in the somber background of your cool bedroom. My words travel thousands of miles to enter your minds and sit there for as long as you allow it to occupy the prime real estate of your brain. Then you can walk away without a worry. No concern for me or what I have shared, taking all pains. The numerous little paragraphs shared inside the series of musings does not matter to you anymore. The world is the biggest library that we know about, the oyster of our thoughts in the ocean of papers and bytes, all interwoven into a gigantic spider's web, making it absolutely difficult to comprehend which little slice of life to carve out from its body to find the way forward. We spend endless hours walking through the darkness of our chaotic dreams in the hope of someday finding the light. The sleepless days lead us to a confusing territory that wasn't of our demand nor design, but yet it sits there as a golden chariot in the sunshine of our days. The horses are ready to gallop into the center of the universe. Just the right one to guide them towards the right piece of land is what is needed right now. Therein lies the main and titanic problem of them all. Who shall guide them forward? Even a little snow falling down outside on a winter night shall cause a lot of work to accumulate for the one that shovels it away tomorrow morning. A little stream flowing down a slope gathers more and more momentum, causing a raging waterfall to burst its way out of the edge of the mountain on a fine monsoon day. Tiny little habits done each day for many days cause gigantic things to create itself when one is sure about what they wish to create in the first place. Not knowing one's purpose, which direction one wants to go, what one wants to do with their daily time is what causes the endless roaming without periods of silent rest. No serenity of peace and all noise in our silence. Even noise is music to our ears when we meditate. But how can we enter the temple of serenity when we cannot even find the door to walk through? After hours and hours of rain comes clear sunny weather in our towns and villages. The earth smells nice. The path across the fields suddenly seems like a joyride. A hungry person will love even a piece of bread thrown at him. A glass of water will serve no purpose when all one wants is something to eat. The creatures that fly high up in the sky will always come back on another day to harass the hell out of you just because they can fly. Another deep thought that appears not to make sense on the first listen. Spend time in listening to my somber musings inside Central Park once again. It will certainly help drive home the wise messages and silly rants of a crazy old man into the open minds that listen to this. A doctor can be pretty helpful when you suffer from physical pain or some mysterious ailment. Any medic worth his or her title will help you ease your headaches for a few days. A fish that is swimming in the wide open waters of the sea should not be sold off to a hungry man waiting for his supper. Little joys are always great to experience when they happen so often. Living a life full of tiny doses of happiness is an awesome thing. Relishing my next cup of fine Darjeeling tea for the moment, the yummy mixture of milk and water infused with Darjeeling tea leaves is too hard to resist. You cannot catch a bird that flies in the sky just by resting under the shade of the large banyan tree. Efforts and tiny steps must be taken in the direction of one's dreams. I didn't quite understand why a bird in our hands is supposed to be much better than having two of them in the bush. For what if the bush is in my possession already? There is a different and unique way of looking at every single aspect of our lives. Do not walk the tightrope without a long stick to balance your body's weight, for you shall end up falling no matter how well balanced you are. You will always see a tightrope walking expert holding a long stick in the air while they carefully move forward step by step by step. Life means much more than the work that we do. The career we spend so much time is a tightrope, and the stick that actually prevents us from falling into the dark hole below is the other area of our lives. Proper balance in one's life is the key to living a truly satisfying one. For even if our little finger gets cut, the rest of our being shall also feel the pain inside. The whole is always more than the sum of the parts, and it is usually in our best interest to keep each of the parts well oiled and fully functioning. Focus too much on one part and you neglect several others. It is common to see successful people live miserable and unhappy lives. What use is success in the office when you are a failure as a parent and a spouse? It is not that we own our lives. It is God that has gifted it to us for our safekeeping until we return to His home in the sky. A miser always believes that he owns all the wealth inside his home, but rather it is the money and jewels that own him. There are a few random things in the world that cannot be hidden too easily. Some of these things are objects like cash and smoke, emotions like love and sorrow, and diseases such as coughing and sneezing. But there is another emotion that people seem to be hiding pretty well these days, and this emotion is happiness. Maybe people just aren't as happy as they used to be, or perhaps showing that one is joyful might trigger jealousy in the neighbor's eye. Who knows why everyone is unhappy? Yes, there is a lot of happiness shown on social media, but it is fake happiness. The random musings before you today inside Central Park shows the importance of focus and discipline. Digging holes in our hearts and stuffing all our positive emotions inside is becoming quite an annoying little habit. We wear masks all the time, different ones for each of our friends and cute ones for those special people in our lives. Playing games has become part of our personality, and we refuse to give up until we fall flat on our faces 1,001 times. Let go of your wants and the objects that you desire shall fall right into your arms. The infamous law of attraction is in operation in a really twisted way here. Displacing the mosquito, squeezing the blood out of the hand of your enemy isn't your concern, but it's worth it to be nice and say that the little insect is making hay while the one you dislike calmly ignores the blood squeezing process. A race of any kind is not about hasting your way till the finish line, for the sweet taste of haste will undoubtedly lead you to falling down before touching the finishing line. Start off with a great burst of energy, but pace yourself in a way that you can enjoy life's attractions along the way till the funeral pyre. Drinking wine is enormously good for our health. A glass or two can usually liven up our evenings while pumping some good things into your system. But gobbling down a few more glasses will ensure a drunken night and a stiff hangover the next morning. There are many cures for hangovers, but the one that usually works the best is not drinking to get drunk in the first place. Lift your glasses to the skies and drink to make merry, but stop the gulping down of liquor when you feel that your feet aren't completely in your control. Doing anything in extremes leads to a great shortening of your lifespan. Do everything in moderation. Don't overdo a thing, and the good life shall open up and welcome you in its arms. An ignorant and stupid person can create havoc inside the minds of a dozen wise men simply by asking 100 silly questions that none of them can answer. It's been a great start to my adventure. Life's just begun here, a new day yet again, and I'm happy that so many of my friends and loyal listeners have come along to spend some time listening to what I share. It's time to enjoy a brief period of rest and conversation with my little family. If the one above is willing, then I shall return soon enough to make your day. You are the wind beneath my wings as I fly through this mighty space in the clouds. Thank you for believing. On close scrutiny, most of us have some flaws, and some of us have many flaws. Does it really matter how many flaws we have or don't have? I think not. Focus instead on living an enjoyable life, and eternal happiness shall always be yours. When we judge others, we are actually wasting a lot of our free time. Time is a priceless commodity which once wasted shall never be yours to use ever again. Think about it. Is spending time judging other people actually worth it? Of course not. Is it worth judging yourself? Of course not. Instead, spend your time on being busy doing the things that you love. The ocean waters are so beautiful and blue on most days of the year, but we cannot lie down on the surface no matter how beautiful the surface appears to be. Getting busy making plans for your future Well, let me tell you right now that life is actually what takes place while you are so busy making those plans for your future. Live in the now. Do not waste the present moment dreaming or thinking about the future ones that haven't yet arrived. A secret to being welcome wherever you wish to go is to speak very little while you are around others and listen a lot to what they have to say. More doors will open to you than you can imagine if you only follow the little piece of advice that I just gave you. Putting food on the table, paying the bills, a roof over our heads, decent clothes to wear, clean water, and people we love who also love us back are all that we normally need for a great life. Do not go chasing massive dreams when all you need to live a great life is what I mentioned before this line. A solemn day it was for most of us. No work, just focused on self-reflection, praying and meditation inside our Central Park. It's good to be back here, sitting in front of you inside your mind's eye, sharing these little pieces of content that you can listen to anytime that you feel like. Working or having a career is always important to keep most of us busy. Everyone works, everyone studies, everyone does something or the other. Even animals and birds work. But when you work so hard that you seemingly neglect to spend time on other major areas of your life, well then, that's not a wise thing to do. Don't forget to live. Breathe easy. Live life in the slow lane. Don't compete with others. Everyone should make it. Live your dreams. Spend ample time with your loved ones. Relax a lot more. Have a few hobbies. Rest and recreation are of utmost importance. Do not forget to live in the now. No retakes when you die. You ain't ever going to come back this way again. There's a lot more to life than work, work and work. Hopefully you get the central idea of Central Park. It's your choice whether you take my suggestions seriously. But let me end this volume by saying that recreation, happiness, relaxation and love are the most important aspects of a human being's life. Once you make enough money to pay the bills, then focus all your efforts on living the good life. There is no end to life. Death is but a phase of the end of our time on earth. We then move into a whole new world and enter a much higher state of consciousness. We leave behind the physical aspects of our beings, thus shedding the extra weight we were carrying during our time period on this planet. Do not fear death. Live life more fully. Happiness is lurking everywhere. It's for you to see the blue roses in the fields around you. Live not a life where joy, relaxation and stillness don't knock on your doors every day. Go forth now with pleasure in your heart and joy inside your mind. But take a few steps back before you leap, for the longest jump is taken when you have done just this. Life is a large field of flowers with the blue skies above and the sun still shining. Don't spend all your time resting under the shade of the tree. Rest is of great importance, but don't let your life pass you by in the process of relaxation. Great times lie ahead for you and me. Our friendship shall grow deeper and the bonds between us shall hang like tight ropes in the sky. Let us explore the planet together, recreate our lives, starting from where we began, living it fully, purpose in our stride. The future holds great promise when the present is lived with joy. I am in an interesting mood right now. The words are flowing off the top of my head and some of the words are directly coming from within my soul. The pieces of information that are being shared might not entertain you, but it is sure to interest you if you choose to spend a few moments of silence in trying to understand exactly what they mean. Fitting pieces of the puzzle together is the most important task when it comes to solving a puzzle inside Central Park. What starts out as a puzzle starts making sense only once you have taken a few steps forward towards solving it. The purpose of a seed is to turn into a being, whether it's a human being, a plant or a tree or any other living being that exists in this universe. Every year, hundreds of new plant and animal species are discovered somewhere in the world for the very first time. Most of the world is filled with water, which still needs to be discovered slowly. Even the lands have not all been covered or explored as yet. There are millions of acres that still haven't been explored by a single human being ever. And if they have, then perhaps the species loved it so much that he or she did not choose to share it with anyone else. What use is information until it is shared? Not much. Just like an artist needs to master the art of selling to make a decent living, an audiobook creator like me needs to know how to market my content to the masses out there. I cannot just love creating Central Park and making audiobook after audiobook and expect to make a living out of it. It is important that I know how to market and sell my content to others. I must know how to sell the messages to you. I don't claim to be the god of marketing and sales, but I do know how to sell. I know that there's a big difference between marketing and sales, and importantly, I know what most of these differences are. I sit here and share bits and pieces of information with you, not just because I love to, but because I make a decent living thanks to the way I word my lines inside Central Park. Speaking and sharing my knowledge has helped channel my thoughts a lot better. I am more focused in almost everything that I do because I speak. My tremendous focus has helped me put good food on the table every single day. Focus helps people excel. A focused mind is a powerful tool inside the head of the laziest soul on this planet. I've been observing the drastic drop in the knowledge of the millennial crowd for the last few years now. I've trained thousands of youngsters who cannot speak confidently with others nor carry a proper conversation about things in general for more than 15 minutes at a time. Usually, most of them are so bored with their lives that they would much rather jump into the Arabian Sea than sit in front of me at a coffee shop or in a classroom carrying on a lengthy conversation on any topic under the sun. It's time to change things and make lives a bit better. Cut down on the amount of time that you spend on social media and your smartphones. Spend more time on living a comfortable, relaxing and happy life every single day. Stop wasting your time going through the same timelines, news feeds, inboxes, wall posts, pictures, videos, etc. so many times. Restrict and limit your smartphone and social app usage to just a couple of hours each day and then lower it down to an hour after a month or so. You will soon discover what you've been missing by living your life trapped inside the social media web. Live your life more fully and experience what it is to live a truly enjoyable, interesting, wonderful, relaxed and comfortable life. The day you can carry a conversation or talk about things for more than 15 minutes at a time without being distracted by anything else is the day that you shall be free. The day you open up your heart, reveal your soul and let the beautiful world around cause mirages in your mind is when you shall truly taste freedom. For me, Central Park is pretty special. It's my sacred space, a place I come to whenever I need a friend to talk to, like today, for example. I cannot go around beating my own backside when the bottoms aren't paining. I sit here for hours so that I can win you over, be your eternal friend, to stick with you till the day you die, and perhaps if I'm lucky to be with your children and theirs as well. I am indeed immortal. You might think I'm lazy since I have nothing better to do than ramble on about how much I need you here, but the fact of the matter is that there's a huge difference between being lazy and doing something during one's leisure time. I hold great power in my words right now. My words are able to forge bonds with you, even if you are a teen in London or a 70-year-old woman living somewhere in California. You are getting hooked to the words that I speak, even though you evidently do not understand much of it. You wonder what special powers I have now since you have listened to the last few lines ever so closely. You just didn't press pause or the stop button and leave for the exit door. And if you did, then you would probably miss out on something rather important in the next few stanzas. Yes, this is important. I am lonely and I desperately need a listener to console, support and comfort me right now. You are a good human being and a smart one at that. You probably know by now that perhaps that this fat, ugly jerk sitting there recording these long posts isn't that dumb after all. The subliminal messages are starting to get to you and you are now searching for your soul like you never did before. It's crazy that you're losing control of the moment and letting yourself listen to every word that I'm speaking right now. You want to stop listening, but you are not in the mood to leave. It's like we are both giving each other a nice tight hug on a chilly winter's night. It's like we are getting ever so close with each passing moment. Does not make much sense, I know. This is crazy. You know what I'm saying here is utter rubbish, but still you want to be there till the very end. I know something deep about you though, and that is that you are capable of giving a great amount of time to your friends and those whom you care about. You love being around people and being part of a closely knit group of souls. You might not have yet found such a closely knit circle of friends and family just yet, but deep down inside, your soul searches for that special someone who will brighten up your day and make you feel so good inside just by being around you. Even in the absence, you think about them and it makes you feel so good. You miss them definitely and you would love for them to be with you throughout the day and even the night. But the fact is that you are a smart one. You know that if you hold them too tightly, then the relationship that you both have will suffocate and they will probably wither away and die. Human beings are mortal, but messages and other works of art are not. This is a fact of nature. No one would have known about a single god and their sons had it not been for the immortality of words, pictures, videos, and the circle of life itself. Water cannot be mixed with pure cow's milk, but it's still done every day in every single town and village in this part of the world. A revolution is currently underway where a lot of water and milk are being mixed and the current millennial generation is being served it for breakfast and tea. This paragraph might not make much sense to you right now, but it will automatically sink in to your memory and the light of day will shine on you when it really needs to, perhaps while you enjoy a cup of milk. It's important to beware of what my words say because a lot of truth and great deal of insightful wisdom passes in between these lines inside Central Park. The secret to living a great life is not in fearing the end of life. It's that simple. We can all live a much more fulfilling and satisfying life when we are aware of this fact. Do not fear death. It's a well-known fact that every mountain in this universe has its share of wildcats that roam it during the day and wolves that stroll around howling during the night. It's not possible to live our lives without our fair share of bitter experiences and sad moments. Most experiences and moments could actually be turned into happier and satisfying ones simply by focusing on the mountain itself and not the leopards and wolves that roam inside. A bit too much to digest perhaps inside this volume of Central Park. My outpourings of senseless wisdom on another dark night in my home in Mumbai. Feeling lonely but coming through strongly on each line. A job that needs to be done and I'm the one who loves doing it. So I'll allow you to let the words sink in to your open soul while I grab myself something to eat on a wonderful day here inside my Central Park. Enjoying the sight of the Arabian Sea in the distance, just resting here inside my bedroom, standing by the window, feeling the breeze caressing my face, a surge of blissfulness being joyously experienced on this relaxing weekday in this big town. Instinctively switched to my favorite music album, sipping my cup of fine Darjeeling tea. I have made myself a lazy guinea pig this season, openly docile and forever lazing around, welcoming the joys of the seasons through my open window. Soothing amusement being thrown towards me, the lyrics of the song being forgotten, just whistling the tune. The birds seem to be chirping along with me, hungry to listen to the sounds of nature now. Switch from rock to new age music. Buddha Ba plays their calming sounds on this relatively tranquil day inside Central Park. Basking under the shade of the roof, laying down on my armchair, surfing the web on my laptop, aimlessly browsing my favorite news feed. Don't seem to be paying much attention. Purely focusing on sharing these words with you. Feels like I'm on an indoor exploration of the outdoor world while munching on a plantain, resting in my Bermuda shorts. The piano playing in the background is starting to haunt me during this moment. Enjoying the moment as well, for this too shall pass. I cannot worry about yester moment. The welcoming landscape stretches out in front of my sleepy eyes. The French windows are wide open, inviting the soothing breeze inside my humble abode. The kids run into my room, give me a tight hug and run around for a while. Then their chuckles and footsteps quickly vanished into the air as they run out my bedroom once again. Enrolled into nature's own polytechnic, distance education of the true kind, lazing around in my favorite room, listening to the birds in the trees chirping and singing. They seem to be enjoying the Buddha almost as much as I do. The hum of the breeze whistles out softly to me. The stillness of the environment is captivating you now as I stand here by the window sharing this moment of inspiration which is going to come and go. I am easily distracted by the natural surroundings that God has blessed me with. The magnolias seem to be shaking a leg down in my garden below. The beauty of Mother Nature is on display all around us. It's a wonder that it's all free. The prolonged hypnosis continues as I slip into a state of restful sleep, trying to keep my eyes wide open so that I can complete this recording. Don't know if others will see things the way I share them here. My descriptive prose ain't poetic to many listeners. Who cares anyway? Life's so terrific. Nothing to do or anything to worry about. Mother Nature to keep me company. The time has come for me to enjoy a brief siesta in the lap of the beautiful world around me. By the way, loneliness is a wonderful thing. Do not be afraid of being alone in the woods of life or experiencing sheer loneliness when you are in a crowd. The voice of the breeze can only be heard when you are by the sea or on top of the mountain. Perhaps it's time you stop struggling with the inability of feeling the wind when you are stuck in the center of your world. The breeze is here for you if you want to experience what it wants to share with you. You can stand still and it will touch you, but there is still some way for you to go before you get till your mountain top inside the Central Park. Milk and water still don't mix inside Central Park. Most of us live our lives without treasuring our personal spaces. We refuse to lose ourselves in the moment and we insist on living our days in a chaotic world outside. Perhaps it is time to let yourself wander, allow your mind to rest and let your soul speak to you. Perhaps then you will discover your Central Park today or in the very near future. Sometimes we tend to forget that we are human beings and must live our lives in the way humans should be living them. We are not meant to work hard like dogs, nor designed to be race horses which are betted upon every single Sunday at the Mahalakshmi race course. But in fact, we are created to celebrate a little time here in this world so that when it is time to leave, we can do so without any regrets. Fortunate are those that die with a smile on their faces, since they have enjoyed their days on earth so much and fulfilled God's plan for them. There are many spiritual gurus and so-called leaders who will tell you that life is all about spreading God's words and passing on his or her messages across the borders. However, that is not our purpose. It might be their purpose. Living a terrific life itself is your main purpose and mine too. If God helps us achieve our purpose, then we should and must spend more time with God. Too often we spend most of our days working and studying from morning to late evening, thinking that we are designed to do that for most of our lives. Well, we aren't, and it is sad that many people live their lives in a mechanical world where pure emotions of love, joy and peace are thrown out the window. We often think that we are doing our loved ones a favor by working hard to earn money and meet the family needs. We are just making excuses here. There must be a strong balance between your time away from your family and the actual time you spend with them. If you have been away for long periods of time, then please start making up for it right now. Spending time with those you love should be your main vocation, however difficult it might be to do so. Yes, there may be times when those close to you don't understand why you are always around, or maybe they might compare you with their friends or their neighbors. But it is important that you understand that you being there with those closest to you is actually what living a great life is all about. My words get the better of me at such times. I tend to go overboard and my eyes find tears falling down my cheeks. I start lecturing you about how you should be living your life when in all honesty, I might be not following everything that I preach inside Central Park. Yes, I admit it. There are times when I wish I could have been more like other men out there. I think about how it must feel to work from 9 a.m. to 8 p.m. for 5 to 6 days of the week. And I wonder what it must feel like to be away from my loved ones for more than 12 hours of each day. But I just cannot imagine how it must feel since I have been very much with my loved ones for every single day of my life during the past decade. Yes, once again, there have been a few months that I was out of town and a few days here and there where I was out socializing or on a brief vacation with my close friends. But in the last 10 years, I can proudly say that I've spent most of my time with my nearest and dearest ones. I might be missing out on late nights with the guys, weekend breaks with my close friends, spending loads of times inside classrooms and coffee shops, etc. But for me, nothing else matters more than being able to see my wife's and son's face each morning, noon, evening, and night. Some of you might think that I'm obsessed with my loved ones, or I might be faking my emotions here. But then I wouldn't mind being called obsessed or a faker, since for me, being obsessed about my wife and kid is more important than spending time away from them. I don't know though, things might change tomorrow. The world is playing mean tricks on our minds and making it sound like we are losers, lazy people, or plain failures by choosing to live a simple life like the one I'm living right now. I will look into that moment when it arrives. But for now, the time I enjoy with my family cannot be bought in a shop anywhere. I myself have to wake up each morning and enjoy those wakeful hours that lay ahead. The movie 50 First Dates shows what I'm sharing with you here a lot better. It shows how a guy, played by Adam Sandler, pretends it is the first time that he is meeting his girlfriend, played by Drew Barrymore, every single day because she suffers from some kind of memory loss, wherein she loses her recent memories every single night when she goes to sleep. So the next day, he has to pretend to get to know her all over again. Long story short, I want to live my life the same way as he does. I cannot imagine that only one day is Christmas and one day of the entire year is mine or my wife's or my son's birthdays. For me, every single day is a birthday and Christmas. We cannot exist in the real world without loving those that we care about. I choose to live in a real world rather than a concrete universe built entirely by greedy human beings looking to make quick bucks at the expense of those that fall prey to their fake ideologies and thinking patterns. It's taking me a long time to connect with my soul right now. Too many distractions, and even with my years of experience in speaking, it's proving to be a bit difficult to focus on nothing. Perhaps it's time to take a little break. Not many people know that discipline means to teach, and it's a word often confused with so many other things. Relaxing with myself, looking blankly outside the large open window, and laying down restfully on my armchair while listening to my favorite instrumental music playing on the rechargeable speakers. The delightful chirping sounds of the sparrows and the pigeons that live around our home are showing me the true path towards a higher life. Luxuries for me are things like a clean, peaceful and loving home to call my own. Stuff like loads of cash don't excite me anymore. What I treasure most are those pleasant hours that stretch before me in the now. The present moment is so enthralling and wonderful that I don't want to move on right now. Closing my eyes, slipping into a silent nap, the soft music continues to play in the background. The nothingness of this beautiful moment shall continue in my dreams inside Central Park. There is no rush to wake up, neither any haste for the next moment to arrive. I am in love with the dreamy portion of my day that slowly moves forward like the gentle summer's breeze that blows through the open window. Stuck in the middle of nothing, pleasure-seeking days are over. Now's the tomorrow for me. My destination is already within the palm of my hand. The beauty of the natural surroundings enthrall me as my restful sleep turns into my daytime fantasy. Beautiful words capture my heart's interest. Amazing scenery inspires me to live life to the fullest, and the painted landscape of my reality helps me enjoy the present moments with bundles of inner joy and serenity. The world that was made for us by God above is ours for free. Seeking a slice of Mother Nature is my soul's deepest quest. Finding it in abundance around my humble abode is what makes living each day so worthwhile. The gravity of the situation is pleasant and blissful. Relaxing in my bedroom while the minutes pass by is what I've always wanted my days to be filled with. I don't care if I die this evening, for my life has been a wonderful journey. There have been many sad moments along the way, but those were just to help me realize the real value of everything else that happens the remainder of the time. Breathing deeply aids my senses to relax a lot more. Attaining nirvana isn't on my cards in the near future, but it sure feels like I've reached a higher level of consciousness while living my life in the slow and relaxed lane of the now. Here's hoping that all living creatures throughout the world can see eye to eye and enjoy pleasurable moments of goodness face to face. Socializing ain't about dancing, taking selfies, women, men, and alcohol. Rather, it is about living the life in the laps of Mother Nature and focusing on enjoying the present moment that currently passes us by. For the world is our garden, the birds are our friends, the breeze is our soulmate, and the restful hours of this moment should be best enjoyed by sleeping or relaxing by the blissful forces of Mother Nature. Colors don't seem to matter in the world of cows, and whether the animal is black, brown or white doesn't matter since the milk that it gives is always white in color. But in the human race, colors matter so much, and almost everywhere you go, one can see that a person's skin color is always considered, even though it's rarely mentioned openly. A lot of patience is required to focus upon our third eye. It's like me trying to milk a lioness right now. It seems a rather difficult task, but someone's got to do it. So why not me? I find myself staring at the blue sky above, not a single cloud in sight. Another pleasant and beautiful day. The entire day lies before me. Live life like a slow long distance train. A train that goes from station to station as it makes its way through beautiful cities, villages, towns and many other scenic routes. A long distance slow train starts from the main station in a big city, then it quickly moves out of the city and into the lush green surroundings of the villages and smaller towns. Along the way, several stops are made and luxury trains tend to even allow passengers to alight for the entire day so as to move around and see the place that they have stopped at, sort of like a cruise ship. Trains have always been an important subject of interest ever since the steam engine was invented. People just love seeing trains go by scenic routes, and children just love being inside them. Many hundreds of movies have shot several scenes on trains and shown us beautiful landscapes in the theatre or on our own TVs at home. The railways always tend to make us feel lighter, happier and wonderful, especially when we find ourselves travelling along a scenic route for hours on end. Going through tunnels is a fascinating experience by itself. Simply chugging through a long channel in the dark is an amazing experience, especially during the monsoons. We can live our own lives like these long distance trains do. Our lives are like the trains, and the starting point is our birth, while the final destination is our demise. Moving from stop to stop and station to station is what all our life's most treasured moments are. We are the train itself, and the tracks that join our days from start to end are the dotted moments and experiences that come through the entire journey of our lives. You can stop and enjoy the beauty around you whenever you wish to. You can pause and take a leisurely break anytime that you feel like. You can meet several new people along the way as strangers and friends come and go at every station of your life. Please don't be an express train though. Those that run through their lives without stopping and enjoying the wonderful moments that life has to offer usually get to their final destination much faster than everyone else does. You don't want to end up at your final destination too soon. Express trains live their lives in the fast lane, and the people that live their lives in the express lanes die without really enjoying every step of the way. Pause a lot, take leisurely breaks, recharge yourself, enjoy the comfortable life. After all, this is what life is truly all about. Design your present journey in such a way that you can extract maximum satisfaction, joy and comfort out of the same. Living your life in any other way is futile and pointless. A long distance train you are. You wind down hills and go through valleys. You pass through lakes and go through long tunnels. And your entire life should be lived by focusing on one lap of the journey at a time. Be a train that goes from one station to another as slowly and leisurely as possible. There is no real hurry to arrive. Neither is there a need to rush through like an express train. Live each day in such a way that your journey is thoroughly enjoyable, pleasurable, satisfying and relaxing. Life should not be lived any other way than this. My train is about to soon take off in another direction, inside Central Park. Relaxing near the window, listening to some pop music for a change. An upbeat mood rises, wondering where this is going to take me. It's the time for vacations and the house is full of people. The sounds of laughter and chatter fill up the air. I really love my life. So little work to do, so much fun to have. Hobbies fill up the evenings. Music enters our ears all day and night. We carry a song upon our lips and no burden on our shoulders. The pigeons are busy building their nest in the trees opposite our windows. The many branches of the large banyan trees give them enough room to build their future homes. just feeling blissful and happy watching the world go by. Days seem so short right now, even though they are much longer than the longest days in the winter months. Good times pass by so quickly. Happiness today matters most of all. The kids running around the house, screaming and laughing. The lunch being cooked on the stove. A cold glass of Mosambi juice has been served to us. Now the sips of this fresh healthy fruit shall be relished by each one of us. We sit here sharing musings about this wonderful moment. A human being cannot have grey eyes. This is a fact that I read about a few minutes ago. But it seems like there are a few people who do have eyes that seem to be grey in color. When you are unable to find peace within you, it's most difficult to find it in the outside world. The simple act of sitting down or laying in silence helps you find peace and relaxation. It's when things happen to someone else that we find it funny. But when those very things happen to us, then it's not so funny. The hour passed by ever so slowly inside this particular volume of Central Park. Didn't have much to do, and perhaps my idle mind made me feel a tad bored. The power nap didn't help much apart from making me feel a whole lot lazier. My break time is fast approaching. The smell of the cake baking inside the oven is causing me to hurry up with recording these last few lines. The sun shall set an hour later. The children are playing in the park below. Pigeons enjoying their evening feed. The people have been generous to them today. Full bowls of wheat grains for them to feast on. Sometimes our facial expressions can explain things more elaborately than our words can do. A careful study of another person's body language shall tell you more than the words that they cannot express. You may try to force someone to do something such as falling asleep, but the individual may close their eyes, probably not falling asleep until they themselves want to. You cannot force someone to do something. Similarly, like I cannot force myself to keep recording this particular volume of Central Park. A break awaits me right now. See you on the other side. It's a beautiful day right now. The flowers in the garden are in full bloom. The leaves are the brightest shade of green. The sea breeze blows through the branches of the trees and straight into the open window. There has been so much happening around us during the last few days that it sometimes becomes a bit difficult to realize just how spectacular and wonderful the world around us truly is. Taking a break ever so often is the need of the hour as we ramble on in this crazy and chaotic world. So many times we are stuck, feeling lost and confused, don't know what to do, which way to go, and it is during such times that it becomes fairly important that we slow down and take a long break. A break is the true medicine of this century, the cure for most stress and negativity of modern life. For just taking a breather helps us relax and cool down, gives us the pit stop that we need to recharge our batteries and carry on living our daily lives in this fast-paced world. What is the point of working hard and being so busy with the mundane chaos of our lives when we cannot find the time to relax and enjoy the present moments? Live life in the slow lane. Don't let the world pass you by so quickly, for death shall knock on your door when you least expect it to, and you shouldn't die with regrets of not having lived your life more happily. Relaxation is of great significance in the modern world. More than 90% of the world's population is estimated to be unhappy, depressed, negative, lonely and stressed for most of the time. People worry so many times a day. Everyone's running from pillar to post. The rat race is happening and we are flung bang in the center of it. Unfortunately, we fail to realize that we are not rats. The lines that came before this clearly shows how important focus is. Central Park has certainly opened up your eyes and allowed you to stop and think about who will cry when you die. I created a short story over 15 years ago that gave us insight into the life of a guy named Jack who lived in Boston during the times of the Great Economic Depression. He was so popular that he had thousands of friends during his lifetime. When he died, over 50,000 people attended his funeral, and my story ends by sharing a significant set of morals. The smart ones cannot love, and those who are madly in love cannot be smart. The randomness and wise stuff is starting to flow now. Don't you dare kick a sleeping cat or dog, as they can sense that someone did so and will curse you for it for generations later. A log that falls into a raging river can never turn into a crocodile, no matter how long it lays there rotting. Beware of still waters though, the hungry crocodiles lurk underneath. Had human beings had teeth made of platinum, then we could easily bite into the toughest foods such as coconuts without having to cut them open. In life, we must live each day as if the day were made just for us. In doing so, we actually help create a day entirely for ourselves. Some of us tend to show off in front of strangers and the new friends that we make. It would be wise for you not to put on your fake acts and your best suit in front of people that you already know. The world is quick to spot your bag of tricks faster than you could have opened them. The greatest writer in the world is the one who knows when to stop writing. Perhaps it's the basic reason why I am unheard of in the history books as yet. For I keep on telling my story, your story, without knowing that the passing minutes have turned into hours only too long ago. All good things come to those who have the patience to snatch it when it finally comes along. Perhaps you shall know the high-handed logic I just shared with you when your hands are open and fingers await the gift that comes along when it's supposed to come along. You wear no watch and I have never worn one. We two are made for each other in this wonderful Central Park. You are humble and divine. You let everything else wait, put your life on hold, and press the pause button on your daily routine just so that you could spend your time listening to me. I take credit when it's due to be taken. Right now, I owe myself a pat on my back, but you can stand up and give it to me as it's best to receive a reward from someone else that matters rather than give one to yourself. The ones who look at their watches are either expecting someone else to join them or are late for an appointment. It's amazing how quickly time passes us by when you're late for a meeting or a date. Even the longest nights end sometime or the other. Every night has its dawn, and every sad soul sings a never-ending love song. I feel the lyrics to a popular song and certainly goofed up on some of the words as I shared them with you over here. Every rose has its thorn for sure. I'm someone who loves sharing and blogging, but even all the love, interest and passion that I have for this vocation cannot get me to come up with high quality work unless I have planned things well, clearly outline the points I want to share with the listeners, and then plant my bottoms onto my chair, focusing solely on transferring those targeted points onto the recording area before me. God has blessed us with an abundance of good times and a strong set of family and close friends that love us. So much to be grateful for, nothing much to moan about. We aren't afraid what the future holds, just going with the flow. Life is best lived in the now, rejoicing the present, focusing on the enduring moment that unfolds as we sit here, whiling the holidays away near the open window. There is so much to be said and so much time to say it in, yet somehow the receiver seems to be in a great hurry to reach the end of this deliberate set of musings I'm throwing across to you on this wonderful day. The light breeze falls on the left side of my face. It feels pleasant and nice. The world goes by ever so slowly. No one's in a hurry in Central Park today. Can see the open sea in the distance. A couple walks hand in hand on the beach. The vastness of the ocean is hypnotizing me. Shall venture off for a while, lay down on my inviting bed. Just another day in paradise. So much to thank God for, and now I'm doing just that. Thank you, God. Thank you so much. Thousands of visitors coming in to download Central Park makes the journey a lot more interesting, though it's not only about reaching the masses that's important here. It's not about how many millions of visitors come in or how much money we end up making. It's mostly to do with living a terrific life for me and for you. I do what I love, and I have always seen that the bills take care of themselves. The money comes in no matter what, and we always have good food on our family table. For me, my work here is not about just planting my ass on the chair and delivering whatever message I want to deliver at this time. My work is about communicating with my soul, entering into the sacred space inside my inner being and sharing the messages that are spoken is what this is all about. People come in to listen not because of the content but because of the messages hidden inside it, if at all that makes any sense to you right now. It is a fact that only your real friends will tell you exactly what they think about you. I am fortunate that so many of my students, clients, listeners and friends are going out of their way to communicate and reach out to me. I still don't know most of my visitors, but over 100 souls have sent in their appreciation and gratitude for the work that I am doing here. This is my work, even though it doesn't seem like I'm actually working. I sit here comfortable and relaxed in a serene and calm state of mind, feeling completely wonderful inside. I just love these moments when I sit and communicate with so many of you through my inner voice. Do not let my loud and hoarse voice fool you even for a moment. I firmly believe that good things happen for a reason. My reason is well known to me, but might not be known to you. So that's why it's important to share this with you today. It may seem interesting to you the way that I've worded all the previous lines. I share highly useful information in the form of random musings that is interesting and enjoyable to listen to, while soon awakening your mind and igniting your soul to the great powers that can be let loose once you discover and use your Central Park on a daily basis. It is evident that bad news of any kind travels the world within a matter of hours in the digital world, but so does good news. I'm happy that some of you have gone out of your way to share the directions to Central Park with your family and close friends. This is what makes this journey even more interesting and purposeful. The large open window is the best gift that I've received when I started living here in this wonderful home. Just being able to look outside all day as I sit here next to the window or lay down relaxing on my bed are the biggest comforts that I can imagine. Life is beautiful. I'm resting most of my time these days since a foot injury is keeping me stationed at a single spot for a few hours at a time, unable to walk freely, thus realizing its importance even more. I love looking out and seeing the beauty of nature surrounding my window like a globe. The color of the leaves has turned yellow and the coconuts growing on the trees outside have ripened. Spring is here in all her glory and summer might just be a few days away. I enjoyed a nice heavy breakfast a bit earlier this morning. Fresh pasta with cheese, a fried egg, toasted bread, butter, jam and a hot cup of coffee lay waiting for me when I woke up. Being injured may hurt my left foot but is doing wonders for the other areas of my life. Seems like everything happens for a definite reason. Too much socializing took up hours of my meditation and prayer time all this month. Now the gods have shown just how powerful they are by putting a complete halt to my social life for as long as I'm recovering from my left foot injury. I have been watching varied movies on TV and listening to some really old music I found just a few days ago. Life's a blessed journey for me right now. I hope that you and other listeners realize and understand how wonderful life can be. It's like life is perfectly balanced out for us as we live it in the now. Simply surrendering to the powers of nature and the gods above will help us live a beautiful and amazing life. Life is unpredictable. We cannot say when it will end, when the roads we go on will bend, or when a horrifying message it will send. We do know how it all starts, and we don't know how we shall depart. Neither do we know when, since death comes all of a sudden. The roads we journey may appear to be dusty, but that's just because our minds are a bit rusty. Seems like I've been rhyming these lines. Must stop. A simple life isn't that difficult to live. Slowing down is of the essence here. Whenever we rush up things, we will soon discover that things are automatically slowed down by outside forces. The balance in our lives is maintained. However, most of us tend to push ourselves to the limits by working long hours and spending less time on other areas of our lives. As a result, we are often hit by an issue of cyclonic proportions. Don't worry, it's just another way of life balancing it all out for you once more. It's certain that you understand most of what I say. That is what thrills me when I sit here by my large bedroom window. I know that I'm conversing with a wise person on the other side, and I know that whatever I share is being heard with the alert and open mind of a friend. I do not create because I have to produce them or to fill in the numerous empty spaces. I create an audiobook like this one because I love communicating with you and sharing pieces of my soul at the same time. The soul may speak the most, and sometimes I speak a hell of a lot too. But overall, a spectacular friendship has been formed with so many of you already. Just a few days ago, a close friend told me how she started spending her free time on meditation instead of being on Twitter and Instagram. She told me how she feels so much more happier after just meditating for an hour each day. Another person whom I don't even know sent in her feedback. She told me how she found my audiobook, the Join the Dots system, to be extremely useful to her in her daily life. She had just broken up with her boyfriend a few days ago and was feeling lonely during the evenings and at night, and listening to that particular audiobook again and again helped her feel less lonely and helped her find a direction in her coming moments. The best part about you being here is that you connect with whatever I am saying, else you probably would have left a long time ago. You seem to understand the kind of effort that I make in creating this Central Park for you, and you have started to value every single word coming out of my mouth. Watching kids play, giggle, run around aimlessly, making faces, being so expressive, and spending most of the time doing absolutely nothing is a genuinely awesome experience to have in the modern world that we live in. Everyone seems to have lost the child inside them. They are far more concerned with getting to work and school on time, worrying about their bosses, worrying about their teachers, their peers, their colleagues. What will they say if they laugh too much and act like a clown in the office and other similar things? People are in the rat race and live their lives in a drab, sad and altogether boring way. There is hardly any time spent on innocent play and being like a kid once again. Adults would rather play tennis or golf over just spending time at home goofing around with the kids. Teenagers these days spend hours online and in front of the TV, but they do not have the time to play simple games like Scrabble or spend time drawing and coloring with other friends. It is no wonder that stress levels are at an all-time high and more people are getting depressed than ever before. It's tough to see an adult laugh much during the entire day. Kids below the age of 8 tend to laugh around 200 times each day, while an adult manages to laugh just 15 times within a 24-hour period, an insane difference of titanic proportions. The worries, tensions and stress of modern day living tends to make most adults feel less inclined to laugh and smile, but this affects the teenagers too. Even teenagers these days don't laugh or spend time in innocent and fun activities. People escape into a horrible world of addictions to sort out their problems, but in doing so they actually cause their lives to become even more miserable. The average human being spends more than 8 hours a day at the office, though there are hundreds of millions of us who work a lot more than 8 hours. Big city folk end up spending their entire days at work. There isn't much time left when one spends all their wakeful time on their careers. We return home exhausted and tired when we push ourselves to the limits. Hard work cripples the fun side of our very beings. We become irritated and agitated when we work too hard. Our stress levels go through the roof when we continue these nasty habits over a prolonged period of time. It is a fact that most adults don't have any constructive hobbies in today's modern, chaotic and busy world. Rest and recreation are ignored since all we do is spend our time awake in getting to the office or school, working in it for 8 hours or more, and then heading back home tired and exhausted late in the evening. There are over 5 million people living in Mumbai who spend 2 hours or more in just getting to the office buildings. A huge amount of our time spent in commuting through and fro. The possibility of spending some of our commuting time in doing something constructive is quite slim. The packed trains, overcrowded buses, and the hectic travel life on the streets of big cities like Mumbai and New York creeps us out. It seems like there is no escaping this material world we have built on our own. But making little changes and modifications to our daily routine is indeed a strong possibility. We might not be able to immediately cut down on our working hours, though I strongly suggest that you try working lesser than 6 hours a day. But we definitely can spend more time on hobbies, rest and recreation. Let's take a little leaf out of the daily habits of most Japanese working people. Most of you might already know what a bustling life there exists in big cities such as Tokyo, but there is a lot more to the hustle and bustle of the Japanese workers than meets the eye. Most companies in Japan and other highly developed countries give their employees long lunch breaks each afternoon. The concept of an afternoon siesta is quite common in many parts of Europe too, though it is in Japan that you get to see it almost everywhere that you go during the afternoons. A long break between 2 to 4 hours gives the working people living in these places a much needed breather from their jobs. They are able to relax and unwind during the afternoon time, even though they are officially still working. These brief rest periods enables the Japanese to give their body the much needed break and relaxation that it needs. It has been measured that workers who take breaks during their work hours are much more productive and effective than those that don't. Another effective way to increase your rest periods during work hours is to follow the Pomodoro technique. In this wonderful time management system, we need to work in short bursts of 15 to 20 minutes followed by a little break of 5 to 10 minutes. Then we take a much longer break after completing 4 to 5 bursts of hard work. It's a simple way to focus more while working and taking small breaks to relax your mind and body in between. Give these methods discussed inside these volumes of Central Park a shot and you will soon find that you are able to rest a lot more without compromising on the amount of work or study that you do. Actually, you might end up becoming a lot more effective at your work than you are right now. By the way, I follow what I preach. I work less than 5 hours each day. The rest of the time I spend relaxing and enjoying with the ones I love and doing the things that I love to do. There is ample time for me to focus on my hobbies and recreational activities too. There isn't a single day in the year where I need to work so hard that I find myself mentally and physically exhausted. For me, rest is a lot more important than work. Perhaps some of my listeners will agree that there is much more to life than whiling away our time in our offices and classrooms. Work is important since it helps pay the bills, but what use is it to work so hard when you are unable to spend quality time with your loved ones and to have hardly any time left over for hobbies, solitude, meditation, mindfulness and recreational activities? Work shouldn't take up your entire day. As a therapist and counselor, I wish to offer you some gentle advice. Live a simple life and enjoy a leisurely lifestyle where you spend most of your time on rest, relaxation and recreation rather than working your heart out at the office or school. Work less, rest more, and you will suddenly see what a wonderful life you've been missing before this. Many young celebrities are addicted to illegal substances and quite a few of them have ruined their lives in the process and even passed away as a result of these addictions. Thousands of distressed and depressed human beings commit suicide every year and it is a worrying factor that the average lifespan of the baby boomers is lesser than what it was just a few generations ago. The only way to solve these pressing and worrying problems is to be innocent and pure once again. Play more, laugh a lot more, have more fun in your daily life. Spend a lot more time on relaxing, enjoying and letting your hair down than you do on watching TV and surfing on your smartphone screens. Be a child once more. It's easy to laugh a lot during the day when you return to your childhood days and spend time playing with the kids, making faces at them and with them. Just plain goofing around and doing all those playful and fun things that you would do when you were an innocent child. If this sounds too difficult to do for you, then make a list of 100 odd things that make you happy, which are in your home and can be done indoors, and schedule some time each day to get your daily dose of pure and innocent happiness. It's really that simple. Those who have minds that are narrow often have the biggest mouths and the broadest tongues on the planet. Everyone has something to say about everything but themselves. Throwing stones at a neighbor's window is much more pleasurable than aiming at our own. Thinking that nobody cares about you or wants you leads to the toughest heart feeling weak and lonely inside. A terrible feeling when one goes through such phases. Possessing the ability to talk too much and listen at the same time is indeed a great talent to possess since it's so difficult to do so. Keeping count of how many years we have shall give us the answer to which skill is more important than the other. Pay attention to your surroundings since it is here that you exist and live every single day. Focus on passing through without causing any disturbance or damage. Environmental protection starts with protecting our immediate environment. It's a beautiful day inside Central Park and life is starting to truly blossom in front of our very eyes. Surrendering ourselves to God and allowing Him the liberty of showing us the way forward has led us to feel a sense of blissful calm and sheer relaxation. Spending time in nature is a great stress buster. In today's world, we all have something that worries us a little. Sometimes we suffer from stress, sometimes from loneliness and boredom. We might even get depressed at times. It is during such periods that we must spend more and more time in the spectacular openness of Mother Nature. Take a break, step outside, go to a park, head off to a mountain destination, relax for a weekend at a beach in Goa, or book a boat ride and sail the backwaters of Kerala. Life happens while you are busy doing something else. For me, my nature trip happens every minute of the day that I am free. I sit here in front of my large bedroom window, experiencing the ultra-soothing sounds of the birds, the lush greenery in the gardens below, and the relaxing creek breeze touching my face and body, the sounds of the raindrops during the monsoons in Mumbai. In front of me lies the dense forest and the sea is on the horizon in the distance. Daydreaming is a habit that I've talked about several times in the past. The purpose of daydreaming is to help you relax and unwind. Living a more comfortable life is more important than life itself. Comfort can come in a variety of packages. Resting, laying down, sleeping, recreation, a laid-back lifestyle and other similar things will normally come to mind when one talks about a comfortable lifestyle. There is an important activity that is normally excluded from this list though, and I'd like to mention it here before it skips my mind altogether. Mindfulness is one of the most comfortable things to do in one's daily routine. The sun is shining once again right now. Never does the sun fail to rise in the morning. I'm sitting here enjoying a chilled glass of my favorite drink, snacking on some nachos, and feeling good this blissful moment. I couldn't have asked for something better. Life is supposed to be easy and smooth. No hurdles should come our way, and those that do should be tackled with ease, poise, and calm. Those who pass by without losing their cool wins the mob that watches them closely. We are always watched. No greater truth shall be passed on to you through these vividly spoken lines than the one that I just said. Close your eyes and dream away like there is nothing else to do. And if you do this well, then you will feel like that you don't want to do anything else after this moment. We have the most powerful mechanism gifted by God inside our being. It's called our dream theater. Inside the space, we can pretty much see anything we want to in the front row seat of our third eye. Some motivational speakers and self-improvement authors claim that you can attract almost anything you want just by keeping images of things that you want in front of you. It is sad that these experts don't seem to ask for better things for themselves. A hammer that is made out of gold can help in bringing down the strongest wall in the world. Not much to it. Just strike a few times, strike hard, and the wall shall be broken. It's wise not to harm a sleeping pet, and it's also prudent not to be impolite to those you know for a long time. Sometimes, usually always, it makes sense to ask for directions to the top of the mountain a few more times than once, since it can get foggy on your way up the hills. The parody of life is that our outer beauty passes away as we age, while the wisdom gained grows stronger and stronger. It's common to find wise old women and men, but rather rare to find wisdom in one's teenage years. The millennial generation has it made. Their lives lie before them. They can do what they want, when they want, and no one tells them how to go about living their days. Not even someone like me. The palm trees dotting the coastal areas of our world are symbolic of the happiness we receive when we spend time close to nature. The beaches, the hills, the mountains, the woods, and all things natural and good are definite signs that happiness bursts out once you surrender to the schedule and fall gracefully into the open arms of nature. We understand what we missed out on far too late. Perhaps the warning bells rang only once. The train crashed into the other one that was storming right onto its path on the same set of tracks. Misdirected paths can lead to doom sooner rather than later. Being indifferent is a simpler and politer way to show one's blissfully ignorant mannerisms in the modern world. We tend to be rather indifferent even without realizing that we are actually being so. No one intentionally wants to harm you or your loved ones. The thieves might want your money but don't want to hurt you physically. However, beware of the perverts on the buses, since they can harm you in ways that leave emotional scars for a great many years to come. You cannot love just the baby or the pet dog. The master or the mistress awaits your acceptance and love too. But we foolishly cuddle their babies and pet their dogs while totally ignoring the mediums that actually want our attention. Our faults are such that we amazingly laugh or chuckle at those of others as if we don't have any of our own. The author has his own faults, is a human being just like you, and is the messenger on this wonderful day inside Central Park. It would be foolish of me to laugh at the deaf ones who come here today. The echo that splashes across the mountains are not purely dependent on the strength of the voice that created it. We can shout out as loudly as we want, but the echoes will be no louder than how much volume the surface ahead wants to echo it by. If Central Park makes no sense, even after many listens, then do not catch my collar, since the shirt that I wear right now while I record this has no collar to catch in the first place. Make sense out of the words within these last few paragraphs, for the darkness inside your tunnel is soon going to end as the daylight looms a few meters ahead. Staying still is not going to get you into the light of day. Breathe deeply now. Take a few steps forward. Swing your arms and be happy. Turn into an innocent child once again. Life is too short to live it without banging the drums presented to you as hard as you possibly can. Worried are those that focus on the past or think about the future too much. Blissful are we who live in the moment and truly immerse ourselves in relishing each minute that ticks away on our clocks in the now. Grow realistic dreams and you shall have them fulfilled in the not so distant future. Imagine pictures of castles in the sky and keep dreaming until the day you die, since what's impossible actually is impossible. Don't struggle to achieve your goals and don't take pains in order to live through each day. Dwell on happy thoughts instead and smiles will light up your days. Do whatever makes you the most happy and spend ample time in rest and recreation, since doing so will suitably ensure a fabulous life for you. Not many of my listeners might be aware of the word session or what it means. So first, let me explain it using the right combination of words. A session is a period of intensive and silent meditation where one cannot talk nor communicate through the eyes nor use any form of physical expression to convey what they wish to say. A typical session might range from a few days, but there are many Zen meditation retreats in Japan where one can undergo a session for months or even years. A period of deep introspection, reflection, and relaxation normally takes place during a well-organized Zen meditation retreat. Such a form of meditation tends to challenge us pleasantly to maintain peace, silence, and serenity in a busy world around us. There are literally hundreds of places, mainly monasteries in Japan and the rest of the world, where one can attend a weekend session. Many of these retreats are commercialized rather than spiritual in nature, thus defeating the entire purpose of such a disciplined form of meditation. But the good news is that you need not travel all the way to Kyoto to get your dose of this wonderful meditation technique. You can organize a session inside your own bedroom. Just make sure that everyone else around knows what you are about to do so that they don't disturb you. Turn off your smartphone, computer, music system, and TV. There should be as little noise in your surroundings as possible. The first step is to decide how long you want to sit in silence for. Once you have decided this, then the rest is actually very simple. Say, for example, your session is to last for 3 days or the weekend, then all you need to do is step into your bedroom on the first day and maintain complete silence as you sit down and meditate in there for the entire period of the home retreat. Kindly note that you can write, relax, rest, sleep, and do everything else as you normally do during the breaks, but please make sure that you don't leave the home during those 3 days of retreat. Also ensure that you don't break the rules by creating noise or talking to someone on the phone. This intensive meditation practice is something that requires great discipline, since sitting in silence without speaking to anyone isn't that easy in today's hectic and busy world. For your convenience, you can start by meditating in silence for just a couple of hours and then take it further from there once you have mastered the initial 2 hours. Plan your meditation sessions in periods of 40 to 50 minutes each. Follow each session with a break of 10 to 20 minutes, thereby giving you enough time to do the other work or simply relax for a while. During each period of zazen or seated meditation, the focus should ideally be on self-reflection, introspection, and a deeper understanding of oneself. Sessions are a way to truly exploring one's true self and forming insightful understandings of your own body, mind, and soul. You distance yourself from the outer world when you truly sit down and meditate in silence. The focus is now inward and trying to determine what you are and getting better insight into the purpose of your being. It is also important to breathe deeply during the entire process of zazen. Focusing on our breathing allows our minds and souls to open up to our inner voices rather than on anything around us. I have personally had several years of practice in session at my home, mostly inside my bedroom, and can genuinely vouch for the deep understanding that these long periods of intensive meditation has brought about in my life. I am far more at peace with myself than I was in my younger years. There is a lot more control over my emotions, and I am able to truly cut myself off from the entire world when I am in a deep state of seated meditation in my home. You should explore your inner self some more by first trying out session for an hour or 2 at a time. Then once you understand the rich value of such a meditation technique, you can take it a step further and organize a Zen retreat for you and your loved ones at home. Just make sure that silence is maintained during the entire duration of the retreat, and the rest will take care of itself. Get away from the hustle and bustle of everyday life and step into your humble abode for a wonderful and peaceful meditation retreat. Talk is useless, noise isn't required, yet this deeply insightful journey into your soul shall be remembered a lot longer than the best party you attended during the last 12 months. A session is a cost-effective and highly effective way to genuinely understand yourself and figure out your true calling in life. Don't delay the immense calmness and serenity that awaits you. Organize a session inside your CentralPark today. Chewing with a measured degree of caution is not a satisfactory way to consume the food of the earth. Bite away to glory and fully cherish the present moment to feel a sense of deep joy. Enjoy your life a lot more from today. Live in the world of today. Spending time on thoughts of yesterdays or images of the future is time wasted in the books of the gods. Life is short. Focus on the now, and a beautiful life shall unfold before your very eyes. A long leisurely walk can do wonders to our body, mind and soul. It's good for the heart as well, and most doctors recommend taking walks if you want to increase the stamina and strength of your heart. There is a great deal of oxygen that is made available to us when we walk around a garden, forest or park that's full of trees and plants. There is something much deeper about the presence of trees that simply makes us feel a whole lot better just sitting on a bench that's surrounded by them. Big cities make way for concrete jungles each day, and in doing so they destroy the natural environment around us. Trees have existed for centuries on this planet, and they are harmless creatures that exist in harmony and peace with all other living beings. Large trees like the banyan and the oak are instrumental in connecting us with our voices within and help us forge a bond with our souls. There are many holy souls who attained a deeper and higher level of consciousness while resting and meditating under the shade of a large tree. One does not need to be under a tree to reap the huge benefits of it. Simply looking at the greenery around you will make you feel refreshed and pleasant right now. It's amazing how sitting on a park bench at the end of a tiring day can help make you unwind and feel fresh once more. Parks and gardens are the versions of jungles and forests in the modern world, and they are most important for our well-being. Having greenery around our home definitely improves the quality and length of our life. Make it a daily habit to spend at least half an hour or more in a park or garden around your home. Even enjoying the greenery, the fruits and flowers from your windows will do. This is what I do every single day of the year. Blessed are those who live around greenery all the time. Having plants and trees surrounding you 24/7 is like living in the Garden of Eden. There is a lot we can catch just by keeping our eyes and ears open, for the world is a playground and the bat is the beat and the ball is the rhythm. Catching it well will lead to more friends wanting to be with you, for listening and a keen sense of observation are forgotten skills in today's hectic world. A lot to share with you today. A wonderful start to this particular volume of Central Park, and it's still going strong. It's funny that we are always more comfortable sitting in the passenger seat of a car when we know how to drive a car ourselves. I've always noticed that those that don't drive a car are almost always the ones who are uncomfortable and a tad afraid if the driver happens to be driving too fast for their liking. In life, it's the same thing. We live a much more comfortable and relaxed lifestyle when we are fully aware of what makes us the most comfortable and relaxed. It feels wonderful when we know how to enjoy each moment instead of thinking about the past or future. It is awesome when we maximize our comfort, joy and relaxation by enjoying the abundance that we are already blessed with. We like seeing pictures of beautiful places, but we fail to realize that every place is beautiful, including our homes, our surroundings, our locality, other people and ourselves. I am feeling a bit nostalgic right now. I was just thinking about the summer vacations during my childhood days, leisurely cycling around the neighborhood, climbing trees, going fishing in the ponds nearby, playing cricket in narrow lanes, flying kites on the terrace, napping all afternoon, playing pranks on other kids, particularly the ones that we didn't like, running around the neighborhood chasing each other, getting bruises on our elbows and knees, drinking ice-cold glasses of lemonade, laying on the grass and staring at the sky when we were tired, playing carom and chess with our neighbors and uncles, counting the stars at night. Most importantly, no homework, no school, and loads of time spent with my dozen-odd pets on the terrace of April Shah's, the building in which I lived during my childhood days. Churning up daydreams out of thin air doesn't seem to be working out in my favor right now. The sun shines brightly in the afternoon sky. It's a warm and pleasant day outside. Indoors it's cool, tranquil and nice. Can listen to the children play in the gardens below. Their cheerful voices spur me on to create something extra special for you. I love the fact that there are still colonies like the one in which I live, since things are still so laid back and traditional here. Children play outdoor games all day. My son goes down to join them once in a while and relishes his playtime just as little children should. Most of my friends live in buildings where kids play computer games and watch TV most of the time. They do not believe in outdoor sports anymore. They are living the modern way of life and they don't realize how much they are missing. I was at the beach for most of yesterday. The whole family was out splashing around in the water while I relaxed in my comfortable beach chair. Sipping on fresh and chilled coconut water helped me stay hydrated and cool. The beach umbrella shaded me from the hot sun. Relished a beautiful sunset before we returned back home. There are moments in life when you really wonder what the world has become. Modern music, movies, TV shows, social life, etc. seem to have turned most of us into lethargic slaves of gadgets and gizmos. We spend so much of our time on social apps but have trouble walking a few blocks to catch up with friends at the neighborhood coffee shop. Enough hours are spent on watching reruns of blockbuster movies and popular TV shows, but very little quality time is given to the ones we actually care for. It all started with wanting to be more independent and wanting to save time for all the things that we love to do and to enjoy the company of those we claim to care so much about. But today that very independence has turned into a vicious dependence on gadgets, toys, apps and the like. The old way of kids playing on swings in the park or running around the block chasing their friends now seems like it happens only in 1 out of every 100 apartment buildings in the big cities and towns that we live in. I'm really glad that modern life hasn't caught up with me and my family still, since we too would have been stuck in the horrid rut that most others are so badly stuck in. To my listeners, my little piece of advice: allow yourself to turn back the hands of time, not to live in the past, but to live life the way it should be lived, freely, leisurely, enjoyably, and simply inside your Central Park. I've heard that people are enjoying the spring in some parts of the world today. It's good that the dark winter has finally blown away. The yellow leaves signify loads of warmth and sunshine, while the daffodils blooming everywhere is a pure delight to see. The morning sunrise is one of the finer visions to see during this month. The entire sky turns reddish orange and the stillness around the trees makes us feel wonderful on the inside. 2 ears, 2 eyes, 1 mouth. That's the equation for you to remember and note right now. For 2 is bigger than 1. A definite message for all of us to see and listen more, talk less. The mantra of modern day success with our peers and friends. Everyone likes being around girls and boys who listen well and pay attention to what we have to say. It's easy to pick out the most popular guy in school, since all you need to look for is the one who truly listens to what others have to say. Good looks matter too, of course, especially when you are young and innocent. But below all that beauty, there better be a strong personality that people are naturally attracted to. I was watching a show on TV today. It was about the most spectacular sunsets in the world, and Santorini in Greece came in at number 1. Thousands line the coast just before the sun is about to set, since the colors of the sky are truly awesome and beautiful to see firsthand. I remember watching many beautiful sunsets in Goa and Mangalore. I would love hanging out at a beach shack with a chilled beer in one hand and the waiting camera in the other. It's one of life's better sights to see, especially when you're feeling a bit bored and blue. I shall head off now into my own sunset. It was great communicating with you today. Tomorrow holds a lot of promise, but for now, let's fully enjoy the moments that remain today. Stepping into trouble holes is what trouble seekers do most commonly as they go about living their miserable lives. Many teens think that they can get into the worst kinds of trouble and still get away with it. The hour has arrived for us to sit down and ponder in silence, reflect on ourselves, bask in our serenity while meditating in utter solitude. Switch on some music if you feel like, but make sure that the beats are slow and the songs are without words. The sun is outshining once again today. Never does it fail to rise. The rigid discipline with which the largest ball in the universe functions is to be admired without a doubt. I am sitting here enjoying a chilled glass of my favorite drink, snacking on some nachos and feeling good this blissful moment. I couldn't have asked for anything better. Life is supposed to be easy and smooth. No hurdles should come our way, and those that do should be tackled with poise and calm. Those who pass by without losing their cool wins the mob that watches them closely. Move through your mornings with peace in your heart and a sweet smile upon your face. There is a lot to be thankful for. Being alive is itself a glorious gift. Too many walk this way without spending enough time on having a terrific time on earth. Fortunate are those that live their lives as if each day was their last. Reckless living is not the moral of this paragraph. Rather, living one's life firmly based in cherishing and enjoying the present moment is the lesson to be taken away. Our memories do not linger any longer than the images that stay within our eyesight. Out of one's sight is truly out of one's mind. Millions of us are depressed these days. The sadness and boredom of the world around us has trapped us into a cave of sorrow and lethargy. Cannot seem to move forward since we are stuck in the worries, tensions and anxiety that shiver through our minds. Depression is but anger mixed with a frugal tinge of sadness and frustration. The excitement is lacking as we struggle to make it through the day. Nights are lonely and miserable. We wait for someone to put us out of our frustrating state of mind. No one ever comes. We look in all the wrong places, and perhaps that's why the solutions to our problems are hard to find. For a change, try looking within you, and you shall find that the door of your soul shall be opened. Spend an hour relaxing on your bed or laying on your couch, and close your eyes while you daydream about your favorite place in the world other than your own bedroom. Get lost in your Central Park while you sense that your body is actually transported to your topmost brain attraction. Life shall suddenly feel good once again once you enter and bask in the relaxing bosom of your Central Park. Daytime comes after even the longest night. There can never be a single day that goes by without a night. It's a fact that days and nights are part of the cycle of life in the entire universe. Yes, days are longest in the summer and shortest during the winter, but overall, one cannot go through life without experiencing both the day and night in more or less equal tenacity. It's important that we take time in making decisions, since the choices we make can affect our lives as well as those of everyone else connected to us, even remotely. Anything that I say today has two meanings to it. It is your interpretation versus those of others. We all see things in our own unique ways, thus giving a wonderful vibrancy to Central Park itself. One should never make themselves timid with the fears that shoot across their minds. Go forth without fear. Live your life fully. Do not take backward steps. Focus on moving forward. Experience what you want to and live your life with purpose. It's useless to worry about sorrows that we experience during our lifetime, since the more sadness thrown our way tends to usher in greater doses of happiness in the future moments. There is always light when there is darkness. It sometimes takes longer for us to see the light, but it is always there. Even the darkest colors in the world have a bit of brightness inside them. Traveling the world is important. The more we travel, the more we can enjoy what the world around us has to offer. Staying tight in one's own home is like locking yourself up in a dungeon for no reason at all. So much to experience, loads to see. The world is such a beautiful place to roam. Yet we delay travel because we are scared of walking out of our comfort zones. We make excuses for not being able to travel and explore the world around us, but in reality we are afraid of living in a new zone. No issue that we face is ever solved until we find the best possible solution for the same. Our lives are supposed to be full of interesting, insightful and exciting moments. But for this to happen, we must shed our fears and explore the world around us a lot more. Random thoughts shared with you inside Central Park today. My cup of tea awaits me now. The connection that I share with you keeps on growing. Life's so wonderful when there's a purpose that reigns during our days and dreams that occupy our minds during the nights. Our stats reveal that most of our listeners tend to come back almost every single week. They don't just download one audiobook and vanish, but instead they listen to all the audiobooks and even spend time sending in feedback on one or two of them. If there are no new audiobooks when you return, you can take the time to catch up on listening to an earlier one a few more times. It's like the friendship is growing stronger and stronger day by day. Having a single tree on one's farm is better than having open and empty fields stretching out in front of one's eyes. It's usually better to have a bird in the hand than having one hidden in the trees. The bird in the hand is the unlucky one, since the time on earth is quickly ending. Fortunate is the bird out there, free inside the trees. Thinkers and authors that have thought and written differently must always face criticism and complaint from everyone out there. Nobody understands their work till it is researched and looked into a lot deeper. The life of an author like me who writes musings and posts is never one where no negative feedback or harsh critics come my way. The length of a month and a year will always stay constant, even if you live it with joy or sorrow, but it's always better to live one's life in the lane of happiness. Never think that you are too small, since you will only demote yourself to the size of an ant. Please remember that even that tiny ant can cause tremendous worry to the tiger when it is inside the wildcat's ear. The fame and glory that comes from pure talent lasts forever. It's only the ones that don't have real talent that depend on other things to make them a quick buck. Nowadays, crappy music floods the markets. Online downloads and music video views are in the millions and even the billions for songs that don't deserve to be played even in a car that carries solely the driver. Talentless musicians are striking gold at the moment, since ignorant fools and positive losers have enough of their parents' money to blow on the crap that occupies the shelves of music stores. Reality shows that pretend to portray reality have turned into dramatic soap operas on our idiot boxes. Perhaps the time has come for all of us to take a few steps backward and reflect on the pathetic situation that we have forced ourselves into. Life is too short to waste one's time on pointless activities and useless friends. Live more freely and simply. Enjoy yourself a lot more, for tomorrow may never happen the way that you intended to. I once loved someone whom I wanted to spend a lot more time with, but when I went to her place to let her know how I felt, I discovered that she was already walking down the aisle of our neighborhood church with someone else who did the proposing before I could. Time and tide waits for no one. Add people to the mix and you have a killer saying that goes like this: time, tide and people wait for nobody. The three of them go their own separate ways long before you get to where they were just a few moments ago. Live in the present moment. Life is too fragile to live it any other way. Don't waste time, since time wasted is time that's lost forever. Whosoever said life was fair? Certainly not me. It's a common tendency for us to feel that life is against us when things don't go our way. The challenges and obstacles that tend to come our way make us think that life isn't fair. But this is simply the wrong way of looking at things. Life is both fair and unfair, shades of black and white as some say, or different colors of the rainbow as I would say. There are ups and downs in life, good moments and not so good moments, and the challenges that we face when overcome makes us feel that life is going our way. Sometimes things just don't seem to go our way. There are days when we are late for an important appointment, find ourselves stuck in traffic, and then to make matters worse, our car breaks down. These things happen. It's part and parcel of the beautiful life that we are so lucky to be living. Traveling the superhighway of life can be a daunting task when all the signals are stuck on red instead of green. When there is so much traffic that you feel like dumping your car at the side of the road and walking towards your desired destination. You might start blaming God for what's happening to you on such rough days. Or you might wonder why only you get affected on those days. But take a look around. Weren't you stuck in traffic where thousands of cars were all around you, stuck inside the traffic jam just like you were? You may find yourself feeling utterly hopeless and helpless at times, and everything that you do doesn't end up working out in your favor. Rough days, tough times, and long winding days filled with obstacles can drain you by the evening. It's important that you relax completely once you reach your home. Take a long bubble bath, or simply have a nice long wash and fall asleep in your bedroom. Or you can pamper yourself by massaging your shoulders, arms and legs. Turn off the lights, switch on some soft music, close your eyes and relax. Life suddenly feels a lot better when you relax at the end of a rough day. Another wonderful way to unwind when things aren't going your way is to meditate. Simply close your eyes, lay down and focus on nothing at all. Lay still and enjoy the nothingness moment within your mind's eye. Don't worry or stress yourself out while you relax and meditate. Instead, focus on a beautiful place like a beach or a mountain top and imagine yourself having a good time there. Never focus on negative emotions at such times. Empty out your mind so it's clear and can focus on sensing and feeling the serenity and tranquility of your home. It's amazing how unpleasant days and tough times pass when you look at overcoming them through relaxation and meditation. Life suddenly becomes joyful, serene, and peaceful once more. The best part about you being here with me right now inside Central Park is that I'm not selling you anything you don't need, and I'm not forcing you to do anything that you don't want to do on the inside. It's just me sharing with you whatever I want to. You are my best friend in this crazy little world that we call the Central Park. Listeners who skip a line or a carefully chosen set of words splashed across the length of Central Park will not be able to fathom what it is that's being passed on so randomly. Designs of soulful wisdom aren't available at your neighborhood store. This is indeed a work of art which has no value and is priceless in my book. Perhaps you will have to be happy with the regular order of bread and eggs some other day when I retire from creating audiobooks like these. Faraway lands remain distant when you don't step foot into the zone that leads you an inch closer to what seems like 1,000 feet away. The mysteries of life will forever remain one, since each day brings in a wide range of glorious opportunities to advance further into a beautiful time, just as long as it started off with a big smile upon your face. Messages in letters don't always reach the intended recipient because sometimes the letters don't get delivered correctly. Then there are those that get delivered correctly, but the meaning inside the words get lost in translation. Subliminal meanings are hidden inside Central Park and must be found to help you live life a lot more purposefully and meaningfully. A single listen will do you no good. You must listen to each volume of Central Park many times, and that is when you will understand why so many other people who have listened to these audiobooks love them just as much as you will when that time arrives. Purpose and meaning are two words that most people don't quite understand, and I am here to help you understand them both. Life's most fascinating pilgrimages are often those that start with a little plan inside our hearts. Our destination is a sought after one. We want to head that way. We make time to head that way, but our busy minds puts it off when you are about to take that first step. The direction to the Neverland lays right ahead of your mind's eye. The voice of your soul is always heard, but never listened to. Had you listened to what your soul had to say, then perhaps you would have been sitting here on my side of the park bench. Glory days are here again. Discovery Channel is turned on for a while now. It isn't the TV channel that I speak about, and the ardent loner listening to this audiobook will get exactly what my message in this paragraph is. Soulfully living one's life is a majestic way to experience profound things. The amazing elements of this world are well within your grasp, but might slip away if you hold it too tightly inside the palms of your hand. Your right knows your left, and your left knows your soul. The interpretations of illogical thoughts and logical grammar make for one strong dialect, a dialect not understood by those who reside inside the four walls of their shallow minds. I've been blissfully recording Central Park for you today. Perhaps a small pause to sip some warm water will do me no harm and do you a world of good. It will probably give you the extra opportunity of listening to the last few stanzas once again. Want to feel relaxed in a minute? Well then, close your eyes. Imagine yourself standing underneath a virgin waterfall. Your shoulders and hair experience the freshness of the mountain water as it falls upon your body. Your hands start to shiver with the coolness of the water, so you walk out from under the waterfall and go and sit on the banks of the lake. The sun is shining right now. The rays of the sun quickly dry your clothes and you. You feel the mountain breeze brush against your skin and everything seems so fine. The world is so beautiful, you say to yourself many a time. The birds are sitting on the branches of the trees nearby and they are singing sweetly to you. You see a deer grazing in the fields close by. I've just begun my journey in Central Park, taking little steps at a time, stopping often to take a breather, a break to give rest to my body. My mind needs to rethink things all over again, and then it's back to work once more. I'm sure you have begun doing the same. Good for you, good for me, and good for both of us. Whether home or away, the feeling of relaxation, joy, and comfort while being able to take a complete break from one's normal routine is what a proper vacation should be. My idea of a vacation to a tourist destination is not to tour the place that I'm visiting, but to spend most of my time relaxing and lazing around all day while having long conversations with people from different lands. I'm a traveler, not a tourist, and in many ways I'm always on vacation, since this is what I do every single day of my life. I relax and laze around for most of the day. I love talking for long hours with people that I love and care about. I simply love my recreational hobbies of creating these audiobooks, counseling others, and being a social worker. I love being on a permanent vacation. Once you can see the light through the tunnel of words here, then leaving without me being stopped by you will not be that easy. I've been trapped many times before. The words flow so easily right now since I'd like to stay free in my delightful world in the present moment. I am off for a quick break. Switching off is my thing. Perhaps the lessons inside the irregular passage that was listened to in the past minute have suddenly shown themselves in a clearer light. You have reached the end of one tunnel inside Central Park. Question is, can you see the light? You are a real champ. You sit there and patiently listen to everything I say. And what's terrific about our close bonding is that I don't owe you anything and neither do you owe me a dime more. It's a free sharing of words that happens between us, even though I'm doing most of the talking. No one's ever going to charge you a dime for listening to this audiobook more than 20 times. It is your copy forever. You will always be allowed to listen to this copy of Central Park for free. It makes sense to take breaks for each hour of activity and for a couple of days a week. Not many follow this simple rule, even though most of us understand the importance of taking breaks from our regular routine. If you hold up a glass of water on the palm of your right hand, then you will find that the weight of the glass becomes heavier and heavier as times move forward. You will not be able to hold that glass after 30 minutes have passed, and if you somehow manage to keep the glass up, then you will find that it's one of the most difficult tasks to maintain in the entire world. Our daily lives are exactly like that full glass of water that's being lifted up in the palm of your right or left hand. Not taking a break during the day will lead to you feeling really tired and completely exhausted by the end of each day. Basking under the shade of the roof, laying down on your armchair, surfing the web on your laptop, aimlessly browsing your favorite blogs, you don't seem to be paying much attention to anything, purely focusing on these words that I share with you. What a beautiful relationship we have, the listener and the speaker, the way it should be, the way it should always be. Feels like I'm on an indoor exploration of the outdoors while munching on a plantain, resting in my most comfortable clothes. The piano playing in the background is starting to haunt me right now. I'm enjoying this moment along with you, for this too shall pass. I cannot worry about yesterday's moment or the past ones. Mother Nature is here to keep us company. The time has come for us to enjoy a tiny siesta in the lap of Mother Nature. It's not healthy for you to keep working or being busy with activities all day. It's vital that you take a break every half an hour of work. It's also necessary to take a longer break after every couple of hours of work that you do. Airplanes that fly long distance must take brief stops after certain hours of flying so that they can be refueled and inspected by the engineers on the ground. If a plane does not refuel after a long flight, then it will obviously be unable to fly again until the fuel has been filled inside her once again. Similarly, it's vital that human beings take breaks at the end of each day, just like refueling is important for a long distance plane. A few hours of rest, recreation and relaxation when one completes the day's work is important for every single human being. Sleep is another aspect of our daily lives that is crucial for us to live better and feel better during each day. Our bodies and minds need a complete break from all activity for a minimum of 7 hours, though sleeping for 8 to 9 hours is better. Don't cut down on your sleeping time and never miss out on your night's sleep. You will feel completely drained out the next day if you do. A wonderful way to take a break is to relax or meditate. Daydreaming while you relax and meditate is a nice way to pass one's time. Close your eyes wherever you are and simply head off to another place that is serene, relaxing and quiet. Daydreaming about places like mountains, lakes, valleys, beaches, farms and one's favorite vacation spots will do the trick here. Taking regular breaks ensures that you are much more focused than if you had not taken breaks. You are the most effective and at your best when your body and mind are fully alert and relaxed. Don't forget to have all your meals on time as well. Skipping even a single meal during the day can mess up your focus and concentration for the next few hours. Drink a lot of clean drinking water as well. Ensure that you give your body and mind complete rest for at least 2 days during the week. Weekends are ideal, but any other days of the week are fine. Make sure you don't do anything that's too taxing on either your mind or body during these weekly holidays. Take regular vacations during the year. A vacation need not be outside the home. You can take a complete break from your regular routine by organizing a session retreat or by lazing around the home for a week or more. It's advisable that you take at least 8 vacations of a week or more each year. Internationally, 2 months of holidays is the standard. Remember, a vacation does not mean that you have to go outside the home to take it. You can relax at home itself, but make sure that you don't do anything that involves working or taxing your body, heart, and mind. During your weekly holidays and longer vacation times, spend time on connecting with your inner being and your soul. Meditation and quiet moments of serenity and relaxation are of great importance and highly beneficial to one's long-term health. Take regular breaks during the day. Sleep well at night. Don't work for 2 days or more a week and go on regular holidays or vacations during the year. My mantra for success in the truest sense of the word. Most importantly, enter your Central Park whenever you wish to relax and unwind in your own little private world. One of my closest friends asked me how I managed to feed my family and pay the bills. My answer to her was simple. I do what I love and God takes care of my needs. And this is the absolute truth. It's not that I don't make any money online. I make enough money to cover my monthly expenses and even leave a bit aside for those rainy days in the distant future, if they ever come by. I don't make my money through crooked or manipulative ways. I hate cheating, fooling, or using my loyal listeners and close friends. There's a way out of everything. I mean, everything. Unfortunately, the one thing that stops us from finding a way out of a sticky and tricky situation is our own mind. Yes, we stop us from finding a solution to our problems. Goals are unmet because of the same reason. We say that we will fail in achieving them, and so we always do. We put ourselves down. Something inside our brain tells us that it cannot be done. We fear failure and think that people might laugh at us rather than applaud us for what we have achieved. We stay put in familiar territory, not venturing out into the wide open world that exists all around us. We see the world through our windows, afraid that taking a few steps into the world shall cause us further problems. All of us want to live sheltered and protected lives. No pains for us, only gains we want. But rewards don't come our way unless we are willing to leave our comfort zones and do whatever it is that we truly want to do. It's amazing how wonderful it feels when you leave your negativity behind, shake off all your fears, and move forward unafraid of what others will say, of your failure of any type or kind. It feels great when you do what you want to do and don't worry about the consequences or what others will think about what you are doing. High achievers and super successful individuals do just this. They don't have any fears. They shake off all resistance. They crack through all obstacles. They don't care what other people think about them. They do not worry about failure, and they never have excuses for not moving on with what they want to do. It's no wonder that they manage to fulfill most of their dreams and reach all their goals. For them, the world is their playground, and they don't want to waste any more time in being off the playing field. They jump into the game, make each day count, walk into the unknown, try different things, head straight into that dark tunnel. They love being creative and they don't care a damn about what other people think about them. Most people make excuses when it comes to doing something special or extraordinary with their lives. They would much rather put off doing things until a day far into the future. Sitting on the fence, living an average life, living in the shelter of their comfort zones is what they love to do. Except that they don't even do just that. They always claim that they are busy, but every evening you find them sitting in front of the TV watching reruns of their favorite shows. Excuses are their middle names. They have a customized excuse for everything that they don't do, despite knowing deep down that they want to do it. They would rather spend time doing nothing over moving out of their comfort zones and chasing down their dreams. They love being stuck inside their comfort zones and would rather not follow their hearts since they desperately crave for attention from others. Others might not like me so much if I do this, they say. What will others say if I go ahead and do this? What if I fail? And so many other questions we push into existence when none of them actually matter. What matters most is what we think, what we want, and what we really love to do. Your goals are far more important than sitting down tightly at one place forever. One of the best ways to move forward and take a step into the direction of your dreams is to make a plan and stick to it. But ensure that the plan is such that all you need to do to move forward is just a little tiny bit every single day. Little steps, big rewards. Tiny moves, small efforts, grand success, great success. Putting in just a little bit of time and effort is all that it takes to push aside all excuses and reason and become all that you want to be. Don't try pushing yourself to the limits though. This is exactly what makes you sit tight right now. Just focus your attention on doing just a little bit every single day to take you forward in the direction of your desired destination. All negative thoughts, self-created obstacles, lame excuses, and constant procrastination shall be destroyed when you firmly focus on putting your plans into action right now. A good number of listeners and students are my good friends. They come inside Central Park to spend some time with me because this is how we spend time together. And we have both spent thousands of hours over the years chatting online and spending time with each other inside the walls of these audiobooks. Except inside these audiobooks, there are no walls, there are no borders, there are no restrictions. It is learning unlimited and knowledge gained which will never go away. The best part is that you understand how busy I am and I know how busy you are. Our entire friendship is based on strong values and ethics. We don't ever use each other. You come here, download an audiobook, listen to it, and sometimes send me an email or chat with me online, and that's about it. And I do the same with you. I create these audiobooks just for you and for myself. I chat with you to respond to your inputs or feedback whenever it comes in, and I never expect anything more from you but this. I'm closing my eyes and sharing with you the scene that's playing inside my mind right now. It's time to spread my wings and fly once again. I'm at the seaside this warm sunny day, and the sounds of the waves are haunting me. The coconut water tasted so sweet and fresh, as if it were plucked right before me. The comfortable beach chair turned into my bed in front of the wide open seas before my eyes. I whiled the entire afternoon away, just staring at the waters, listening to the sounds of the ocean breeze whistling past my ears, enjoying the leisurely life by the blue waters. I closed my eyes and fell asleep once I feasted on the scenery around me. Life was a beach for me today, and now it shall be one for you as well. Summer vacations are the time of year when more than quarter of the world's population heads to the beaches and the lakes. Enjoying those lazy days by the water makes so much sense. Cooling off by splashing around in the water before the sun sets. My camera waits back on my chair. I shall click a photograph for my future memories. I'm certain that all of you have seen many a splendid sunset, but have you actually seen one lately? That is a big question. The entire beach is packed today. Seems like everyone feels the same way as I do. A vacation turns into a true holiday when you have fun in the sun, relaxing by the bay, and spending your hours relaxing aimlessly by the blue waters. My little son splashes and plays in the water. My niece throws some water onto his face. The salty taste of the ocean water makes my son start to cry. He wants revenge, and I'm certain that there will be another day by the ocean to get it. Time for the sun to set right now. I'm here chilling out with a nice cup of tea. All of us stare into the distance as the huge ball of yellow in the sky turns into red and orange. The surrounding skies reflect the colors of the sun setting as the sun slips lower and lower into a world down under. We can literally watch it slip into another world as the minutes pass by so quickly. I just love being on vacation most of the time inside my mind's eye. Spending loads of my hours with my family and friends each day truly makes me happier than I ever was. Some say they want to be 18 till they die, but I'd rather be at the age I am, since life's a beach and a glorious sunset, and I don't want to have it any other way. The best part about creating these audiobooks is that you have the freedom to not listen to them and walk away right now. You are never forced to spend time listening to me jabber away to glory inside Central Park. Instead, you have the complete freedom to come and go as you please. I'm your friend inside your ears, and as such, I shall be in there forever. Whenever you need me, I shall awaken and share with you more words of wisdom and senseless rants that make sense a long while later. You know very well that I don't stop being your friend whether you come to Central Park or not. Life is not about keeping score, and both of us understand this well. This sacred space is an avenue for you to just come and hang out whenever you feel lonely, sad, depressed, tense, anxious, stressed, bored or angry. This is your daily escape without you actually escaping anything. I love bird watching. Standing by my window, looking at the pigeons, the sparrows, the swans and crows, makes me feel a sense of serene satisfaction as a deep surge of calmness enters my soul. The pigeons fascinate me the most, since they make a wonderful sound as they look back at me, perhaps as if to say that they are my friends in this beautiful world that we all happily and peacefully coexist in. My pigeon garden is the park opposite my home, where hundreds of these birds come each day to eat the grains of wheat that we feed them. On many weekday evenings, my son and me go down for a little walk in the park and spend a few minutes feeding the birds. It is one of Max's favorite leisurely pastimes whenever we go down to the pigeon garden below. I don't know exactly what it is about holding out my hand full of wheat grains to feed those pigeons that makes me feel so calm and good on the inside. Perhaps it's the satisfaction of watching those cute little creatures happily enjoying the tiny morsels of food that they are fed. Central Park is the place I come to whenever I want to experience the feeling of calmness, oneness, serenity and joy that I always experience when I feed the pigeons in the garden below my home. This is where you will find me speaking about things that make me happy and calm. A leisurely abode on the web where I simply drop by to talk about what's been on my mind at this present moment. God has given us so much beauty to admire, experience and cherish. There is a deep feeling of inner satisfaction when we become one with the world around us. Whether it's a walk in the park or feeding the pigeons, life becomes a pleasantly joyful experience that we can immerse ourselves into on any given day of the year. It's impossible for me to live without Mother Nature around me. My world must be filled with the trees, the plants, the water, the flowers, and the many birds that live in my immediate surroundings. There is music to be heard when you close your eyes and listen to the soft sounds of nature on a beautiful and calm day like today. I am truly grateful to God and feel blessed for being gifted a large bedroom window and such a wonderful home that's surrounded on all sides by the natural world that we all love so dearly. The music that's created out of hearing the sounds of the gentle breeze blowing into my room along with the haunting hums of the pigeons in the garden below makes me want to fall asleep and never ever wake up. Life is so complete when there isn't anything else to do but relax and enjoy the sights and sounds of the natural world around us. Being a regular inside Central Park and living right next to Mother Nature is the life that I'm lucky enough to live every single moment. The present moment is the most wonderful one I never wanted to pass, and thinking about anything else right now is futile since all my attention is on experiencing God's own gift, Mother Nature, to us. The natural habitat that exists all around us is the biggest part of our world, and for us it means everything to ensure that it always stays that way. May peace be with all of us forever and ever. Clear and wonderful weather follows stormy days. There is always light at the end of every tunnel, hope when things aren't going our way. The piper plays his purple flute at dawn. My first few words before I open up the next chapter. A rather pleasant and relaxing morning. Boy, have I said the same thing so many times before. I've noticed that dogs don't enjoy licking on a dry bone. They like it moist and with a little bit of meat on it. Our days are often dull when we don't have much to do. The one who is feeling lonely and depressed right now is the person who does not have the luxury of a close and dear friend inside Central Park. It is an estimation that most depressed individuals are either loners, failures or divorced. The world is a Titanic-sized walk in which all humans and other living creatures live and die. It's one of life's most daring adventures to travel the length and breadth of the earth. Many wish they could do just that, but just a handful in the entire history of the world have done it. Living a life without a strong purpose to guide you is like watching a dozen football games in which not a single goal has been scored. Life is boring, dull, sad and depressing when you don't have goals, visions and dreams to stir you forward during the day. It's a fact that just not your near and dear ones shall let you know when your new hairdo doesn't suit you anymore. They are the ones who help you out when it really matters. Fortunate are all who have more than just a few friends in their lifetime. The last sip of my early morning tea is certainly motivating me to carry on and share a few more lines in Central Park. The listener shall be inspired to listen to this one from start to finish if she too has a cup of tea or coffee in her hands. A cock may be killed, cooked, and eaten before the dawn strikes, but it shall not stop the sun from fulfilling its duty each morning. The sun will rise and set once more tomorrow. It shall be the end of the world should this not happen on any given day. Water tends to create the best ideas. Millions of ideas shoot across our minds and get planted inside our brains while we are out fishing, swimming, sailing, or simply taking a bath. Unfortunately, it's not the creation of good ideas that makes the world a better place to live in. Only those who put those good ideas into action helps us live better. Peace is something that we must all strive for. Do whatever you can, whether little or large, to make the world a more peaceful and loving place to reside in. Our planet is one big family. All humans are equal, and peace is of great importance for happier lives. It was Albert Einstein that said something quite profound in connection with creativity and success. He said that an individual who hasn't failed or made mistakes is someone who hasn't tried anything new. It's amazing that the human race blindly follows books and other such scriptures ever since mankind invented writing on paper as a medium of sharing knowledge and information. For example, I'm pretty certain that most of our Central Park listeners have no idea what Albert Einstein studied during his college days. None of you might know what Balu is, unless of course you live in Manila. It's often said that good friends are similar to chocolate since they are sweet and wonderful, while they are also like calories since they tend to stick with you too. There is a garden blooming within us, and this pasture needs constant watering for it to truly blossom and grow. Our soul lies waiting for us on those quiet and peaceful days. What does she have to say? Meditate for a while and you shall know. Opening one's eyes is best done when one's mouth is firmly shut. True knowledge can enter your brain only when you are silent and listening. It's no wonder that listen and silent share the same 6 letters. Starting off a friendship tends to get tougher as we age. However, there is no excuse for not making friends as you grow older. Friendships must be formed where you give to someone and not expect that person to give back in return. It's becoming increasingly difficult to give and not expect anything back in today's materialistic world. But there are still few people who stick with you and keep giving without wanting anything back from you but your love. It's far better to be such a friend than to find one. What a wonderful world it would be if each person would be a giver and not expect anything back but your love or your time. Central Park is a place for you and me, a place where I can share pieces of my heart and bits of my soul, random musings that are uniquely different, such that you shall not find anything similar anywhere else, anywhere in the world. And if you do, then please let me know about it, since I love musings that are similar to my own. It's a must to be silent in the audience while the opera singer belts her tunes live on stage. Painful and soulful voices enter your ears, making you feel weak on the inside. A good opera singer can inspire you and make your hair stand up after his or her performance. Music is the true slice of life and a human's close and trusting friend perhaps. Turn on the music and the rhythm shall expect nothing in return from you but the beat. The best things in life are normally free and usually so cheap. Seldom do you need to pay a bomb to purchase the finest things in life. Our definition of luxuries needs to be modified a bit though. A diamond isn't a girl's best friend. A dog isn't a man's best friend, for sure. Worries and stress kill millions of people each year. More people die of stress than hard work simply because they spend more time worrying and stressing rather than working or doing something more constructive with their time. It's time for me to head off into the sunset on this beautiful moment here inside Central Park. The world is slowly opening up for me and you as we sit here in front of our gadget screens and listen to these musings with our eyes wide open or closed. It don't matter, but our ears certainly are open. Random words put together which sometimes make sense, other times don't make much sense. Either way, you are free to listen to them whole or walk away if you want to. No one but you can decide what you wish to do with your time. Thanks for dropping by, hoping that you will come back soon, not expecting you to fulfill my wish unless you really want to. And I know that visiting my humble abode might soon become a habit for you as it has already become for so many others. A rolling stone gathers no moss along the way. A consistent disciple follows the master's preaching without letting anything else sink in. You are free to be the rolling stone or the disciple inside Central Park. Random nothings, my everything. A uniquely different speaking style and loads of insight into my world and yours in every word that finds its way into an audiobook volume on Central Park. You have a life to live. Don't let me stop you from rolling in the deep. Don't let me push you into another ocean. Here's your unlikely guru, self-proclaimed, may I add, wishing the best for you. I ain't competing. I want both of us to make it. Life is what you make it. You and I. Signature quotes from famous people isn't my cup of tea. I spin words to create my own. What's the point of doing things the way others have done them before? They haven't walked a mile or even an inch inside my shoes. So who are they to churn up misleading phrases for you and I, which then get published inside a book and chopping off another tree? Choosing to walk one's own path might be a huge risk in itself, but take a few steps forward in the direction of your created channel and the rest of the walk, though long, becomes easier step by step by step. A slice of hot pizza enters my mouth. It's been a gorgeous moment, a Marilyn Monroe day for me. Watched 2 flicks with the 60s hottie in it. I was to agree that gentlemen prefer blondes until I realized how she took away her own life because the gentleman didn't prefer her over his brunette wife. Sad to see that the one who wrote a best-selling book on how to win friends and influence people died in sheer loneliness and despair. Fortunate are we who haven't followed his teachings, since what good would it be to us when the words of advice couldn't help the book's author itself? I've been up and about all morning recording this particular volume. The evening comes pleasantly close now. A wonderful party begins in an hour. The popping of the champagne bottle, celebrating our family ties, the good times, the not so good times, enjoying life itself. I'm off for a few minutes of quiet relaxation. I've conversed with a close friend for the last couple of hours. Interesting journeys of words, fascinating dialogues inside Central Park. Love listening to what others have to say. I love to speak less and listen more. You shall be listening to a lot more of what pops into my head. The fortunate hour has come to an end. Drop by whenever you feel like. Stay for a while, sip on your favorite drink, and let the randomly published messages sink in deep into your mind. Life's to be enjoyed. Just my free advice, since no one is probably going to use it today. A quiet and peaceful moment awaits you. Another splendid one inside Central Park. A great view awaits you each day as I sit here at my desktop computer near the large open window. I am lucky to live close to the sea and fortunate to enjoy the openness and greenery around the home where I stay. Life is so beautiful. We were all created in a world filled with natural beauty and warm, loving people. Animals, birds, and all other living things are essentially nice too. It's just that the world was designed in such a way that some species are dependent on others for their food and survival. Else, just about everyone and everything on the planet is beautiful and nice, perfectly balanced. Make it your purpose to find something beautiful to experience and cherish every single day. Make it your agenda to love the natural world to the fullest and do what you can to ensure that Mother Nature and our environment is kept green, clean and healthy. Do not do anything big in your life without visualizing it inside your mind first. I firmly believe in the power of our daydreams. Take some time off today to close your eyes, sit back on your couch and transport yourself to the project that you want to put into action. See things each step of the way as you want it to be, as you designed it on paper or typed it out over your phone. Visualize it, dream it, see what your subconscious mind thinks of it. You will see things a lot more clearly. You will know for sure if it's something that you want to do. Once you receive the approval of the said project in your dreams, then you can go ahead and put it into action in your life. Nothing stopping you from pulling it off once you have envisioned it fully inside your mind from start to finish. There is great satisfaction in helping others live better lives. However, it is vital that we first improve the quality of our own lives before we set a foot to help others. A person that is drowning in the sea cannot prevent another person from drowning. The best strategy at that moment is to first save themselves before attempting to save the rest of the world. For example, I don't write or create audiobooks about how to become a millionaire overnight because first I should have become one myself in order to help others achieve the same feat. I can talk about happiness and meditation for hours and hours because those are things that I'm an expert in. It is easy to teach you meditation, but futile to teach you about making money. It is easy to share knowledge about living an awesome lifestyle, but not easy for me to teach you how to become thin because I ain't thin myself. I cannot help someone to have a happily married life if I am not happily married myself. There are phases in our lives when the same things appear to be happening to us over and over again. Repetitive periods where negative thoughts and an overall sense of pessimism prevails inside us. At such moments, taking a complete break from our normal routine helps us look at things from a distance, thereby giving us the added angle of analysis that is crucial to understanding why this happens in the first place. As hard as it may be to digest what I say, I still must say it here. Most of whatever bad that happens in our lives is primarily due to us clinging on to experiences and people from our past and not willing to let go makes it very difficult to move into a zone of pleasant living. Shattered lives, messy nights, grueling days, lonely hours, rushing seconds, lives in fifth gear, throwing you off course, no destination to go to, still venturing out when one is in a deep dark hole. Perhaps it is best one stops digging, but the vital lesson of this hour doesn't enter your ears, perhaps. Being used to noisy neighbors, friends don't care if you're dead or alive. Get your lazy ass off Facebook for a few days and you will know what I'm talking about. Destiny plays its ugly hand on you once more. The horses run towards the devil's abode. Innocence was lost ages ago. Now the little sincerity that remains finds its way out your door. Ferocious thoughts enter your brain. Another disastrous nightmare. The reality of your day is alive and kicking. Wake up, do something about it. Live your life in the now. Have more fun. Relax a lot more. Be good. One good person can influence the lives of thousands of others. I've been influenced by many great people. Most of all, Mother Teresa, Swami Vivekananda and Jesus Christ. I know that millions of others have been strongly influenced by all these three people, especially by Jesus Christ. I have noticed in my own life that I feel happier whenever I create these posts for listeners, since I believe that the work that I do can influence thousands and perhaps millions of people in a good way in the years to follow. By the way, don't ever skip on breakfast. Not a wise thing to do. Don't just take a few bites and run off either. Sit down and enjoy a proper meal every single day in the morning. Love is choosing to spend time with someone or something. On first analysis, it might seem like I'm putting a whole lot of things and people into the elements that we love. However, it's really important that you pay closer attention to the words once more. Choosing to spend time with someone or something. Hope you heard the choosing part of the definition right at the start. It's only when we choose to spend time with anything or somebody then we can proceed safely and call it love. By my definition, if you spend 2 hours a day out of your choice on YouTube, then you love YouTube. If you end up spending 7 hours inside your office cabin working on weekdays and absolutely don't like being there, then you most definitely do not love your work. It's time to switch jobs or change careers or find something that you love in that workspace and focus on doing that work instead. Focus on setting yourself free from the duties and chores of everyday life. Automate certain elements of your life so that you can free up time for the most important things. Do not think merely about survival, but instead ponder about the beauty of life that you can experience if you allow yourself to follow your heart. Don't just think about doing what you need to do to survive from now on. Invest your talents and potential in nurturing your soul. Indulge yourself in hobbies and activities that nourish your inner being so that you can experience true happiness and satisfaction for much longer than you have ever previously experienced it. Sitting at the beach under the shade of a colorful umbrella, cocktail in my hand, viewing the vast openness of the ocean, listening to the sounds of the waves, watching the waves appearing and disappearing. Nothing can beat this moment. I am on a beach vacation inside my mind's eye, the kind of break that I love the most. A few days off work, away from home, ultra quality time with my little family, all relaxing right next to me, enjoying the moment, no work to do, not even a pin to lift. It's the life of my dreams and I'm living it right now with the two most loved people in my world. I love dream vacations. I love real vacations too. I love the waves, the ocean breeze, the blue skies above, the blue waters, the loving company, rest and relaxation. I love such breaks. What a life this is. Most human beings long for a sheltered life that is full of comfort, joy, peace and relaxation. The 4 beautiful ingredients of an awesome lifestyle. A tortoise is considered to be a very smart species because it lives in the slow lane of life and never abandons its shell. Home is where the heart is. In my studies on the happiest people in the world, I've observed that the ones who spend most of their time in and around their home for most of the daytime are often the happiest ones of all. It is my secret observation that children and housewives are happier than working people mainly because of this very reason. I love laid-back islands and beaches that have all the modern amenities that one finds in big cities like Mumbai and Paris. Limestone caves, wonderful waterfalls, beautiful landscapes, clean azure waters, tropical rainforests, and truly hospitable people make island destinations as extremely popular tourist destinations all year round. People are happy to settle down in a peaceful place that's as gorgeous as most islands indeed are. Entertainment must be alive and kicking there. I know that a vibrantly charged nightlife attracts honeymooners, thrill-seeking couples, and singles too. The beaches and inner roads must be filled with restaurants, bars, and shops open till the late hours of night. Money can certainly buy you smiles, but true happiness is not available at your neighborhood store. True bliss is something that can come only when you are deeply rooted in experiencing your own soul via meditation and mindfulness. Moments of calm, silence, and solitude are life's most lusciously beautiful moments. No picture can describe the feeling you will have when you sit face to face for an intense conversation with your soul. Do not be worried or afraid to dig deep within and chase your soul round the circles of your life, since no soul searching is ever futile when done with a sincere desire and an honest heart. God has blessed us with all that we could have asked for. A fabulous family, a great home, ample food, and plenty of relaxation. The glorious sea breeze coming through the windows all day is certainly the highlight of Central Park. You can easily experience a joyful and relaxing emptiness while you close your eyes and let the breeze caress your face. I am feeling totally relaxed after a brief stint of focused daydreaming. I've learned that life doesn't have to be so difficult. You can lay back, relax, and let your life take its own course from moment to moment and day by day. I hope that you can live your life in such a way that you can illuminate the world around by passing on whatever knowledge and experiences you have stored inside thy brain, and in a manner that is interesting and informative, while ensuring that the world around you truly enjoys learning about and getting to know you personally over a period of time. Warm water has immense benefits. It feels refreshing to have a warm water bath. It's good for our vocal cords and throat to have warm water gargles. Sipping on warm water at regular intervals is good for our digestive system too. It keeps us hydrated and leaves us feeling fresh for most of the day. Pouring warm water on our hands and legs when we enter the home from outside is good to remove the dust particles stuck on our skin and leaves us feeling clean and fresh once again. I love spending a few hours alone each week. Sometimes I spend a couple of hours in solitude, sometimes a lot more. Meditation is an activity that gives me enough time with myself. But apart from meditation, it is important to keep aside time for introspection and contemplation purposes. I keep 2 hours out of my allotted 168 for this very purpose. Spending time alone, reflecting on the past, or simply thinking about something or the other is what I enjoy doing during those 2 hours. It's a time of creating new ideas and getting unique thoughts as well. Music is the purest therapy that I know. As a counselor, I often suggest to my clients that they should listen to soft music throughout the day. You can easily relax your mind, body and soul just by listening to the pure and innocent sounds of Mother Nature. Living near the forest and the seas gives me good insight into this subject. I am constantly listening to the sounds of the waves, the soft hissing breeze coming through the window, the ever so soft sounds of the pigeons living on the parapet near my bedroom window. It's the best therapy that I know. Music is like meditation. It gives us a deeply relaxing environment to live in. One cannot expect a baby to turn into a full-grown woman or man within a fortnight. The developmental process takes a lot longer than 15 days, and we have learned to accept this since we are educated about it right since our school days. Education is the solution to most of mankind's problems. Educate yourself about more and more while growing and developing your own brain and spirit within. It then becomes easier to accept and embrace change as if it were part of life itself, and in reality it is. A great awakening usually happens with little steps taken into the uncertain future that hangs around us. Walk forward briskly, don't turn around. A beautiful and wonderful life lies ahead. The sooner you embrace your future, the better it shall be. You can bet your last rupee that where you find a bee, there is bound to be some honey. Similarly, you can safely invest your time into taking a refreshing look at the conscience that is manifested when the forces within us unite. You do not have to be a yogi to attain complete union of mind, body, heart and soul. The oneness of nothingness is found in the stillness of our present moments. Your weekend break is not just 2 days full of passion and socializing. Instead, it is something that's so easy to find that you will be kicking yourself that you didn't realize it until you let yourself flow into a simple stream of the forces within you. You can change your life today if you focus on only one thing at a time. Focus fully on things that you love. Do not allow anything to distract you when you spend time with people that you care about. And with the passage of time, you will understand exactly how much you have achieved just by focusing only on one thing at a time. Few words of caution though, nothing great ever comes easy. It may take months and years of focusing for you to become as focused as the great people that I've learned from. Even focusing a bit more than you have been doing in the past will certainly usher in abundance of meaningfulness and purpose in your life from this moment onward. Thanks so much for allowing me to share a piece of advice from my golden chest of secrets. You must be thinking, I've never experienced it, chatting with my soul. I've just started meditation. Might be a few years before I reach the top of my mountain, learning to enter my soul, speaking with it. Might never happen for me like it happens for you. I'll just keep laying down on the soft silky sheets of my queen size bed, enjoying this moment, feeling the sea breeze, or maybe it's the breeze of the ceiling fan, but I'll enjoy it anyway. I'm made to be a winner, always special, born to be a star, want to be remembered when I die, want to be known when I live, must fulfill my life purpose. Wait a minute, I don't even know what it is. It's been a soothing hour of speaking and listening with you, the sun shining through my window, me tucked on my bed, cherishing the joyous moments. My life has been good this year. Lots of cups of tea, several long walks, trips to my favorite cafe. The afternoon sets in slowly. The ball of fire shines brightly in the sky. We'll be going down for lunch. The cafe nearby serves a good soup. It goes down well with pieces of bread. I might order a fresh pasta. Feels good to share something like this inside Central Park after a long time. The endless musings that listeners love so much. Non-topical writings. I've been told to just keep sharing, not worry about a thing. Listeners love real life experiences. Frankly, I love sharing them. It's exciting that I'm from another part of the world. I'm from India. Asia is my home. The beautiful continent. Love it here. Life is a mysterious adventure since it's truly unpredictable to predict one's future in this world. Those that go about predicting the future of others are playing with the emotions of the ones they fool. Have I mentioned that I'm a fortune teller? But I never make predictions. I just observe and analyze the issue in front of me and tell the person what I think of it. Deductive reasoning or object reading skills. Take your pick. Never trust a fortune teller or a psychic who claims to know when you will die, since he or she is obviously playing with your emotions and lying for his or her personal benefit. A bell ringing in the mornings is one of the most soothing sounds, but a cracked bell does not emit a soothing sound. These musings are random, but they hold strangely deep meanings when you listen to them a few more times. I feel like a solitary cloud floating by in a clear blue sky while admiring the blue lilies in the fields below. It's the morning of your life, dawn of your day. Wake up feeling that life is going to treat you swell. The day is what you make it. The same 24 hours loom ahead for you, me and everybody else. Live it big, dream hard, walk your talk, make it a dream. A life worth living is the one that's lived, cherishing and enjoying the present moments. Say a prayer before you start. Don't forget that God exists when you venture out and take a few steps forward. God exists just as you and I exist in this moment. We both live on this current line called Central Park. The dawn is such a beautiful time of day. Everything is so silent and peaceful at this time. Most people are asleep. The morning birds are just waking up and the sun is yet to show itself. It's the best time to wake up and meditate or go for a long walk in the nearby park. A time when you feel beautiful inside because of the silent beauty of the landscape around you. The roads are often empty. The traffic is not going to disturb you. No signals to stop at. No noise. Just shades of utter silence. The way that you truly like it. A time to just sit in silence and introspect about nothing but the beauty of the now. Jealousy is a crazy thing. Far too many mortals have spent countless hours focusing the efforts on discussing how jealous they are about their neighbor's home without even pondering about the sorry state of affairs that they are digging themselves deep into. When in a deep hole, it is best and wise to stop digging. For the more you dig, the more you shall go deeper down into the hole of your own creation. The sad part about realization is that it often happens far too late. Understanding seldom happens when it's the right time to understand it. In Mother Nature, one of the most characteristic elements is the tree. It is hard to imagine the world without trees since they have existed for millions of years on the planet and their place in the circle of life cannot be ignored. There is a lot that we can learn from trees. They stand still with great poise and patience against the strongest winds that blow against it while giving shade and rest for other living things such as birds, animals, insects and even human beings. The roots of a tree goes deep into the earth's soil, practically lurking in the unknown, but still existing down there without fear. Then the branches and leaves grow strongly above the ground, giving enough goodness to all who rest within or under her. Trees are the biggest reason for me not making books out of these posts. I create audiobooks because I don't like the idea of chopping down hundreds and thousands of trees to create books which sell to hundreds and thousands of people. It takes just 100 pages of a book to chop down one big tree. My 8-year-old son simply presses the pause button on a PC game whenever he feels like taking a break. Taking pauses while we are working, watching TV, surfing the web or our smartphones, or doing anything else that's mainly mundane and mechanical is a priceless exercise that rejuvenates our mind, body and soul. Our Central Park is a place that might exist in our imagination, or it might be something what we do looking outside the window and staring at the greenery around us. I am fortunate to live in an apartment building which has gardens on all 4 sides. 2 gardens are directly below our windows and it's easy to take a break ever so often and look outside the windows. It is important to form habits out of those daily tasks that you simply must do to ensure that you are always moving forward and not backward in vital areas of your life. Forming a habit is easy if you have a genuine interest in performing that particular task to begin with. It usually takes several times of doing an activity for it to become a habit. Daily habits are normally formed after repeating the said activity every day for 21 times or more. Sometimes habits can take longer to be formed. The best part is that once a habit is formed, it is a lot easier to maintain and keep doing it. Include healthy habits in your daily routine and you will be surprised at how the quality of your life improves in less than a month. Imitating the flow of water or the rising sun are examples to keep in our mind while we move forward in the direction of our dreams. Flowing water does not stop when a rock comes in its way. The sun never fails to rise each morning. Planning is everything, but don't let your plans be so rigid that you are totally blinded by disguised opportunities or lucky breaks as you put your plans into action. Leave aside an hour or 2 a day to do the things that just crop up unexpectedly or to simply relax and unwind after a period of hard and focused work. Taking things nice and easy is the way to go. Meet resistance by finding a way around it. Live life in the slow lane. No need to hurry. There's no rush to pass away so soon. Cherish the moments that arise right now. Don't waste time in thinking about tomorrow, nor wither away any moments in wandering in the footsteps of yesterday. Enjoying a healthy dose of meditation, our natural medicine that gives us relief from almost everything. Was once suffering from high blood pressure. That is me that I'm talking about. But I've been cured completely, purely through the forces of deep breathing in silence and solitude. Marvelous and easy solutions for our worries and stress to live a stress-free life once again. It has been said that you can feed a hungry man fish for a day and he will be hungry once again tomorrow. But teach a man to fish and you help feed him for a lifetime. There is no denying that most progress in the world has happened because of someone teaching others something of value and then those people transferring that learning into action in their own lives and then sharing it with the generation that came after them. There is hardly anything that cannot be learned by human beings in today's world. We have the best teachers in every nook and corner of this world. Internet is a medium that helps us learn about a zillion and one things in a much faster manner. The only factor that can affect your learning is you and you alone. If you do not devote time towards learning and if you aren't interested in learning, then no amount of resources and teachers can help you. I won't advise you how to live your life in the take it as it comes manner that I do. You are you, I am me. Choose your own path. Do what you want. Do what you love. Don't restrict yourself because others around want you to. Do not delay happiness and comfort just because you get scared of failure. Live your life in the present moments. Think about the future, but take it one day at a time. I love my life. I love you for listening to me speak inside the Central Park that we have created. Me and you. All of us. This is me, and I ain't never going to be anything else but me. Thank you for your time today. I appreciate it greatly. If you stick around inside Central Park for the next few moments, then maybe we could enjoy a cup of tea together sometime soon. You could spend 15 minutes with yourself in the morning, afternoon, evening or night, but for heaven's sake, spend around 15 to 20 minutes in solitude and nothingness. During those few moments, simply spend your time deep breathing and relaxing. You can sit or lay down while doing this soothingly pleasurable activity, but try and focus on a blank spot inside your mind while you deep breathe slowly. Usually, you don't need to consult a monk or a guru for help with understanding the benefits of pure and simple meditation. But if it will force you to take my advice a tad more seriously, then go ahead and consult one. Be more curious about everything. Question all beliefs. Verify all the facts. Dig deeper into things. Never rest easy without aspiring to know more. Learn something new today. Learn something new tomorrow. Learn something new right now. Learning must never stop. Curiosity must never be killed. The cat that was curious is still alive. Curiosity did no harm to the cat or any human being that used this aspect of themselves to learn and explore more about something or the other. Curiosity is a lost aspect of the human being's nature. Do not let it die forever. It is time that we revive our sense of curiosity and enlighten ourselves with new and unique information just by doing so. We love living close to the sea. The beaches and the ocean enthrall us. The most popular tourism destinations in the world are beaches, islands, and other places by the sea. Certainly the beach is my favorite holiday destination as well. Next come the hills. It's a terrific way to relax all day while shaking a leg and downing a few mocktails at nightfall. I have noticed that food is the freshest along the eateries lining the beach. Seafood is usually in abundance and one can expect the freshest fish during most times of the year. Apart from the fun and relaxation is the tranquility of lesser known beaches and islands that I cherish the most during my holidays there. Our daily lives must be comfortable and joyful. Relaxation is of the essence. Meditation and daydreaming are helpful tools in a human being's life. Plan your schedule in such a way that you are always relaxed and comfortable. Pushing yourself to the limits and working too hard is never necessary. Yet it amazes me how most people that I know still believe that working hard from morning to night and pushing themselves to extremes will lead them to success and better lives. I would say that balancing one's daily routine is of the essence. Proper time must be delegated to all major areas of your life, never escaping anything nor neglecting something that's of great importance. Do not push the limits. Live a mediocre life. Do not work so hard. Don't try to change the world. Change yourself. Just focus on living a terrific life day by day and week by week. One should not go around trying to change the world when they don't have it in them to make changes in their own lives. Spiritual gurus and motivational trainers often tell us to walk the talk, but the fact is that you can live a much better life by not walking and not even talking. No walk, no talk. Meditate a lot more often. Enjoy the silence around you. Relax more. Be mindful. Daydream more. Find joy in simple things, and you will find that the world that you wanted to change suddenly becomes a much better place to live in, and you don't need to change it anymore. A better life is a life that is full of happiness, peace, comfort, relaxation and satisfaction. Blocks, hurdles, obstacles, resistance, puddles, etc. will seem to vanish away as you spend time in being more gentle and relaxed than you were ever before. For anything to be effective, one must be disciplined in following through with it for as long as they are alive. To live a super duper lifestyle, one does not need money or fame. All one needs is to live a life full of gentle relaxation. It's not easy to let go control or step back and let life take its own course, but doing so will ensure that you actually practice being gentle in every single way. Sadness, bitterness, gloomy days, stressful life, nights full of restless sleep and hours of worrying are some of the things that all of us tend to feel sometime or the other. These are the dark phases of our lives, and the only way to really overcome these dark phases is to be patient, meditate and just surrender ourselves to God's and nature's plans for us. There are phases in our lives where we wonder why things are so tough. Why is life so difficult, you may ask, and when will all the planning and inserted efforts pay off? We reduce our belief in God and ourselves because we feel that we will be eternally stuck in this darkness that we find ourselves in right now. Often we tend to give up when the light at the end of our tunnels was just around the next bend. But since we stopped or moved backward, we miss seeing that happy days were just around the corner. Leave the past behind. Do so right now. Today is a new day, a fresh start to your life. Wipe your slate clean. Hold on to only happy memories. Everything else is a waste of space inside your brain. Focus your attention on the day before you. Think about your life's purpose and how you can move forward with it today. Do not build extensive plans for tomorrow, since it's a ticket you yet have to purchase. The future is but 1,000 miles away. Live in the now. I've said this 1,000 times before. The present moment is a gift from God and is therefore rightly called the present. Waste not a single moment in worry today. Relax and meditate. Most people tend to go on vacation to places such as beaches, hills, lakes, rivers, mountains, national parks, sanctuaries, and other places close to nature. Sadly, in the last 10 years, most people have started going on lesser vacations to places near nature and more vacations in cities where they can shop or do more sightseeing. This is something that is absurd really. Millions of people go on vacation to places like Bangkok, Las Vegas, and Singapore. They go there as part of a tour. They wake up early in the morning and go to bed at around 10 p.m. Most of their days are spent running from one monument or tourist attraction to another. There is very little time for actually sitting down, relaxing all day at a beach, or spending time in things that are non-routine by nature. This is not a vacation. A tour is not a vacation. It is hard work. Some of us are always picky and choosy. We want things to be perfect all the time. We are over-organized to say the least. We spend loads of time trying to do every single thing perfectly. But usually, if not always, this perfection drive comes at a price. We tend to get stressed out and worried when things don't work out exactly the way we wanted it to. We are always looking around to check if everything's perfect, thereby destroying the present moment itself. It is wise to ease down a bit. Let things be the way they are for a change. Lighten up. Simplify your life. It's not going to end the world if something in your home is kept in the wrong place once in a while. Shameless promotion being done here inside Central Park isn't quite what it seems. I am not selling you anything. The only thing being shared is the numerous words being uttered by my mouth and thrown deep inside your ears. Music is the way to live a better life. Listening to one's favorite tunes is an interesting way of kicking in an extra dose of passion into your present moments that you find yourself engaged in. Strive to understand things from the other human being's point of view. Do not judge someone only based on their outer appearances, but figure out what's going on inside their minds. You can understand human beings a lot better when you take the time to listen to what they have to say. Every person has a story, something to share. My fellow human beings, we must do our best to listen to what others have to share with us. And in the process of listening, we shall understand. And when we understand, we can help others in ways that were previously not possible. My experience in this matter suggests that over 80% of understanding happens mainly through listening. Along with listening, it is wise to ask the right questions and genuinely show that you care about what the other person is sharing with you. Happiest are those that don't find the need to ask for more and are filled with no more desires, because they are well and truly the happiest of all. The roads to eternal bliss lies empty, and it's a path that one should follow. Do not be worried because no one else is walking on the unworn path. Make your own road, shape your own destiny. Don't follow, only lead. Life is all yours once you surrender to the fact that you must simply move with the flow to plunge forward into a blissful certainty. Not trusting all that you can see and not believing all that you hear ensures that you stay safe and protected from the demons of unpredictability. Nothing ventured, nothing gained, but reckless adventures lead to disaster. Remember this as I step away from the Central Park for a moment. My cup of fine Darjeeling tea awaits me. Take a long vacation sometime soon. Perhaps a 15-day vacation will help cement things inside your soul, and maybe you can take 2 to 4 family vacations a year as well. If you don't spend time with the ones you love on a daily basis, then it's still a sorry way to live your life. Life's about being relaxed and happy while being around the people that you love for enough hours of the day. It's often difficult to spend more than a few hours a day with your family and close friends, but there is simply no excuse for not trying hard enough. Hard-working people usually die earlier than the rest of the world's population. Stress stems from pressures in one's life. Most of these pressures happen or get created in the workspace. Stress kills millions of people prematurely each and every single year of the century. Life is an assortment of experiences and moments lived breath by breath every single moment. It's a jungle full of ups and downs. I'm here sipping my cup of late evening tea. It has been a beautiful hour spent with you. The sun set an hour ago on this particular volume of Central Park. I watched the sunset as it hid behind the trees and slid below the ocean. The cycle of life goes on and on. Moments pass us by, some pleasurable and some not so. It's a wonderful design set into motion since the creation of the world by the gods above. Life is so beautiful when we experience it here and now instead of being busy with making plans for the future or worrying about the past. Central Park has helped provide an enormous platform for me to share my thoughts and feelings with a keen audience, always looking to understand themselves and life itself. The light sea breeze has found a way into my bedroom and is now giving me light pats on my face and hands. I feel like a king right now. You will probably be listening to this volume first thing in the evening as you sip your hot cup of tea and spend some time catching up on the latest developments from around the world. A heavy lunch is what makes us feel sleepy on a weekday afternoon like today. The roads below my window are empty with no one but the occasional rickshaw passing by. My face wears a smile of pleasantness and peace as I sit here speaking about nothing. Inside Central Park, the pulsating fusions of the sitar combining beautifully with Western instruments is making my thought process go crazy. Life seems so perfect. Days go by blissfully, leaving me feeling that I am the most fortunate person alive to have such an effortless life. However, the glass of red wine is still proving to be elusive right now. Sitting by the window, sipping on the fermented juice of grapes would be wonderful, but I am not complaining much since the classical fusion playing on my music system is starting to intoxicate me. I am feeling lost right now and I cannot get myself to stick to something specific to speak about here. I feel as if I am sitting on top of Mount Everest and meditating. I shouldn't have started recording this volume in the first place. Now I am kind of stuck with the disciplined part of me forcing me to keep speaking. But on the other hand, it feels nice to know that sharing what I am doing on this calm weekend afternoon is going to possibly bring some cheer to the lives of hundreds and thousands of people in the months and years to follow. I am going to give in to my inner desires now and return to sitting by the window, doing nothing but watch the world go by. Thankfully, not much of the world is actually going by right now, so I can just sit here and absorb the musical genius of Pandit Ravi Shankar while I have a light conversation with the winter breeze. For me, creating Central Park is much more than just a hobby or leisure time activity. It is my life purpose. My life revolves around spending time in doing all those things that I love and being around those people that I truly care about. Some of you already figured me out, almost. You guys know that I'm calm even when I'm angry or feeling a bit sad. You know that whatever I share with you is purely my views and feelings which may or may not apply to you and your daily life. You very well know that it takes me hours and days to create these audiobooks, but I will never go around complaining that I don't like creating them. In fact, I love producing these audiobooks so much that I wake up each morning with purpose written all over my face. A relatively somber moment is passing us by. The cup of tea was over even before I had begun to enjoy it. A lot on my mind perhaps, or just that a burning question was occupying my mind as I stood by my bedroom window. What does it take for a life to qualify as a great one? The one who is feeling lonely and depressed is the person who does not have the luxury of a close and dear friend or an interactive hobby to keep him busy. It is an estimation that most depressed individuals are either loners, failures, stressed out or divorced. The weather is wonderful as always. A clear sky outside my window and a light breeze from the sea enters through the open window to impress me with her gentleness. It is great to be able to be so relaxed and comfortable while I address an entire nation of loyal listeners gathered inside Central Park. Emptying a pot full of soup with just a ladle is not something that can be done perfectly. My soul outpourings are not easy to empty out into a single volume of Central Park. Words get missed out and errors are made as I try to keep up with the pace of my soul. Perhaps my soul isn't as relaxed as I am right now. Maybe she is restless to share with you things worth listening to a few more times. The start of this volume has been nervous as always. It's like an amateur public speaker has taken the stage in front of thousands of people. Nervousness presents itself and it isn't easy to stand there and deliver without the stumbles and the pauses. It seems like my soul is in the mood to gossip right now since the messages are taking its time to be passed on to both of us. Usually a sign that what's to come might be about someone other than the listener and the messenger. Not the usual cup of tea being served today, I suppose. Factually, not everything that's cooked inside a kitchen is eaten. The remains get left over or thrown outside for the stray dogs to feast upon. A listener who listens to every single audiobook is sure to be a lot more wiser than an old man who hasn't bothered venturing out of his home that often. Wisdom comes in surprising ways here, but is usually wise to look harder or listen to each audiobook a few more times to actually get the remains of what's left at the very bottom. Reading between the lines takes a few listens to get to. You can easily see that a lack of wisdom and useful knowledge is similar to the dark nights one can see happening during those winter months. The good thing about learning something new on a regular basis is that you can actually start sharing or teaching what you know with a lot of other people out there. You can be a guru in your own right. Each one of us that passes through this audiobook volume has an odd or strange hobby that we tend to indulge in sometimes. This activity might be something that's been kept going purely to fulfill the varied urges of our hearts and souls. It's important to keep the gig going even if it takes a few hours out of your weekly schedule. I believe that the world is a great walk in which all humans and other living creatures live and die. It is one of life's most daring adventures to travel the length and breadth of this planet. Living a life without a strong purpose to guide you is like watching a dozen football games with not a single goal being scored. The last sip of my early evening tea is certainly motivating me to carry on and share many more lines in this volume. The listener shall be inspired to listen to this one from start to finish if she too has a cup of stiff tea or coffee inside her hands. Putting my relaxed foot forward has been a challenging one in a world around me that is rigid on pace, effort, and tons of hard work. Today's musings are going to be pretty much the same as the laid-back, complex, relaxed, and uniquely different content outpouring that you have become used to. Water tends to create the best ideas. Millions of ideas shoot across our minds and get planted into our brains while we are out fishing, swimming, sailing, or simply taking a shower. Peace is something we must strive for. Do whatever you can, whether little or large, to make the world a lot more peaceful and loving to live in. I feel a bit lost right now in the beauty of this lonesome moment. It's tough to record stuff when I'm so lost in the serenity and peace that surrounds me. Listening to soft flutes and violins playing on the speakers over the last couple of hours has created this effect on me. Nothing else to do, just chilling and relaxing till my inspired soul awakens to share with you her wisdom. I am your guide inside Central Park, forever shall be, whenever you enter this space and spend a few moments of your time continuing your journey deeper and deeper into this moment of wisdom with me. The heart of a human being is as insatiable as one's stomach, for our bellies are like gods to whom we must serve food and water every single day, and our hearts long for the greatness and fortune that society claims is necessary for a life to be termed as a great one. A slow-walking donkey can reach thousands of miles ahead on a given day in the future. The physical stamina and tremendous persistence of the donkey must be seen to be believed. Praise is a snack for the listener today. I sing your praises and I buy myself another day of your company inside Central Park. Not much else can do that, it seems, apart from a spirited spree of useful and amazing material that's squeezed into a classic Savio DSilva audiobook inside Central Park. Being invited to the Savio DSilva party online is not relevant or essential, as actually taking the time to be here inside the pages of this audiobook listening to the words that I share. I've been the black sheep of writers on the web since I woke up from a peaceful slumber far too late. Perhaps the only little worry I have is that I should have started off with creating audiobooks a lot sooner. Speaking comes naturally to me. Countless hours of talking ever since I've hit puberty has gone into the refined process of working you see on display inside Central Park. There are some similarities between rats and human beings. This is stated in many quotes and scriptures too. We are often told to get out of the rat race when it comes to working our asses off with no appreciation or gains at the end of the day. A unique thing about rats and humans is that we both come to our own homes every single day. Rats return to their little holes and we return to our home sweet home. It is wise to set up a few more homes around the place, but I'm not referring to the ones which require too much money or efforts invested into building it. You can make a website your second home, or even an hobby, your school, a college, or an office. You can make any place your second, third, or fourth home, just as long as you make it a regular activity in your weekly schedule. Go to your second home while you are still physically present in your first one. The greatest minds that walked this planet during the entire history of the world have been people who have spent many hours of their days in their second or third homes. For me, creating these musings is like my second home. This is where I love to be, inside Central Park, seated at my computer chair, recording these words for you and loving every minute of it. What's more is that I don't have to really invest much money, time or effort in creating these audiobooks. They come naturally to me and I'm usually done with a couple of such volumes within a few hours. Then, my third home is spending time on meditating and listening to music while I'm relaxing on my large soft bed in my bedroom here. Homes are like hobbies, activities or jobs that you love doing and which has a permanent place where you can usually do them. For me, this chair is where I create, while the bed is where I relax, listen to music, read and meditate. The beauty of having different places around you devoted to specific activities or tasks that you enjoy makes living each day a lot more beautiful. It's like living and finding all the 4 seasons in a single day of your life. When I refer to enjoying 4 seasons in one day, I'm talking about the satisfaction you get when you invest your time into many varied things. Meditate in the morning in a specific place in your home. Eat breakfast at your dining table or in a particular part of your living room. Obviously, we have been doing these things in our lives pretty much without realizing that we were doing so. Now it's time to add in a few more homes or spaces so that you can have a well-rounded, more interesting and enjoyable life. Those who travel the world usually are more wise, tolerant, patient, relaxed, powerful, serene, calm, satisfied and happy compared to others who don't travel as much. Traveling doesn't have to be of the physical kind. Traveling your world to the fullest is more important. Having the ability of enjoying many different things in varied parts of your home and nearby areas is a wonderful feeling. We have the ability to live a diversely rich life when we choose to live our daily lives in such a way that we are able to see all 4 seasons in a single day. An instructional volume inside Central Park shared with you via a slightly more toned down style of speaking by me. Mental control is far more important than physical prowess. A tree never hits a truck unless the vehicle runs right into it. There is a certain discipline that Mother Nature displays and humans can learn a lot from her. The pursuit of happiness is never the right nor the logical way to find it. I'd suggest that you lay still and rest so that happiness comes right to you. Joy is like a butterfly. Chase it and you may never catch it. Stop and it will come rest right on your open palm. The gentleness of this moment is starting to swindle away the restless nature that possessed me a few minutes ago. The ease with which one can spread messages over long distances within seconds is something that's quite unbelievable. The internet has made communication a cup of tea. Speaking away to glory is a joy and passion that fills me up whole. The soul inside rests peacefully at night, and sleeping without waking for 8 hours is as easy as saying 1, 2, 3. Life's a boat that sails ever so gently through serene waters of a beautiful lake. All around is silence and calm. The nothingness of the present moment is mesmerizing me with its hypnotic smile. The world is an open one today. All are welcome in every single corner of the globe. You can explore without physically being present in the chosen land. There are many who dream about being successful while they sleep, while just a select few actually wake up and walk towards their desired destination. The finest sights to see on a journey usually come last on the trail. The egg lovers normally eat the yolk last, since that's the part they wish to savor the most. Our favorites in life are like the apple pie we love to eat at the end of a hearty meal. The soft music playing in the background is causing me to lose my train of thought as I sit here recording this glorious volume in the darkness of my bedroom. The room might be dark, but my soul is currently illuminated. The words are flowing, and I've shared over 20,000 words or so inside the different volumes of Central Park. I was resting under the shade of a tree a few afternoons ago. I was visiting my uncle who lives in the outskirts of the city. He has his own little farm with a huge banyan tree at the far end on the north side. This is where I love sitting down whenever I go to meet him on his farm. The shade of the huge tree feels wonderful, especially during the hot summer days. And that day was one such day, even though it was winter time. It felt wonderful resting on the mud while listening to the sounds of the birds playing in the branches above me. My uncle always makes sure that I'm treated like royalty whenever I go to visit him on his farm. He sent me plates full of the freshest fruits in season, apples, mosambi and watermelons, and also allows me to read any of the thousands of books that are housed in the library at the back of his large house. Yes, he loves to read, and I guarantee that not too many individuals I know have the immense knowledge and wisdom that he has within his brains because of all that reading. His library is actually a 15 by 20 foot bedroom that he turned into a study room for himself long ago. He made several dozen shelves where the thousands of books he owns are all sitting waiting to be picked up and read. Outside the library, he has arranged 2 round tables with chairs around them. They look similar to a little coffee shop in southern France, but this one's right here in Mumbai. Guests and relatives visit him all through the year. He has hundreds of people who visit him every month. He is a popular farmer and social worker in this part of town. And the favorite room of most of his guests is this library that I love and the little coffee shop that he has made outside the library. It feels relaxing and nice sitting on those chairs as we immerse ourselves in a book and let time pass us by. For me, I love every single room of his large house, and I love the banyan tree the most. It is there where I can literally fall asleep during the hot sunny afternoons without worrying about being burnt by the rays of the hot sun. That day was a day that I did just that. I was watching the birds fly in the blue skies above in the distance. I was feeling so good just seeing those eagles spread their wings and float along the invisible pathways in the skies. Birds don't have to worry about much. Whenever they feel worried, all they need to do is spread their wings and fly. Then they look down at us from high above and see just how tiny human beings appear to them from so high up in the sky. And that's enough for the birds to chuckle to themselves. We make our lives so miserable at times because we assume we are such a major part of this world. But we just need to see things from a bird's point of view and we will know just how tiny we actually are in the larger scheme of things. It makes me happy seeing the birds fly high up in the sky. I fall asleep very quickly once I close my eyes. It's only the bell that rings that wakes me up about an hour later. It's my uncle's signal that it's tea time on his farm. I walk up to the tea room which is in the garden at the front of his house. The other guests have already found themselves a nice place to enjoy their tea. My uncle always reserves the best table for me. It's the table where he himself sits down. It's a large round table that's placed just under a large tree at the far end of the garden. The table is so positioned that we can see almost all around his farmhouse. I can even see the large banyan tree at the opposite end of the farm. We can enjoy our tea here while looking around and taking in all the sights and sounds. God has gifted me a life and I am ever so grateful for it. Experiencing such beautiful days during the hot summer months is pure bliss. I love my life. My uncle's farm is one of my favorite places in the whole wide world. I can easily get away from the hustle and bustle of city life by hopping onto a train and visiting him for a day or two. His library, coffee shop outside, his high teas, and the large banyan tree on the north end of the farm shall always be my favorite spots. It feels really good to just imagine myself resting under the shade of the banyan tree as the birds chirp in the branches above. I miss his farm already, and it's just been a while since I said goodbye. I guess another trip is bound to happen soon. I shall share more about it when I'm down there again. The beauty of being able to communicate with so many souls throughout the world is what this is all about. Just sitting here and opening my heart and soul to you right now. Nothing else matters. The privilege of having such a varied group of listeners dropping by to catch up on a lovely stint of listening is not what everyone on this planet has the fortune of having. You are special to me. My rapid communication does not fool you one bit. You know exactly why you are inclined towards listening to these audiobooks so many times. You feel that you belong here. Most importantly, you feel that you are part of my life and that I am part of yours. You connect with whatever I speak in a way that you never knew that you could. Spending an hour inside Central Park is like being thrown a few diamonds for free. What a spectacular way to pass by this moment. You came home feeling wonderful, and then to make things even better, you sat down and meditated for an hour. You will be totally relaxed once you've entered my Central Park, or rather our Central Park once again. Life is a wonderful blessing, and to live past a few decades is a bigger gift from God that one can ever imagine. Just being able to see the beautiful sights around while taking in the smells, the sounds, and the angelic moments that happen for those who firmly believe in living in the now. The now is priceless. It's just another beautiful day for you and me. I'm certain that you must be feeling just as good as I feel right now, else the chances of you spending time with me inside Central Park would be slightly slimmer. The energy of blissful moments in Mother Nature in the springtime cannot be discounted. One must strive to spend as much time in the outdoors as one can during the next few months. Not letting a single beautiful moment pass you by is a great strategy in the coming days. The entire money in the world cannot bring back the past moments that you vanquished and never did anything about. Pictures, videos, and memories might refresh those wonderful times, but it's always best to live every moment as it's supposed to be lived in the present moment. Life is wonderful. There is great wisdom in spending plenty of time in solitude and silence. Perhaps there are very few other things in the universe that can be made time for more easily than these two things. It's often said that good friends are similar to chocolate since they are sweet and wonderful, while they are also adding calories since they stick to inside your stomach. A short line on chocolates and calories thrown your way inside Central Park once again. There is a garden blooming within us, and this pasture needs constant watering for it to truly blossom and grow. Our soul lies waiting for us on these quiet and peaceful days. What does she have to say? Meditate for a while and you will know. Starting off a friendship tends to get tougher as we age. There is no excuse for not making friends as you grow older though. Friendships must be formed where you give to someone and not expect that person to give back in return. It is becoming increasingly difficult to give and not expecting anything back in today's materialistic world. But there are still people who stick with you and keep giving without wanting anything back from you. It is far better to be such a friend than to find one. What a wonderful world it would be if each person listening to this audiobook volume would be a giver and not expect anything back. Choosing to spend an hour or more in pin-drop silence and utter solitude is definitely the way to go. We can easily feel serene and calm once we are spending time on our own in silence. Meditation does not require a warning bell to ring for you to take it up in your everyday life. Simply choosing to have an appetite for meditation will help you remember to while away an hour or more on this vital function. People often think that meditation is something that can be done only under the able guidance of a learned yogi or spiritual guru. Not so. In fact, it is always best to meditate on your own and in any way you deem fit. There are a few guidelines which you may want to keep in mind. Be in solitude. Be silent while you meditate. Be as relaxed as you can. Be in a comfortable position, whether sitting down or laying down. And lastly, focus on nothing. The first few guidelines are simple to follow, but the last one is something that takes a few minutes of deep breathing to enter into a phase of nothingness. Sitting down in a particular position is not important nor necessary, and it is sad that there are so many meditation teachers out there who tell us that we must be sitting down in a yogic stance with our legs folded in some sort of difficult position. Simply rubbish. Meditation is supposed to be easy and simple to do. One can meditate while being seated or laying down. I prefer laying down and meditating because it's so comfortable and relaxing to do so. You can close your eyes to feel even more serenity and calmness inside of you, but even leaving one's eyes open is not wrong. Among the finest meditation techniques that I've learned is to simply relax myself and focus on a candlelight burning in front of me. There are few techniques of meditation as powerful as this one, and it's common to find many spiritual leaders using this technique in their privacy of their own homes or ashrams. Meditation is one of the easiest things to do on the planet. You can do it at home, inside your office, or anywhere else that you want to. You can even do it while you're driving, but make sure that the technique you are using keeps you focused on the road ahead rather than anything else. Having spoken several thousand pages on the subject of meditation, I can safely and comfortably tell you that the exercise of spending time in silence, solitude, and meditation is not an exercise. Rather, it is a relaxing activity that is one of the easiest and wisest things that you can ever do in your daily routine. My life is truly a blessing since I live every single moment of my day just because I seem to have mastered the ability to meditate almost anytime, anywhere that I wish to. Don't take my words for it though. Give meditation a shot right now. Simply spending time on your own in silence is good enough to start with. You will find that these moments will become blissful times in your daily routine. Consider daydreaming as another wonderful way to meditate. Once again, start off by being on your own in silence and then progress towards a beautiful scenery inside your mind's eye. You can replay the images of my uncle's farm that I spoke about at length earlier, or you could fly off to the top of a mountain or venture out into the ocean by riding on a dolphin's back. Focused meditation, such as the one that I mentioned earlier about staring at a candlelight while you are relaxed and comfortable, is another nice way to improve your concentration and focus in daily life. There are hundreds and thousands of benefits of meditation, and I'm certain that I'll never be able to share all of them inside Central Park because I know that I'm still learning the ropes of this pivotal and interesting subject of meditation. We all want to be happy every single day of our lives. Our life's ultimate purpose is to live a satisfied, relaxed, comfortable, and happy life. And if you closely examine these 4 words for a few more minutes, then you will clearly see that there is no other activity for free that can give you relaxation, comfort, satisfaction, and happiness as much as meditation can. I am happy that I finally shared this wisdom with you today. Perhaps you will take my word for it and give meditation a serious shot in your everyday life. I am certain that if you do, you will thank me 1,000 times for sharing this information with you. Life is an eternal adventure when we spend time in doing the things that we love. Not a single day of hard work, our surroundings to inspire us to greatness, and a few chosen people who stick around while we walk towards our final destination. Being born into a chaotic and busy world initially shaped us into hardworking people, but as we matured, we quickly realized that there is a lot more to life than spending time in schools, colleges, and the office. These days, we don't hope for the spring and summer to be endless, since we know now that the monsoon season comes soon after the heat of summer. I simply love the rains just as much as you do. The most blissful moments in my life happen while I'm outside enjoying the rains along with my loved ones and close friends. The best moments of my day are sitting here by the window while the rain pours down heavily outside. You cannot be afraid of dying when your life is so full of blissful and wonderful moments that you have no time to think about yesterday's memories. Something to chew on during the last 2 minutes of this audiobook. Daydreaming is just something to do while you are completely relaxed, not an activity that's done while you are bored. Boredom happens when you have nothing worthwhile to do. Perhaps it is time that we all invest some daily time in daydreaming and meditation to fully enjoy the present moments and the beautiful natural world around us. I will see you on the other side. I am now stepping away into the stillness of my Central Park once again. Allow me to say goodbye to you for now. I don't feel sad that I'm about to spend the rest of the day without anyone here to talk to, neither anyone to listen to me. My communication is most enjoyable when I hear the stillness speak to me from within my soul. A black beach is a rare find in the world. It is always kept a secret as well. This audiobook is your black beach, where you don't really know what to expect from me when I speak here, but it connects with you in strange ways and you begin to fully understand the value of the messages and random musings inside the many volumes of this particular audiobook. I talk about things that truly matter to you deep down inside. It's difficult for you to understand most of my musings, but yet you have stuck around because it connects and relates to your life in a rather subconscious way. This is your black beach, not just your Central Park, and you found it quite by a stroke of luck, I must say. Perhaps a friend, a relative, or you being a student or a client of mine has helped you find your black beach inside this Central Park. Listening to this audiobook a few more times will do you no harm. In fact, as a counselor and psychotherapist, I advise you to do so. You might not listen to anything as powerful as this for some time to come. You have here your black beach, the sand of the black beach, firmly inside the palm of your hand. Do not hold it any more tightly, as the tighter you hold it, the more faster the grains will fall onto the ground. I just know for a fact that the wisdom shared inside Central Park isn't normally found on social media, on inside books, or on TV. Thanks for staying with me. I will surely meet you in the fantasy world once again, since I willingly choose to spend my Sundays through Saturdays in this specific zone. You can have the best life possible anytime and anywhere you want. All it takes is spending some time in silence and solitude anytime during the day or night. My appetite for meditation has never stopped since I started devoting a few leisurely hours each day towards this wonderful subject. Actually, it's more than just a subject. It's truly a way of my life, and I'm pretty certain that you will know why once you give it a shot for a few days of your life in the very same way that I do. I just love flowers. Simply seeing them in pictures or setting it as my desktop wallpaper makes me feel so good. Flowers are natural medicine for our hearts and souls. They help us feel fresh and nice whenever they are around us. They are like our silent best friends that even spread their light fragrance all over our homes. It is no surprise that the biggest selling gift in the history of the world is flowers. It is said that if you spot one of the first daffodils during the spring, then your next 12 months are going to bring you lots of good fortune and luck. I certainly want to believe that I was the first one to spot these flowers in the garden close to my home. I saw them a couple of days ago, and the sad part is that I don't even think anyone around the city notices such things anymore. Unfortunately, I didn't start off this volume all that well. A clear path ahead wasn't constructed, so I may have lost your focus a little during the first few paragraphs. However, please don't judge my speaking based on the way I have merged and selected the words, since that's not the purpose of this particular volume of Central Park. Rather, simply follow the message that's clearly mentioned inside this volume. I will feel blessed if you understand what I'm saying, and if you don't, then perhaps the messages were lost by focusing on something else during the first few lines. Give in to stillness, since what you shall experience will be a moment much greater than anything that money can buy. Bill Gates might be the second richest person in the world, but he will not be able to buy himself a moment of stillness from any shop anywhere in the world. If you are wondering what stillness feels like, then it is time for you to close this audiobook, switch off your computer or cell phone and lay down on your bed or sit down in a relaxed position on your chair or on the floor and let the forces within you take over. I will see you on the other side in a few minutes. Still waters run deep. It is proven that the maximum people drown when the sea is still. The low tide takes most lives, not the high tide. A person drowns in silent waters, not where there are lots of waves. Of course, there are always examples of people dying due to an accident while surfing or due to pure carelessness. In life too, especially as far as stress and anger are concerned, I have observed that the silent types are usually the ones who cause the most destruction when their anger bursts out or when they are so stressed out that they decide to cut loose. Maximum serial killers and hardcore criminals in the prisons all over the world are the silent types. Being passionately engaged in something leads to a beautiful journey for the rest of the way. The journey ends when you arrive. Perhaps now it is a good time for me to walk away into the sunset while I still can. Each one of us is a mortal being. Death is a bright pink dress that we all need to wear sometime or the other. I was presented with these bright colored costumes a few times now, but luckily God snatched them away just when I was about to wear them. It's nice to be part of a closely knit family and friend circle. I tend to describe my loved ones as potatoes since they are tasty no matter how you cook them, and the best ones are usually found under the ground. Not that easy to spot their fine qualities until you look a bit deeper into their inner beings. Our instincts are created directly due to the vast sources of information within our brains. Our minds give us whatever relevant information there is whenever we need it. However, most of us tend to ignore these instincts or gut feelings simply because we feel that it's too timid to take seriously. But these inner voices seem weak because we haven't really tapped into the wisdom of our souls as yet. Meditation helps in regularly entering the kingdom of our souls as and when we wish to. All it needs is complete serenity and silence around us while we close our eyes and focus on the nothingness, stillness and solitude created during these meditative spells. Hobbies are something that you must enjoy doing. It could be collecting coins, dolls, Hot Wheel cars, stamps, knitting, traveling, more or less whatever you enjoy doing. You spend a lot of your free time doing them and you think about doing nothing else. Some people make work their hobby. This could be working on cars or heavy equipment to semis. They enjoy it so much that they're always doing it no matter what. When some of us want a break from the work that we do something else that we enjoy doing. We can have different hobbies and different ideas of what hobbies are. Some people like fishing and hunting as their hobbies, while I prefer writing and speaking. The cup of tea is in my hand, hot it still is. I can smell the leaves. It takes me up right to the hills of Darjeeling. Life is so beautiful up there. I guess I know why a speaker keeps speaking. When you love something you are so deeply involved in, you don't want to stop doing it until your body can take no more. You take just a few hours of sleep and then return to speak some more all over again. My appetite has suddenly cropped up again. They say you can laugh and grow fat, but I say that you can meditate and live a truly blissful life. Heaven is present right here on earth. It is just a question of basking in silence and solitude for a few minutes at a time, and the gates of paradise will open up for you now and forever. Happy meditation to you. The invisible friendships that are forged between you and me is an eye-opening extravaganza for your mind. You are enlightened by my soul's illumination. Enough said in one paragraph. The messages are loud and clear. I will be back with more to say to you on this topic a bit later. Don't go away just yet. I must thank you for being there for me and giving me a reason to live by listening to this audiobook, Central Park. I am here for you, inside your ears, whenever you need me. And I love it whenever you spend time here with me. Even if you don't, write in or send in your feedback or comments on any of these volumes of Central Park. They say that time waits for no one, but I beg to differ with what they say, since time has always waited for both of us here. Both of us are willing to spend time with each other happily because we see reflections of our own souls in the times that we spend together inside Central Park. We can never be lonely when we are listening and speaking inside Central Park. You being here helps you know yourself and your life's purpose a lot better, while me sharing a little space inside my Central Park with you makes me feel even more happy, relaxed and satisfied inside. In fact, it is and has been our Central Park all along, not mine alone. Connecting with you leads to a deeper relationship with my soul. I love my life even more thanks to you being here for me on so many days and nights. It's time to take a little breather now, but I will be back in a few seconds to continue with this volume. I love you for being my friend, and I'm certain that you love me for being yours, even though I am a friend inside your ears and always there without actually being there. Time is tight for the rest of the world, but for both of us, time stops as we spend time in the company of each other on a park bench inside Central Park. Living a life like a beautiful landscape painting is what truly makes me tick. It's like a village scene where there is a large field, a banyan tree, and a lake that is running next to those fields. The blue sky overhead and the mountains in the distance add to the wonderful sense of calm you will feel when you imagine yourself to be the one resting under the shade of this large banyan tree. You can experience stillness, and it speaks to you really clearly when you realize that your mind, body, heart and soul are one with the world around you. Yoga means union. It is a discipline which involves reaching the same unity that I talk about here. My bedroom is my yoga center, my Central Park, and I remain mesmerized with the stillness that I feel when I slip into my own little world and let my life take its own direction without spending a second on thinking about where the next few minutes or hours are going to take me. I had a few minutes for free, so I thought I'd spend them in exchanging another piece of my soul with you right now. I'm possibly losing my train of thought while I battle some Sunday blues. It happened all so suddenly while I lay on the bed. I was feeling terrific just a few minutes ago, but now I'm feeling blue. What does it mean to feel blue? Does a part of your body turn into the color of the sky, or does it mean that we normally feel in another color and it changes to this particular shade when there's nothing worthwhile to be done? Blue is not a harsh color, neither it is a shade that lives on the darker side. How come it is associated with a feeling of sadness? I don't know. Why am I so overwhelmed with what I'm feeling when I was high on life just a few moments ago? It's a funny thing about the rain. If you stand beneath a large tree, you discover that instead of not being hit by the droplets, you are hit almost twice as hard. Maybe this is what is happening with me right now. I'm looking to experience the comfort of my soul, but instead I'm now feeling restless and blue with no reason as to why or how it happened. Ignoring a problem is no way to solve it, but there are times when it's best to take a few steps behind so that you can look at things from a different angle. Sweeping things under the carpet is only going to make the whole room dirty once again. One's life can be in complete disarray if pressing problems are shunned and ignored. The best way to punch a hole into a concrete wall is not with your bare hands but with a hammer or a wrecking ball. Sometimes we think that solving a problem might be very difficult because we try to solve it using our own efforts. Breaking down a wall with your bare hands is a difficult task and could even lead to your hands getting injured or broken. Solving a serious issue without seeking the assistance of others who are experts is asking for trouble more often than not. Human beings cannot exist in isolation. Those that did lived miserable and lonely lives without truly experiencing what it feels like to have a friend or spouse by one's side. Cooperation, delegation, outsourcing are just some of the many buzzwords that come to mind when one thinks about taking the help of outsiders to solve your problems or get the job done. But it isn't just about solving problems or tackling issues where the help of others is required. We need the assistance of other human beings in almost every major aspect of our lives. The cycle of life has been designed in such a way that the whole world and all the creatures in it exist together to help one another in such a way that the whole earth remains alive and functioning well. Maybe what I'm saying doesn't make complete sense just yet, so I'll leave you with a little example of what I'm talking about. Let's take the concrete wall as an example once again. Let's say that the wall is 2 feet thick and 30 feet long and the entire wall needs to be broken down. Would it be easier for you to break this wall all by yourself or with the aid of 20 other people? Obviously, all other things being equal, the group of 20 people will usually bring down the thick wall a lot faster than you doing the job alone. Another example of multiple forces making solving problems and completing tasks easier is that of a wedding buffet. Would it be possible for a single person to serve 300 people at a wedding buffet, or would it be better if 15 people serve 300 people? Once more, it's probably always the group of 15 people who will be able to serve the 300 guests at the wedding a lot more effectively and faster than one single person doing the entire job alone. Success in one's life is largely due to the help of others. The roles or tasks assigned to each one of us might be different, but it's always best to have the help of others in completing large tasks effectively and solving huge problems well. Let's say that you need to make 10,000 teddy bears in 10 days. Would it be possible for you to complete this mammoth task alone? Can you imagine a movie being made entirely by one person? Can you imagine a TV show being shot and broadcast with the help of just one person? Living a more effective life, handling different situations and solving most major problems is always easier when you have people helping you. People often say that too many cooks spoil the broth, but imagine a single person having to prepare enough potato chowder to serve 2,000 people on his or her own. What's more, the soup must be prepared in less than 30 minutes. Wouldn't it be better if the cook had more hands helping him or her with this gigantic role? Great, powerful messages are often delivered out of necessity rather than any other reason. Freedom movements, wars, protests, and everything similar have been inspired by the deep voice of a deeply motivated speaker. A tortoise does not move an inch forward unless it chooses to stick its head out into the open world around. Human beings like me cannot make any sense of the weekend blues unless we push ourselves fully into the point of no return. Crushing of the grapes with our bare feet makes some good wine, but there's an important process that comes after the pressing, and that is the fermenting of the juice grapes. Good wine can't turn out tasting good unless the grape juice is left to rest in solitude. It has been one of my many mantras to wish well for others, those that I don't know as well as those that I know. I was never competitive and always sought equal rights and privileges for everybody. Maybe I'm just someone who fell out of my mother's arms when I was a little baby. Perhaps the knock on the head made me think a bit different from most others. I want everyone to make it in life, not just me, not just you, since life isn't just about surviving, it's about living it fully. No rat race is for us. I ain't a rat, neither are you, and the sooner we realize this, the better it is for all of mankind. Yesterday, while creating another audiobook, I realized that I'm beginning to become more like others out there. I was always unique and different, so when I realized that the systems of this world are possibly corrupting my mind and making me something that I'm not, then I realized that the time has come to change things around quite a bit. The systems teaches us to race against each other like rats, dogs, horses and pigs. Makes us compete against each other all the damn time. Grades, ranks, classes, differentiation of all sorts and types are designed and implemented to segregate us into groups when deep down inside we are all one. We all have the same flesh, bone and blood structure inside our bodies. Men, women, white, blacks, brown, yellow, gay, straight, young, old, kids, adults, boys, girls, seniors are all broken down into classes and groups by the systems we follow and the society that we live in, when in reality we are all human beings. The only group that we belong to is the human race. That's the only race in existence. But no, boundaries, laws, rules and strict norms are created to make sure that we are all cast into different groups and classes based on our skin color, gender, age, income, religious faith, professional status and more. All the ingredients of war are pushed right onto our dinner plates and we are literally forced to take up one side or the other. Sitting on the fence is a safe way out, but no one out there allows us the liberty of doing that. Our opinions are labeled based on the groups that we belong to, and we are treated differently based on the same. Racism and other serious kinds of discrimination are allowed to thrive while the human race seeks to survive. Survival of the fittest, they call it, but boy, are they wrong. We are pinned against each other and made to race against our own brothers and sisters. Passports and visas are simply ways to segregate us into groups, just like files are cast into dark filing cabinets. The world is one, but we are made to feel that we are not one. We are divided based on the country and religion that we belong to. Further, we are divided based on our income, our profession, our religion, our caste, our age, and even our skin color. Stereotypes are pushed onto the playing field, and it's what they themselves have created. It's truly sad that human beings cannot exist as one race, breaking down the walls that stop us from unifying as one race. Tear down barriers, destroy the evil forces that want to separate us. Let there be no passports, let there be no visas. All human beings should be allowed to freely move from one place to another based on their own whims and fancies. Terrorism has its root cause in discrimination. When we stop discrimination, we root out terrorism and we root out war itself. Cultural richness and diversity shall exist and thrive when the population of the world unites and becomes one big happy family. No hatred shall be there between lands and the tyrants that rule them. No economic classes shall exist. There shall be no first world and third world. All the world shall be one big fat country. Perhaps this is too much information for you to digest in a single go, but please take some time to think about what I've shared inside this particular volume. The world needs to be one. It deserves to be one, for that is how God intended it to be. Had God wanted countries, races, nationalities, classes, and creeds, then he would have probably done that himself. It is mankind alone that causes this discrimination to be created and to continue until this day and age. It's time to treat others as members of our family, as in reality that's actually what they are. It is easy to pass the buck and say that the ball is in the other person's court. For me, I'm happy to be a human being belonging to the one and only human race in existence on this planet. Shame on you if you don't agree with almost everything that I said in this particular volume of Central Park. Don't say that it's not in your hands or how can one person change the world. Instead, it's time to believe that all human beings are equal and every single one of us belongs to just a single group, the human race. Stop discrimination right now. Every human being belongs to one family. In fact, every living creature in this universe belongs to one family. The world is our playground and we do not belong to any country, religion, race or creed. Nobody becomes a master artist on the first day. There is no such thing as overnight success except in the movies. A system that helps anyone achieve mastery or success quickly should be thrown out the window, for what works best is often something that takes a long time in helping you get there. Human beings cannot thrive in isolation. A solitary tree cannot be called a forest. It's through association and companionship that we can all succeed in the modern world. Poverty is often considered to be the biggest curse on mankind. The man who is poor is not so because of the little that he has, but is certainly so because he desires a lot more than he can afford. Simplicity lies in having less desires and wants. Those that seek to bite off more than what's available are certainly living as poor people. A human being can truly achieve the most when he or she does not really care who gets the reward or appreciation when the job is done. A sound education involves not just learning from your own experiences and mistakes, but gaining wisdom from others who know much more than you do. The one whose heart is as serene as still as deep waters is the one that has plenty of wisdom inside. You and me should attempt to spend hours in the company of such learned folk. There are times when life gets very tough, and you often find it best to give up all hope once you reach a point of no return. But it's indeed pure foolishness to do so when you have already traveled so far on your journey towards the mountain top. I'm chilling out right now, sipping on some tea. I've lost the count of the number of sips I've already had. I guess I love my late evening tea more than most other drinks. It's a secret recipe that's been passed on from generation to generation in my family. Nobody outside the family knows how to make it. People who choose to do what makes them happy usually end up living a healthy and happy life. Satisfaction is commonly derived from doing what you love, be it your hobby, your career, or simply an activity that makes you feel good. The housewives and the kids are always the happiest of them all. It's because they immerse themselves in activities that they love to do and for people that they care for. Often wealth comes along when you choose a career or a hobby that you love. Cursing a foolish person is like complimenting him. He will never understand that you're mocking or putting him down. For him, everything sounds good. In a way, this manner of viewing things leads fools to be happy. It is a fact that not a single human being has got exactly what he or she dreamed about, but that doesn't mean that we stop chasing our goals. Pursue your purpose and you will find that you are a lot happier as each day passes by. People have forgotten how to flash a genuine smile or give a long hearty laugh. The modern world has made human beings feel a lot more gloom and boredom rather than the other way around. The biggest issue is that we seek joy in outside forces and not within us. True happiness only comes on the inside. The cow must be the happiest animal in the entire world since she helps feed human beings with over 200,000 glasses of milk during her lifespan. Apart from that, the excreta of this holy animal is used for various purposes such as manure and building roofs on huts. There is always criticism and praise for everything that you do. My writings get its share of positive and negative feedback. I am always keen on knowing what my genuinely loyal readers and listeners think about what I write and speak on my blogs and inside my audiobooks. Someone that desires nothing more in life is truly the satisfied one. Being happy with what you have ensures that you always move through the journey of life wearing a content smile on your face. Lately, I've been spending considerable time on my social life. perhaps more than any time during the last decade. This has its ups and downs, as I'm quickly realizing. More time outside the home or being in the company of others means that I have less time for meditation and relaxation. My hobbies also have got compromised. Of late, I haven't been reading or writing song lyrics since I've been talking to friends and others a lot more. Of course, it's nice to spend more time with close friends, family, and others who drop by or who I meet outside at coffee shops. But overdoing anything is not good. Besides, discipline is important to ensure that we are always happy and relaxed. Therefore, instead of avoiding my friends, what I've done is that I've modified my schedule in such a way that I can get an equal mix of social life and personal life. I believe both are important and different for all of us. There is something that I want to share, and that is a famous quote by George Bernard Shaw, which states, "The man who writes about himself and his own time is the only man who writes about all people and all time." I am truly happy that someone as famous as George Bernard Shaw wrote about this so long ago. I speak and write mainly about me and my own life here, but in doing so, I automatically touch the hearts and souls of millions of people all over the world. Every human being is the same. We are all one, and the sooner we learn to embrace this fact, the better it shall be for all mankind. Every single listener who shares the valuable information that they have gained inside all these volumes of Central Park will be making the entire human race more happier, more relaxed, more satisfied, and indeed a lot more knowledgeable about so many different things. Perhaps the greatest of all wisdom creeps into your mind when you sit down or rest in silence and solitude. It's best to spend time alone than be in the presence of others who focus only on themselves for most of the time. One's intelligence can easily be detected and observed when one heads into battle against an army of lions while having a goat as one's leader. The wise one would run away before he or she reaches the battling ground. The foolish one would stay to fight the lions and be torn into tiny little pieces. No human being can complete two tasks at the same time, and even if it's done, then the results will not be the same as when he or she would have completed the task one at a time. Be good, since good deeds are remembered long after you pass this way, and one's generosity cannot be wiped out by the strongest wind that blows away from Timpu. Speak up and talk out loud about yourself, since success comes to those who have it in them to say what they've been holding inside and speak what runs through their mind. Give in such a manner that you don't expect anything in return. The best gifts are usually those that don't need the one receiving it to repay or return the favor at a later date. One of the toughest things to do is to pay for food that has already been eaten. But human beings have made the impossible happen by always paying for food at restaurants only after they have consumed the delicacies served to them. Diamonds lie where you can find them. Silver is found where you find it, and so is gold. Your life's purpose can be achieved when you stay still in the now and move forward depending on which direction the wind blows you today. The darkness of the cellars caused great writers, authors, and poets to emerge. In the modern world, the time past midnight and spending time in the basements or in the dark rooms leads to light shining inside our souls. You can look at things in the opposite or extreme way. The lighthouse that throws light on the waters at night helps the incoming or passing ships to see their path a lot more clearly. But the bottom of the lighthouse is usually the darkest, perhaps darker than the waters of the sea on which the light shines. I am perfectly lost in the moment. I don't know what to speak about next, but keeping at it in the hope that inspiration comes in through the open window of my bedroom. A terrific moment for sure, but the present moment seems to be playing tricks on my mind. I'm caught up in the process of what to speak about. Life is like a gentle breeze that you feel while you walk on a beach on a serene evening. There is so much one wants to do during the day that lethargy sets in and throws the entire schedule out the door. A glass of water is most needed when we are very thirsty. Our focus turns towards finding a glass of water to drink whenever we feel the pressing need to consume some H2O. It's the late hours now, and it's the right time for me to sing the praises of yet another amazingly good day this year. The hours that passed by were filled with loads of serenity and inner joy. I felt happy to spend most of my time doing what I loved while relaxing in the company of listeners that matter most to me. It is often enough being satisfied with good food, clean water, a roof over your head, clothes to wear on your torso, and having a few people that care about you. Don't go getting greedy when the good life is already well within your reach. Depending on those that are around you, will always enjoy the company. Hang out and chill with those that you care about. For those that love you, love to spend time with you. There is a wonderful feeling that exists when you experience complete solitude on a daily basis. Loners are people who love being alone. I am a loner, and I admit it many times in my life because I love being alone. Somewhat frustrating when you have loads of things on your mind and nowhere to go for solace and serenity. That is when having a place of your own inside your home is vital to feeling that sense of calm whenever you need loads of the same. The wind that blows on a stormy night is strong enough to fell some of the trees that it passes through. The great power of a strong wind can be daunting for even a strong log of wood to bear. Wandering around the lands is a habit of the foolish folk, but truly traveling to specific points of interest is what the wise ones do. It's funny to travel the world, but sometimes it's rather impractical to actually do it. The rich ones are those who give without having too much and don't care too much about asking for material things from the world around them. Today has been an eventful day for all of us, and now it slowly and wonderfully comes to an end. My time with you has been delightful, to say the least. The one-way street has turned into a junction with many roads leading in different directions. It is purely your choice whether you share the information that I've shared with you inside these volumes. My only hope is that you do. The moment has come to head off into the moonlight and vanish into the darkness of the night sky. I love playing board games from time to time, especially chess. It is said that there are trillions of ways to make the first 10 moves in a game of chess. The game will end in a draw if there is no step taken by either opponent after a given period of time. In life, there is a great need to make a move forward on a regular basis. Even during tough times, steps must be taken in the forward direction. Finding the right rhythm is the key. Hitting the right notes, playing the drums well, and making sure that whatever is being shared connects with the life of the listener is crucial to my success. Today, I am tongue-tied. I am randomly sharing what's coming into my mind, but there is no definite direction in which I shall go. It's for certain that the ones who are asleep when a great opportunity strikes on their door will not be in a position to make the most of it, apart from the steps that they take inside their dreams. It's important to be awakened in the now, to make the most of what life has to offer to you and me, Central Park, today. Wonderful it feels that you listen to what I speak anyway, but sad I feel at the same time, since it's not supposed to be this way. Maybe there are thoughts that distract me while I sit here right now at my computer, or perhaps my mind is full of thoughts of yesterday. The burden that I tell you not to carry is actually the one that I'm carrying around with me today. I got to leave the past in the past. No point flirting with it in the now. Easier said than done for sure. Must keep working on it until the light illuminates itself in my brain. The top of the mountain is a long way off. I'm stuck here at the bottom. The first few steps were too heavy for me to carry on. Now I'm relaxing while I share random nothings inside Central Park. The last few hours have been quite chaotic, leading me to the point of no return. I cannot stop speaking now, since the minutes of the past 5 hours have left me feeling the dire need to let my soul unleash itself one final time before I leave Central Park. I am not one to chicken out from a challenge, nor a mortal who chooses to relax when things are going only in the right direction. Certain chapters of my life have taught me never to give up when the going gets tough. Instead, the history of my life has shown that I have tasted the freshest and sweetest fruit whenever I chose to let my soul speak out loud. Not a great many souls out there will connect what I am saying today, but in all probability, a few more listens will initiate or kickstart a part of your being you never felt before. You might well feel alive at the end of the hour, or as soon as you come to terms with the prose entangled inside these many lines. Realizing my follies has been my strongest point, and sharing the immense knowledge of my outspoken soul is now an integral part of my personality. The brightest moon tends to shine on the darkest nights. Clouds rarely show itself on a hot summer's day. Rainbows do not end where a pot of gold lies. But we have been made to believe that it is indeed so. Don't go chasing rainbows, since the task would essentially take up a lot of time and would possibly result in you dying midway with a heart attack. Do not walk on paths that aren't built for you. Do not take up challenges that your inner voice tells you not to take up. A barking dog tells us more about our neighborhood than a security camera can. Pay attention to what your soul is trying so hard to tell you, and it will be a wonderful future that unfolds for you in the coming days and weeks. Meditation will help you tap into the endless depths of your soul while exposing you to a beautiful landscape that lies right in front of you. The green leaves on the large trees indicate that summer is here in all her glory, while the change of color tells us that autumn has set in. What has the weather got to do with what I say tonight? Almost everything. I live my life in such a manner that I don't walk around narrow lanes with a heavy bag upon my back. It ain't easy for me to carry something when the mind is getting bogged down with memories of the past and irritating worries about the future. A break is essential when the going gets tough. It is often said that one must stop digging when they find themselves in a deep hole. At this time, I have dug a deep hole in my schedule for the day inside Central Park, but fortunately the depth of this hole pales in comparison to the intensity of my soul. The ship came sailing into my harbor, and I was so busy while speaking my heart out that it left without me. Addictions and habits are some weird little things that tend to grow stronger over time. Limitless potential awakens itself when we encourage ourselves to follow certain good habits and healthy addictions. Not too much around us can stop you from surging forward when the laws of nature are on your side. The foundation of a good life is essentially felt in the deep waters of the ocean. The most spectacular life forms exist at the bottom of the seas. Similarly, one will find true pearls when one attempts to go deep diving into our inner beings in search of our soul. Pictures of waterfalls make us happy, sunny days make us smile, stormy days leave us feeling sad and lonely unless we have our loved ones and our pet cat by our side. The restlessness of our heart right now is a direct result of the chaos that roams the corners of our mind. The temple is the soul, and the essence of all creation stems from the root of the plant called earth. It would be wise to take off on a random voyage into nothingness by escaping into the world of calm and relaxation, which can be achieved quite frequently by closing one's eyes and remaining silent in a pleasant place called the privacy of our own homes. A beautiful world unfolds as your eyes close and you feel your most comforting daydream come alive within your mind's center square. Our visions turn to visions of beautiful landscapes as we cherish those moments that we find our hearts indulging in at the present time. The heart longs for love and affection from the world around us. I go around with my begging bowl, hoping to receive a healthy dose of appreciation and gratitude, but instead all I am left with is my new soulmate once again. You are my new soulmate, the listener out there. You may have wandered off to seemingly green pastures in search of fresh milk and honey. The wisdom you get here seemed useless information that was proving to be heavy on your brain. You probably was hoping that I would explain myself to you, or rather you wanted a translation of Central Park to be done in a language that is more familiar to you. But unfortunately, I chose to let my words be our guiding light, but I left the lines in the dark so that it can be illuminated by your presence when you return from your forceful journeys into a sphere of the universe that you eventually found to be pretty worthless. The loyal ones are lost in the middle of Central Park. They are seeking solutions for something that does not need any kind of answer to be seen and understood. The greatest challenge during our days is decoding these musings, but you would rather not venture into any nonsensical detective activities in the fear that valuable time will be lost in the process. Perhaps a closer look into the routines of your day might reveal a shocking insight into how the precious time was spent. You chose to deliberately immerse yourself in habits of self-destruction without thinking too much about the dire consequences of doing so in the long run. Pleasant moments and little exchanges of random words and pictures fill up the spaces between both ears. But when you dug into those memories, there wasn't anything to savor just an hour later. Alas, when a man eats some Chinese food on the streets, he is left feeling hungry only an hour after he was full. Life in the popular dungeons of the mass media will leave you feeling joyful during that random pleasure zone, only to find that you were more comfortable indulging yourself in something unique, non-routine and far more adventurous. Bottom line, soul searching is a healthy habit, but playing silly games with your mind is only going to leave you feeling bored and exhausted. Life should not be a burden to be lived wandering around crowded territories day to day. Instead, it should be a treasure chest of unique opportunities and wonderful challenges that you can sink your teeth into and experience the true flavors of the world around while engaging in a fabulous conversation with your soul. Thank you for decoding my random musings. If this is your first time listening to something I have recorded here, then I would strongly suggest you spend some of your valuable time in immersing yourself deep into the vast pool of information that you will find inside Central Park. I spend most of my free time daydreaming. This is a fact about the way that I live my life. Some people call me a lazy soul, but I would rather be called a daydreamer. Dreaming about scenic locations, such as finding myself sipping a hot cup of tea in the large balcony of my villa in the mountains of Leh, is something that crosses my mind every few days. Another popular daydream is me lazing around on the private beach in front of my large condo in Pattaya or some southern part of Goa, such as Palolem. One of the most common dreams that I have been having recently is that of my little house by the lake. I daydream about sitting on the porch, which is literally on the lake shore, sipping a hot cup of tea while watching the ducks swim by. Of course, I have a high-speed internet connection and 24/7 electricity in my bedroom inside this lake house, so I hop inside to surf the net for a bit or find myself creating an extra long musing while I listen to some soulful instrumental music such as Mozart or Mehdi in the background. Food is plenty inside my lake house. I catch a large fish or two and barbecue a duck for dinner. There's obviously plenty of wine, beer and drinks to keep my friends happy too. They visit me every evening and stay on till the wee hours of the morning. My closest friends live in the houses located close by, and sometimes I head over to their place to engage in deep and long conversation about life and nothing in particular. I spend a few hours with my beautiful wife and kid during the day. I play along with my son and enjoy spending time with my partner while watching a look into the open lake outside. Life is simple in my dream lake house, so there isn't really that much to do at most times. I listen to an audiobook when there's nothing else to do, or simply place a chair on the lawns of the lake and fall asleep in it during the afternoon. Every third day or so, we have a nice party outside our home where we have the neighborhood band come in to play some retro songs for us while we dance and make merry till the late hours of the night. Meditating and cherishing time on my own is of great importance to me, as it should be to you. I normally lay down and fall asleep on the large soft bed inside our bedroom or relax on the lawn outside with my eyes closed. I never wear a watch, so for me the only guiding light is the sun outside. I wake up and fall asleep whenever I want to while creating a long musing like this to keep some money coming in. Life is beautiful here. My house by the lake is my world away from home, a place that I can slip into within seconds of closing my eyes while relaxing inside my CentralPark at home. Our minds have the most powerful technology ever. We can daydream whenever we want to. I call this technology our dream theater, since inside this personal space, we can create fictional plays of whatever we want to and any time that we wish to. It surprises me that most people I know don't spend much time on daydreaming and enjoying the spectacular theater inside their minds. People don't seem to daydream that often these days. I don't understand why. Perhaps spending some time now inside your CentralPark while closing your eyes for 15 minutes and dreaming about this house by the lake will change your mind about daydreaming right away. Give daydreaming a shot sometime soon. Use the power of your mind to feel more relaxed, serene and calm inside. Life is beautiful for each and every one of us. All it takes to find that beauty is a few moments of silence and serenity spent inside our CentralParks. Enough evidence shows itself here. I create even when there's absolutely no inspiration. Not the best thing to do perhaps, but one that declares my fervent passion for content creation. The quality is judged by you, the listener. In my eyes, I love what I do. I just can't seem to figure out which way to go and what the central message being shared with you inside these musings are. Many hundreds and thousands of works without specific messages have already been spoken. Perhaps this one will add another 3 numbers to that list. Maybe I'm just mentally tired right now. Slept well last night, but the events of yesterday took a toll on my body and mind. I've noticed that I feel mentally tired and a bit lethargic whenever I'm unable to meditate as often as I'm used to. Yesterday did not allow me to meditate for 2 hours or more. I was out all afternoon, spent the entire evening talking with my family and created an audiobook volume in the night before turning myself in. Life is a relaxing vacation and it is all about laying down most of the day doing absolutely nothing. That's what most people work for, to retire one day with a villa on the beach or a farmhouse or a home on top of the mountains. Sadly, most people do not end up fulfilling those dreams because life's not supposed to be lived working your ass off in the desperate hope of retiring one fine day, never having to lift a pin. There is no excuse for not relaxing often during the day, even while you are busy working. I love creating these audiobooks and socializing with my friends, but rest and recreation are more important than both of the words that I shared before. My lips are excited right now since it's been a while since I shared my random musings with you. I don't know how this one will go as I sit here and speak away to glory. My soul is communicating with you after a long time and she is happy to offer her share of words to you as well. The vision is not clear yet, and the path is being illuminated as we proceed slowly ahead, deeper into Central Park. It is not easy to let go of a good friend and neighbor that I have found in you. It is best to enjoy the present moments with some good old friends, and now you are indeed an old pal of mine. I am like a slow worm crawling through the exciting journey that's unwrapping itself before my very eyes. I love creating these musings so much so that I felt a part of my life was missing during the last few days here. No musing means a little hole in my soul, and I don't want it to get any bigger. Heaven rarely opens up itself to drop a ripe fruit into our mouths, so there is no point of me delaying this particular volume any longer. Life and all the good things in it needn't be delayed even if there are other things to do somewhere else. It's difficult to label something that hasn't been created yet, just as it is tough to name a baby that hasn't yet entered into the world. Giving titles to these musings is tough for me to do, and I often wait until the very end to make up my mind about what an apt title for an audiobook such as this will be. There is really nothing much to take away inside these musings, but the energy exchange that happens between you and me is incredible right now. I can sense a strong surge of feelings that happen as my soul starts to take complete control over what I share with you. It hasn't happened yet, but there is a feeling that is just a matter of time now. Nothing much is lost if we stop and pause for a minute or two so that I can breathe a bit more deeply and relax my nerves for a while. This journey is an eternal one where thousands of souls will pass through these audiobook volumes over a matter of years. Not much knowledge to gain from all these volumes, but most certainly plenty of wisdom if you listen between the lines. Finding a rhinoceros while visiting the Kaziranga National Park is generally simple, but seeing a tiger is particularly difficult. The right guide and the precise moment, along with a measured degree of luck, will help us see a Royal Bengal tiger as we ramble through the park territory. These words inside Central Park are like hundreds of tigers being seen by you, and an incredible burst of wisdom and feelings of bliss usually comes over those who understand exactly what I say by the end of this audiobook. He who has anything of value is of great value to the rest of us, and the expositions of my soul truly have immense value when we are able to decipher the true gems of wisdom that flow through it. It is wonderful sitting here by the window and feeling the breeze lightly brush against my face. The weather has toned down a lot and become warmer over the last few days. Seems like spring is here and summer will soon be upon us, but I am waiting for the monsoon. It's just an expectation, not too dire, I hope. There is enough evidence to prove that if wealth and wisdom were available in the trees of Mother Nature, then each and every one of us would want to marry the monkeys that jump through them. For in the land of the ignorant, the one who knows even a little is a priceless commodity. Another factual statement is that a human being that has immense wisdom is never one that can be called a bad dancer at a party full of lazy souls. We cannot call the learned sage a fool when we seek to learn more and more about less and less from that same person. Building castles in the sky is not my style, since I prefer my house by the lake. I am off for a short stint of meditation right now before I call it a day inside Central Park. I believe that a few pebbles were thrown into the water here. Ripples were created, perhaps not large ones, but just about enough to keep you thinking for a few moments about what just happened. Rest assured that there is enough to chew on, but it might require the eyes of a tiger to find the many little tigers hidden inside these lines. Rarely do I break my own rules, and I'm not going to follow it up with another day of social lethargy. I'm going to sleep for the next few hours and will rest all evening and probably not record anything new tonight. I feel a lot better just saying it. I'm sure you'll appreciate if I come back fresher and more renewed, just like I'm used to feeling most days of the year. I am off for a power nap. Life is a gentle breeze, and I'm just a few steps away from feeling it while I go to sleep and dream in just a little while. See you in just a few moments. It isn't lonely when you enjoy your own solitude in the dark, since you are lit up by the illumination of being in the presence of your soul. Positive changes can take place in our society if each citizen is willing to do their bit in order to change things. In the good old days, people living in small villages like Mohenjo-daro would only need to keep their immediate surroundings clean so that the entire village could be cleaner. There was no concept of a local municipality in ancient times. Residents would automatically do their bit if they knew that no one else would be doing it. It is not just about cleanliness that I speak here, but what about other things in modern society as well? As long as a human being lives, he or she learns something or the other. Learning is a never-ending journey while we walk the face of this earth. The worthless doctor is able to treat one's current sickness while the normal medic drops by when the sickness is growing. But the best doctor in the world is the one who actually prevents the sickness from affecting you in the first place. Prevention is always better than cure. Losing visitor loyalty. I loved every minute of creating this classic audiobook series for you. Each of you are different in various ways, but we are all the same and we all belong to the same human race. It was like a random conversation between a few people that I was relishing when I first started speaking in Volume 1 of Central Park. But now it seems like I'm on center stage at Madison Square Garden. The person who cannot find their way out of a hole will usually dig themselves deeper until they wait for someone from the outside to help them get out. Sometimes giving up helps you solve an issue, but you need to know when and where to give up for it to help resolve the problem. The open window beckons. I am off for a quick break once again while I sip on my hot cup of fine Darjeeling tea that's quickly cooling by the bedroom window. The outside window looks calm and peaceful right now. Inspiration time is here. It is high time that I ignite my deep passion for sharing my knowledge and experiences with the world. Fortunately, the passion was never completely wiped out. There was a great need to step out from the confusion I had created out of my own varied speaking styles while gathering information on 101 different topics. Now, my path is clear once again inside Central Park. It is a fresh one as well for you to walk upon. No one else but you and me shall walk this way. The light at the end of the tunnel has suddenly found its way onto my torch. I don't know where the illumination of feelings and senses will take me right now, but I'm crystal clear about one thing. I am never going to stop sharing bits and pieces of my soul with my listeners till the day I die. A rejuvenated soul is coming your way on a regular basis unless I am sick, can't tap into the wisdom of my soul, or just can't use my brains anymore. It is going to be an amazing ride for sure. Hop on, hang on tight. It is just the beginning of the ride. Stay on until the destination dawns before us on a different day. Thanks for your incredibly awesome support through this passage of enlightenment, learning, and illumination. If we wish to change the system, we must first change the way that we live our lives. Many working people complain that property rates are too high in their city. Buying an apartment for themselves is not as easy as it used to be 30 years ago. Of course, their complaints are quite relevant to what's happening as far as inflation is concerned. But real estate prices will keep going higher and higher simply because people keep paying the prices demanded by the market. You want the prices to go down? Then simply refuse to invest in a property right now. Do not buy an apartment unless you really badly need it. In just a few months' time, the prices will come down drastically if all the residents in our city do not buy anything at prices that are considered too high. It is not just prices of property that can be reduced by each citizen doing their bit. Prices of everything else can be stabilized or reduced when you refuse to pay the high prices demanded by the markets. Yes, this cannot be done for one's daily food needs, but certainly can be done for everything else that is a want. If even 1/10 of the world's population stops buying anything new for a few months, then the prices will surely come down. The problem is getting every single person living in our city to follow what I say here. We often underestimate the power of a crowd, but facts will clearly show that numbers matter in almost every business that operates around us. Movie tickets are priced so high these days, but no one seems to care because they don't realize how important that ticket price might be one day in their future. Today the price of a movie ticket is rupees 300. Tomorrow it will rise to rupees 400 or more. Why does it rise so steeply? Because all the moviegoers don't complain about it, and neither do they stop going to watch movies at those multiplexes. Imagine what would happen if people stopped going to watch movies at the theatres in the next 6 months. The prices of the tickets would drop down to rupees 100 or even lower. No one goes to watch movies at the theatre, and the rates are sure to drop below 50 rupees. You might listen to this and wonder what the core message of this final volume in Central Park really is. What am I trying to convey to you? The truth is that there is no one specific message. There are many. That's why you need to listen to this audiobook series many times. Seriously. All that I wish to convey is that you can bring about change in almost anything if you are willing to do your bit from today. Once you start off your campaign of little changes, then you automatically attract others around you to join you in your quest for change. All it needs for others to follow your initiative is a common purpose. Leaders are rare in modern society. It is tough for most of us to become leaders because we lack self-belief and suffer from low self-esteem. We blindly allow the system and society to dictate terms to us without doing anything to protest or fight against it. We get scared that if we fight against the norms and things that upset us, then we shall be disliked or thrown out as outcasts. This never happens nowadays since the laws of attraction automatically help you gather support from fellow citizens once you step forth with a firm sense of self-belief and confidence. Be the change that you want to be, and everyone around will start supporting you, following you, and being part of your initiative just as long as whatever you are fighting for is for the common good of everyone else concerned. I was once a crazy workaholic. It was just 15 years ago. It was never my cup of tea. I could not do my work effectively. I just put in the long hours to put good food on the dining table, pay the bills, have a great social life. But then the wild lifestyle was suffocating me. It clogged my arteries quite literally. It took my family doctor to change my ways, mend my life. Thankfully, I am still alive to speak about it today. I was never capable of working hard. Born as the black sheep of the family, the youngest of 5 children, I had the best of everything. Lived in a palatial home in the heart of the city. It was called Bombay Central in those days, the railway station that was closest to our home. So close to everything it seemed. A wonderful, easy life during all those childhood years. Moving to Santa Cruz when I was 12 years old made life even better. Suddenly I was Master Popular, known by over 100 boys and girls my age. Had loads of fun during those formative years. Had a whale of a time. Life was looking good, but then things changed drastically. The bread earner of the family, my father, was diagnosed with brain cancer. Died within years of diagnosis. Put loads of pressure on his wife and kids. My sisters and brother left home for foreign shows. The almighty dollar is worth a lot more than the humble Indian rupee. Still is, unfortunately. There we were, just my mom and me. No one else in our new home in Warsaw. Shifted there just a year before my dad's demise. A bedroom each to ourselves. A nice little flat in the beautiful suburbs. I was searching for answers where things went wrong. Why life was becoming unfair. I was forced to find my way in the harsh world outside. I started working hard to take my mind off things and put good food on my table. Years passed by so quickly. I was doing well in the world of small business, making enough money to have a terrific life. But there was a lot missing. No one to call my soulmate. No peace in my life. No blissful experiences. No joy in my solitude. I traveled to several parts of the country, visited a few foreign lands in search of peace and joy, only returned with showpieces and an empty wallet. My health was starting to deteriorate. There I was, a young man, supposedly in his prime, but killing himself ever so softly every single day, working his ass off at the office like a hard-working dog, parting the evening away, less sleep at night, living the high life but feeling loads of emptiness inside. Finally, one day, during a vacation to Thailand, my life changed forever. It was the first big change that I made. Then a year later, another big change. Then few years later, few more changes. All these changes were made because my body just could not take all the hours of hard work and stress anymore. There was very little rest for my body and mind. My vacations and outings were filled with partying and tourism activities. No rest for the body, no peace of mind. Life was a bag full of bullshit. But the changes made worked thankfully. Life changed for the better. My income went down to practically zero for the next 8 months. Hardly made any money, but lived a life full of happiness and peace. I got married and had a kid along the way. Life's complete now, I feel. I do whatever I want to, whenever I want to, and however I want to. I dictate the terms of endearment to myself. Nobody else can. I am my own master. I make my own rules. Today, as I sit here looking back, I wear a big fat smile on my fat ugly face. I am finally reborn, living the life that I was so used to during my childhood days in April showers. Now, once again, life is beautiful, life is joyful, life is bliss. It took me close to a decade to realize where I was going wrong. It took me years of hardships and pain to understand what I was missing. Thankfully, through my conversations with God, during my hours of deep meditation, I have finally returned to paradise. Life's been good once again. I have finally found my CentralPark. You may not catch a minute of good sleep if you have the fears of tomorrow running through your mind. A person who has a house of wax is usually afraid of fire. Habits of spending time in pity and sorrow usually lead us to stand like melting candles in a room full of fire. Putting fear into something will not help you enjoy that particular thing. You cannot go about grasping a bird that you choose to frighten before you take a leap of faith in the hope that the result will be the precious bird in your tiny hands. Give in to your emotions. Don't hold back and pretend to be brave. Fooling others is futile and fooling oneself is sad. Perhaps I've been trying to play little tricks on my mind, and in the process I'm feeling the emptiness of my own creation. Jumping into a bed of roses is likely to get us pricked by a few thorns as well, but the quantity of those soft petals makes it a worthwhile attempt to squash our mood swings and shallow sadness that results in us feeling blue. A change of scenery adds to a change of color in our skin. Darkness usually turns into light, even though the brightest moonlight sometimes isn't enough to help us find our way. When climbing up a hill, one finds it a trivial task to come down the hill, but it will certainly use twice the effort to climb till the very top. Technically, our mood swings are pretty much the same. It might take forever to uplift our mood, but once at the peak of joy, it can take just a little breeze to push us back into the darkness of our emotions. Lessons are often taught in subliminal ways, and these long volumes of Central Park are filled with hidden messages and tigers that you might have to be pretty focused to read between the lines and spot them, to take away the goodies from this large cookie jar hidden inside a corner of Central Park. Life is short. Do not let your life come to an end without finding your Central Park. And once you find your Central Park, it is time to let yourself experience the wonders of your world without being bound by the created boundaries of the material world. Give in to stillness, since what you shall experience will be a moment much greater than anything that money can buy. Carlos Sims might be the richest person on earth, but he will not be able to buy himself a moment of stillness from any shop anywhere in the world. If you are wondering what stillness feels like, then perhaps it is time for you to switch off this audiobook, switch off your computer or smartphone, and lay down on your bed or sit down in a relaxed position on your chair or on the floor and let the forces within you take over. The best time to dream is while you are still awake and doing nothing. Daydreaming is my foremost recreational activity where there's not a lot to do, but yet it feels so good. I'm closing my eyes now and sharing with you what I see inside my mind this beautiful moment as we come towards the end of Central Park. I am sailing in the waters near Koh Samui. My personal butler comes to me and asks me if I would like him to refill my champagne glass. I am seated right at the head of this yacht. The endless blue sea lies before me. There's a blue sky above. No other boats are around mine. Perhaps I'm the only one who ventured out so deep on this beautiful day, sipping my glass of sparkling white wine while my beautiful wife walks out to join me. We sit there holding hands as we watch the blue water stare right back at us. I close my eyes. It feels like heaven. Yet another free vacation while I daydream away to glory. I open my eyes once more. It is amazing that I feel so wonderful inside when I daydream during the day. Just speaking about it inside this audiobook makes me feel good. Certainly my favorite occupation is spending time inside my mind's eye. The stillness of the world around me makes sure that my dreams aren't disturbed. The nothingness of the present moments makes me slip deeper into the self-created world that unfolds inside my brain. Having company while you daydream isn't your cup of tea. We like it best when we are in solitude and in the comforts of our empty bedroom. The fantasies reveal themselves best when we are surrounded by the sounds of nothing else but the birds chirping outside the window and the roaring waves in the distance. All of us truly need something to believe in, something to inspire us, and certain people whom we really love spending time with. This might be the end of this audiobook, but the first step that you take in your journey into your Central Park and your Black Beach. I would be grateful if you could tell a few of your friends and family about Central Park. Or chuck it, don't tell them anything about it. Keep this to yourself. Goodbye.